I'm ready to start whenever anyone else is.
Well, let's not try. We have another minute or two.
Okay.
How are you doing? Madam Clerk?
What's going on, Madam Vice Mayor?
I'm wondering if we should call the meeting to order.
Mic doesn't work. Let's wait one more second. I'm on the phone with Mayor right now. Mayor's trying to get on.
The Madam Clerk's
Thank
on the phone trying to tie up some loose ends.
Okay, thank you. Neoma, is that a new photo behind you?
No, I've had this one a while. It's Somerset. It's
Right.
out of the way so you can see.
So it's a golf course, right?
Yeah, it's the golf course. So, actually, do you know who David Hughes is? The realtor, really tall realtor. He's kind of known in town. His wife took this picture. They live out here in Somerset. And so I asked her if I could use it. And she said yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, she takes some great shots.
I think she won the contest, didn't she? Like
She
for
did
best
last
photo?
year. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on right now? What in the Flint?
I lost a bet, obviously.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna have to put up a
I just, it is. But as well as the other sign behind.
What was the bet?
I just got a phone with her, so we will get started in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you hear me now?
I can hear
Madam Mayor,
you.
we can hear you.
Okay, it says I'm in a practice and I did log off and use the new link, but is
Madam
that
Mayor?
okay?
Yep, that's okay. We keep it in practice mode until we call the meeting to order formally to begin recording.
Oh. All right, perfect.
Madam
Councilwoman Weber.
Yeah, can we wait just a minute?
Sure.
Ms. Breckus just stepped away.
Sure,
Hey,
one second.
Devin, this is for you, buddy, and your UNLV. Right there, right back at your UNLV swag.
Now that is awesome, and that will definitely be worth the Twitter excitement.
Uh-huh.
I love it. How'd you do that?
I just now did a quick Google search of a barfing emoji and put it as my background.
That's so funny.
We
I love
gotta
it.
find ways to
Except
entertain
it looks like
ourselves.
it's barfing on my shoulders, kind of.
Do you see what you see on Devon, Madam Mayor?
Yes, I know. I'm gonna call him out. I've been in that position before.
Bonnie, or is the mayor on? Is she here?
Yes, the mayor's on. Did you,
Well, I-
you have your flags?
Flag. Yeah, I do.
All right. We're waiting on you. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, if you'd like
All
to
right.
call your meeting to order, you may do so.
Hold on, there we go. Okay. I think I'm working now. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to call on Councilwoman Breckus. Will you please lead us in the pledge?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, good job. All right, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor, roll call for the regular meeting of the Reno City Council for Wednesday, May 26th. Breckus,
Here.
Dewar.
Here.
Delgado is absent at this time, will be joining later. Weber,
Here?
Jarden,
Here.
Reese,
Here.
Sheevy.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, can we please go into item A3, public
Yeah.
comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, public comment for item A3 is reserved for items that are not specific to our agenda today. We received public comment from Mary Vinson, urging the council to look at speed control and Halmar Trent, concerned with the senior phone patrol. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. Madam Mayor, with that, we have no general public comment, and I will be turning it over to your next item, which is approval of your agenda. We'll send it to City Manager Thornley with any changes or updates that he may have.
Good
All
morning.
right, I'm going to use City Manager. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council.
Mike.
Welcome to our last virtual meeting for a little while. We got no changes in the agenda today, so happy to see y'all.
All right,
Approve.
fantastic.
Yeah.
So I have a motion. Actually, maybe we should take this time for Councilman Reese's public comment. I'm sure you have some, so go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think as many of you probably know, during the census count, during last spring and summer, I issued a challenge to our colleagues from the city of Las Vegas, our sister city down south, and was accepted by council members Diaz, Knutson, and Creer. And we really had a friendly wager going on that we would have the highest census count in the state, and we missed it by just a small fraction, 0.01, I think, as I recall. And so as a result, today I'm rocking the UNLV wear and the UNLV background, our school down south. Obviously, those of you who know me well know that I'm a Wolfpack guy, so it pains me a little bit, but my oldest child is a student at UNLV and happy to support the challenge. And so, and please know, council members Knutson, Diaz, and Creer, I'm coming for you.
You better be.
And
All
then
right.
we comment on Councilwoman Jordan's background.
I think
This
she's
is,
doing that
this
in
is my
response.
response. This is my response to Councilman Reese and UNLV swag right there.
I love it. That's awesome.
All in good fun.
All right. That's great. Okay. Can I get approval of the agenda, please?
So moved.
Move to second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. May I get approval of the minutes?
I'll move, but there is a mistake on there. An item about subsidized housing. Dan Hilliard's name is misspelled as Dan.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay.
We will
Madam
note those.
Clerk,
Thank
note
you,
that.
Madam Mayor. We will note the changes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Back at you, Madam Clerk.
Second.
Oh, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, back at you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next item is the consent agenda. As a reminder, all of these items may be taken together or individually discussed. We received public comment from Brian Beffert on behalf of the Sierra Club of Toyobe in support of item B11. This has been submitted to council and is part of the record. We have no further public comment. Madam Mayor, I'll return it to you for council member items to be pulled for discussion.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to ask council members if they have any items they'd like to pull. That being said, I'm going to start with you, Vice Mayor Weber.
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Jordan.
None, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Delgado. All right, Councilman Reese.
Nothing, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I'd like to pull B1A2,
Okay,
B11, and B14, please.
okay. Did you say B1, A2, B11, and B14?
I said, sorry, B1A2,
Yep.
B9,
Oh, okay.
B11, and B14.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Dewar.
None today, thank you.
Okay, all right. May I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Consent
Move to
items.
Second.
Second, Dewar.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Heading right back to you, Councilwoman Breckus, item B1.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions for staff on this. This is a new bar going into on California Avenue, and it's a tenant space where there's never been a bar before, but bars are allowed outright. But it is across the street from residential in a mixed-use area. And last meeting, we had some questions about privilege licenses of Cabaret just a couple blocks down to the west. And I followed up the next day with the manager about the regulatory framework, because evidently the zoning district changed in the update, and there were some questions about that. Haven't heard back, so I need to follow up with some questions about this. And I think there was a follow-up memo to this. So who's present that I can ask these questions to, Mr. Thornley? I don't see anyone on the screen. Okay.
Mr. Ferrado is with us.
Oh, okay. Hi, Mr. Ferrado. So this is Forest Street Station. It's a new bar applying for an on-premise alcohol beverage license, and the zoning hours of operation are, you sent out a memo correcting something on the sheet. Can you explain what the hours of operation allowed and the hours that the applicant has stated they want to operate?
Good morning, Lance Ferrado, Business Relations Program Manager for the city, for the record. Yeah, the memo was just to clarify, there was a slight error on that front page. The zoning hours of operation allowed are actually 24 hours. And the hours of operation proposed by the applicant are 12 p.m. to 12 midnight. The sheet that I had originally submitted had just flip-flopped those. So it said that the zoning hours were 12 to 12 and the hours of operation were 24. So that memo was just to clarify the error on my part.
So I do have a question about that. And, if you're not the right person to answer and have the information, that's fine. But when you're in a business district that per the zoning allows you to go to 24 hours, but you come through on your privilege and you short yourself and say you're just going to midnight. What if you decide you want to stay open till 1 or 2? Can you just do that? Because that's the privilege of the zoning ordinance, but you've kind of confined yourself voluntarily when you came through for this privilege. How does that work out?
I'm not 100% confident in that responding to that, but my best guess would be that the applicant would have to come back and submit new hours of operation, and they could be reviewed by planning and then be processed accordingly.
I see Mr. Thornley nodding his head. So, okay. I wondered because if some people say they're going shorter, on something that they have a right to operate 24 hours, how that works out. Okay. And then the interesting issue that came up last time, I still haven't received confirmation on that, but evidently there's a zoning district that says if you're going to do cabaret, you have to shut down by 9 p.m. Is that true? And is that applicable to this property also?
Again, that's probably a planning question, but my understanding of that regulation is that the daytime entertainment was limited till 9 p.m. And then anything after that requires special consideration. So that we are working on putting together some information for you on that, and you should be receiving that.
Okay, so did these people, I want to be fair to licensees because it's a lot of time involved and multiple licenses. Did this licensee express an interest in getting one of those cabaret licenses?
Not in my discussions. At this point, this location is strictly set up as a sort of a high-end sports bar. It's not going for the entertainment side of things, similar to a cabaret, anything that would require a cabaret license at this point.
Sure, we know, but a lot of times they put a guy with a guitar out there and the revenue officers, come in and tap them on the shoulder and say, you got to come through for a cabaret. I appreciate that. And I really do look forward to understand this daytime operations provision. And so thank you very much. And I'll move to approve.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, heading right back at you, Councilwoman Breckus. I think item B9.
Yeah, and thank you. And just point of order, I guess, is I'm at City Hall on the guest Wi-Fi, and I'm hearing other people cut out a little bit. So if I cut out at some point, please do let me know, and I'll make other adjustments. I'll try and hotspot it or something else. Yeah. But I'm
because you all right. I missed a couple of your items that you wanted to pull because you cut out. So we'll just ask you.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. Okay. And I don't know, maybe I will relocate when we take a break.
Councilmember Breckus, on the break, we can have IT come up and help to facilitate if there's any issues at that time.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi should be strong enough up here for me to be on Zoom, right?
Yes, we'll just switch you to a different Wi-Fi stream.
Okay, thank you. So I am confused about this medium-term note. Somewhere in the staff report, I thought it said there were, say a certain number of people who were assessed. And my question is, some of these people have paid. When you're in the original assessment, you pay it off, right? And so is this 352,000 medium-term note? And we never used to file these down as medium-term notes, in my understanding, down with the state taxation prior to you coming. And I don't know if rules changed or a different approach, or maybe it was done administratively. I don't know. I just don't recall it. But my question is, this 352,000, that's an outstanding obligation. Does that include or does it remove the people who got their assessment and paid it off in one swoop?
This is the net of the medium-term notes. So those that paid it in full are not included.
Okay, so you've reduced it down by that much. Okay, but it's still an obligation of $352,000 to the street fund.
Yes, and this is just the state requirement. They approved it, and we just need to, have it read into the minutes that the state approved the medium-term note. The council already approved the assessment at a prior meeting.
Yeah, I remember doing that, but I was just wondering if the amounts have changed as people, because who wants to carry debt, obviously.
Right. So once you approve the assessments, then the homeowners that are going to be assessed have an opportunity to pay it in full. And then we also have to get the approval from the state for the medium-term obligation, just because it's beyond 1 year where the payments come back. And so this is just wrapping up that process.
Sure. But new homeowners or someone who gets a windfall can say, I just want to pay it off still, right?
Yes, they are allowed to pay it off anytime during the term, and then we hold it, and then the next redemption date for a bond payment, we will pay more than either use it for the principal payment or pay in excess depending on where we are in the term of the actual note.
The street fund is fronting this, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if there aren't any other questions, I would move, but I don't know if there's any other questions.
Okay.
Second.
No, I don't think there is. Go ahead. You made a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, sending it right back to you, I believe, item B11, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I do have questions about this. Appears to be a sole source contract to a group to help advance and implement our sustainability plan, which I'm excited about, but I'm just not sure about the group and the product and the process by which we decided to contract with this group. Is there staff on? I don't see anyone on.
We have Suzanne Linfonte available to answer questions. Additionally, we do have Mark Dunnigan from the City Attorney's Office if needed.
Okay. Hi, Ms. LaFonte. Can you explain what this product is that we're buying here?
Sure. So this is a real-time tracking platform. So this entity will pull down energy cost and use data every day, and that will give us a accurate real-time picture by fuel source. So they can actually hone in on the time of day if we're using natural gas for energy, if we're using renewables for energy. So they give us a by fuel source picture, which gives us a better picture of our emissions profile. They'll also pull in fleet data. So that will be fuels for fleet and the emissions impact from fuels from fleet. It can help us better model our energy use and make better management decisions on where we invest in energy efficiency, electric vehicle charging, electric vehicles themselves, renewable energy, basically just make data-driven decisions. And we did research along with IT, and Mark was involved in that process to see if anybody else offered a product like this, and we were not able to find another vendor that had a product like this that did the tracking and the emissions tracking in real time.
So but when we did the plan and we captured what our emissions were, we had a program.
So that's a community greenhouse gas emissions inventory, and that's just using data that's collected, I guess more macro level data. This is micro level operational data. So this is our impact as a body, as an entity.
As an organization, yeah. Now, are they deployed anywhere else, this program? And is it in beta, or have you demoed it? I couldn't find a whole lot online about this product.
We have demoed it. We also have Adam Kramer on the line from Ledger, and he can answer what other markets they are in, if you would like.
Okay, let me just continue to ask you a few questions. So you sole sourced it, you've seen it demoed. Now, I know that you sent out I haven't seen your email, but you sent out an email to your climate advisory group, letting them know this was going on. Have you beta demoed this with them and anyone else?
We haven't broadly demoed it with any group outside of IT and our own personnel, no.
Okay, but it's okay. Maybe I will ask him. I am curious, and I'll tell you why. And I understand they're a Nevada company, and I think that's great. I think that we always want to bring on our industries, but with computer programs and software, I get a little nervous, especially on teams that don't have track records. And later in the budget today, on the item today, we're going to do $500,000 to more or less bail ourselves out of when we tried to sole source a contract about a decade ago for the parking meters. And I just want to make sure we're counterparting with a group that, has a product that is proven. So hi, Mr. Kramer, how are you today?
Very well, Councilwoman.
Good. What's your, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I will add, we were cognizant of this, the same, it's new, period. It's not just us, it's new. And so we set some, and Adam can go over those, we set some terms in place as far as how we're billed, certain milestones that have to be achieved. We went through phases to make sure that those were all met as we went along.
Sure. And I didn't see the bios or anything of the team. Mr. Kramer, can you introduce your product and your experience in serving municipal clients in this way?
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. Adam Kramer for the record here. So my own personal experience, which relates to the business here, is I've been in a sustainability leader for nearly a decade here, deployed more than $1.3 billion worth of renewable energy contracts, helped lead my previous company at Switch to the highest sustainability rating in the world from Greenpeace, and have been helping design a number of the regulations around emissions tracking for years as it relates to Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, and been very involved with that personally. Ledger as a company has been around for 4 years and spent the last few years building the product, investing millions of dollars. We're a venture-backed company in building a product to provide real-time energy and emissions tracking. We've worked with a number of what we call C&I, which are commercial and industrial customers over the years. And we are actually currently, and I apologize, we are under NDA, we are currently onboarding some other government agencies as we speak and bringing them on. It is the same process as it is with our commercial and industrial, and providing the real-time tracking of emissions that are coming from buildings for Scope 2, so energy, but also those emissions that are coming from Scope 1 or stationary or process emissions, excuse me, such as on-site generation, vehicle fleet, et cetera. And Scope 3, which are the indirect emissions that are produced from things like airline travel or other things. And we created everything. We report up to the Paris Climate Accord standards on Scope 1, 2, and 3. And Scope 3 has more than 566 categories in our database. So we are able to work with accounts payable to kind of identify what those are, categorize that, and provide that. What our technology does uniquely is do this on a real-time basis. So previously, when you would look at your emissions reporting, you would take data that's generally 12 to 14 months old from the Energy Information Agency, and you would say, hey, we used, I'm gonna just make an example, we used 100 megawatts of energy, 40% of that came from solar, 30% of that came from natural gas, 20% of that came from coal, and you would apply that across your portfolio. What we're doing, and we have a team that includes PhD data scientists, energy regulatory attorneys, et cetera, is we are looking on an hour-by-hour basis, what is the consumption of energy at the city of Reno's facilities, and what was the actual fleet of generation deployed in that hour to support the city of Reno. So the city of Reno may have a greener footprint that it anticipates because it runs more of its energy load during the day. And so therefore it's using more solar, where other organizations may have a less green or less carbon-free footprint because they run more at night, which requires more thermal-based generation. And so we provide that accurate picture and then are able to work with people like Suzanne to identify areas for demand management, energy reduction, start looking at things such as lighting, looking at use, time of use. So not only are we looking at emissions reduction, we're crossing the intersection of emissions and financial. So how do we help reduce emissions while helping to save money? And really, we believe those two things have to go hand in hand. So our team collectively has 60 plus years of experience specifically in energy, much more than that when you look across our portfolio, but energy and sustainability, working with the largest companies in the world.
Oh, that's great. Do you have any Northern Nevada clients up here in the non-government sector who are using your product that I could go talk to and, see how they're doing? Do you have any clients up here?
Not in Northern Nevada. We do in Southern Nevada, and I can follow up with you offline. Again, those are under non-disclosure agreements, just because this is a lot of proprietary information. But I'm happy to reach out to them and have you see this. But we're also happy to provide you a demo offline and show you what we've already started to integrate here, so you can see that. We're happy to meet with you.
Yeah. I would like that. I'll tell you what. NDAs are a real source.
All right.
But
Hey,
okay, I need IT up here. I think I am.
Councilman Breckus, we're over 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, you are, and you're going in and out. But I want to say it's so nice to see you, Mr. Kramer, and thank you for all your incredible work that you've done with the Conference of Mayors at your previous company on sustainability. I'm very familiar with what you're doing, and it's really impressive. And I think it's going to sort of highlight Nevada on a level that we have not seen in this space. So great job. Thank you so much. Nice to see you, Mr. Kramer. Okay, with that said, we're going to move forward. I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're having some real tough technical difficulties.
I was switching over to my personal hotspot, if I could.
I'm starting to echo, and you guys are really starting to delay. Hey,
5 minutes.
Madam Clerk, should we log off and maybe log on? It's pretty painful.
Why don't we take 5 minutes? We'll check with IT, see what's going on.
Mayor, I would say if you would like to, let's take a
Okay,
2-minute recess, and
Come back
then
in 5 minutes.
we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
Mayor, if you want to log back off.
Okay, let's do that.
Jenny, we'll have IT come up and switch you onto a different Wi-Fi stream.
Well, I went onto my hotspot, but if you think that'd be better, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, maybe, I think I did Tumwa on my personal hotspot last month or last week. And maybe I'll just stay on this channel until I don't mind working off my phone.
It's good. It's much better.
Okay. Oh, we're gonna need to call for that vote. I wasn't gonna support that vote, and I wanted to talk about it. So
that with the mayor when we come back for the record.
You guys, I'm gonna get onto a city laptop now, so it'll just take a second. Okay. Okay. So Councilman Breakfast, we're coming back to you.
With that,
Yeah, and I was deprived of the opportunity of a discussion. I'll just state that I think the product sounds good. I think I'm excited about bringing on a product like this. I've become very concerned about procurement processes, and I think when we go on with a new company, sole source, that a little more articulation of why, how we got there, background on the company, maybe even in this case, vetting by the climate committee that's advisory would have been in order, calling them, letting them review the demo. I'm really trying to stand for better, more transparent procurement within, the laws that are very liberal for procurement here in Nevada, which is a good thing, but I think we need some safeguards in there also. So I look forward to getting my demo on this product. Thank you.
Okay, we're sending it right back to you, Councilwoman Breckus. I think it's B11 or B.
Yeah.
we're
Yeah,
on
okay.
B14, Madam Mayor, just for clarification. And at this time, I'll move over HR Director Bookstream to answer Councilmember Breckus's questions.
Yeah, well, I think my questions are for the manager. He and I had discussed this, and he said he'd get back to me. And this is on the, I beg your pardon, this is on the other resolution for the non-represented. It says that the manager may move around classifications except for as defined by the council in the budget and within the salary schedules. So where is those, that sub 6 on the resolution? Where are those in the budget? Are those called out in a certain place where we can see how they're set, Mr. Manager?
Well, the salary schedules are, of course, they're attached to many of these resolutions. They're relatively easy to find. We can compile those for you. I think that the provision to which your question pertains allows us for some flexibility in terms of moving certain folks around through the reclass process.
But it says but you can't cross over what's in the budget. So when you make those choices, where in the budget do you look?
Well, we look through a number of opportunities when we do those reclasses. Usually we find them in salary savings, and the council would see them through the augmentation process.
Okay, so you you say the budget has, I don't know, what's our head count? 1,800 right now or
No, it's a little less than 1,400 all in.
1,400? Okay, so we got a 1,400 head count, and say we have over here a senior management analyst or a management analyst. So all 1,400 are listed in the budget, and where they are in the salary schedule, each incumbent
Mhm.
in each position. If you're jumping someone, say I want a management analyst to become a senior management analyst, those are the limitations you see of the budget that's been set by council?
So the limitations that I see with the budget that's been sent by council are, effectively, we have this much money to spend. We have certain opportunities that come up through the year. We have certain things in terms of moving our human resources around to make sure that they are better deployed. We use the PRC, our position review committee, to evaluate requests for reclass, evaluate the jobs we have people doing and the functions they perform, make sure that they're in the right space as it relates to our roster and our set of job descriptions. And when we need to make an adjustment, that's the process we use. We rely on finance to tell us where the money is and whether or not we're able to afford what we're doing, and then we bring it to council through the augmentation process.
Through the augmentation. Okay, I would agree with that. Last year, there was a lot of juggling of positions. I asked for a review when we went into budget, and it seems like there were a lot of positions that were juggled. Presumably these came in from augmentations, but if we're setting a budget of services and salaries and it's a service for a contract that goes out, it shouldn't necessarily be an upgrade or transferred into a position without us coming through and it identified to us. And when I read these resolutions that are rather routine, but they're repeated each year, it talked about these guardrails on position classification by the manager. And I just wanted to hear from our new manager how he perceives and sees those. So, because, we want to make sure that hiring, recruitment, advancement within the organization is all very equitable and fair. And those terms are in the resolutions that we're adopting today. So thank you very much.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. All right. I think right back at you, Councilman Breckus. We have one more.
Madam Mayor, we
We're on
actually have
C1.
finished out our consent agenda. That was item B14. We are moving on to item C1, which is our public hearing.
All right, Madam Clerk, we will now open the public hearing. Was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received. Additionally, we have no public comment.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, Madam Mayor, we do have Mark Dunnigan available from the City Attorney's Office.
Okay, great. Nice to see you, Mark. There you are. Hello. Hi, Mark. Okay,
Hello,
okay,
everyone.
okay, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
No, actually, as happy as I am to see you, this is not my item.
Oh,
There's been some terrible mistake.
that's
Madam-
okay. Madam Clerk, take us back.
Madam Mayor, this is a presentation from Director Stream, and we are
Okay,
looking to move her over.
okay, we'll do that. We'll see you soon, Mark. Thanks.
Madam
Bye.
Mayor, as we are working on getting Director Stream on, I would make the recommendation that we just hop on over to item C2. Okay, we're going to stay on this, according to the manager. See how she's on. You registered somewhere else?
Madam Mayor, may I ask on these next, well, I guess as to the various agreements that are coming before us, I don't have any questions on them. I've reviewed the staff report, so I'm happy to make a motion, but I don't know what is needed by the body.
And I'm fine to accept the motion. I just wondered, do any council members have any other questions? Seeing that there are none, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have, oh, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those Motion carries. Okay, moving right along. Back at you, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we will move on to item C2 now, which is also a public hearing.
Could I ask a question on that last item?
All
I
right,
thought-
thank you.
I thought we needed a presentation on the costing on those agreements.
Well, the costing is identified in the posting, so that's the sufficiency of the costing that is needed for the public records. Sorry, I'll leave it to our lawyers.
Yeah, for the record, John. Yeah, that's correct. I mean, we have it in, it had to be posted as a public hearing and the cost had to be provided and it was, so we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving right along, Madam Clerk, we will now open the public hearing. Was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on this item. We received letters of opposition, comments from the May 12th meeting as a reminder to council as those were continued over. 8 letters previously opposed to this. We also received public comment from Lillian Trenchero concerned with items, and Jody Horn, Kathleen Neufeld, and Mark Forey are in opposition. Additionally, Madam Mayor and Council, we do have voicemail. Again, reminder, these will include voicemails from items May 12th meeting as those were not heard at the time. We'll play those now.
Yes, my name is Marcella Ross, and I'm calling about LDC 21-0048 on Lakeside zoning. I would like to say that I'm opposed to this. We've already approved one other one a couple weeks ago, and I just think the density for Warren Way with the new schools and the swim school is just way too high. I can barely get out of my driveway now. I also think the city council should start to take into consideration our droughts that are coming up and all the people moving in. We need more water. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Dear Ms. Attorney and City Council members, I am a homeowner at 3875 Warren Way and president of the Hidden Crest Homeowners Association and a supervising community association manager for several homeowners associations in the Reno and Sparks area. I purchased my home in Hidden Crest in 2010 with single-family homes at the west and north of the property. We did have a business, Nevada Outdoor, that operated behind my home for the duration of that time. We have been advised that the City Council will be voting on rezoning a 3.07-acre parcel designated as LDC 21-0048, 22 on Lakeside zoning map amendment. I would like to put my opposition to this rezoning request on the record for the following reasons. On or about September 2nd, 2020, while COVID pandemic was in full swing, a letter was distributed from the City of Reno discussing zoning changes to the master plan under the renovation program. This letter did not indicate the zoning changes would be considered for the parcel in question, and I do have a copy of that letter available and will be sending it by email. As such, these items seem to indicate the master plan was amended without proper notice to constituents. As such, we request that prior to rezoning of this parcel, that the neighborhood have an opportunity to be properly noticed. All of the proposed rezoning is going from single-family houses, and there are homes on these lots currently, to high-density MF30. Secondly, parking along Warren Way is already a challenge, especially on Tuesdays when the residents of various townhome communities along Warren Way with a maximum density of 14 units have to place trash out by the curb. On March 23rd, 2021, we put in a request to the City of Reno to ask that more curb area be painted so that the residents of these townhomes could have their trash cans out without issue. Currently, vehicles park in the only curb space available for trash pickup. This rezoning will also impact traffic on Lakeside Drive and Peckham, where the left turn light should be installed. Third, the building height that would be allowed under the proposed rezoning would tower the current structures adjacent to the proposed project. This would have a negative impact on the current neighborhood and diminish quality of life for our Hidden Crest community. Not only 2 years ago, on October 10th, 2018, Senior Planner Sienna Reed indicated that the MF30 zoning for this same parcel in question was not in conformance with established uses in the surrounding neighborhood. The facts are that from Moana to Peckham along Warren Way, there is no density that exceeds 16 units on the entire block from Moana to Peckham. In fact, residential density decreases moving southward, and ultimately there's single-family homes along Warren Way to McCarran. to allow MF30 zoning in a neighborhood that currently has SF3 single family to a higher density zoning is not in conformance with the city block between Moana and Peckham. Nothing has changed in the past 2 years from these recommendations from Ms. Reed. Therefore, the council should deny the zoning request change. MF30 is not in conformance with this neighborhood. We ask City Council postpone approval of rezoning request pending proper notice to neighborhood, and that the City Council and City Planners review the recommendations from October 10th, 2018 prior to approving any MF30 zoning in our neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Don Lamers, 3875 Warren Way, President of Hidden Crest.
Hi, my name is Donna Keats. This comment is in regard to agenda item C4, case number LDC 21-0004822 on Lakeside. First, I'd like to say that finding M, ensure protection of existing neighborhoods, should not be made. The intensification lacks transitional density between districts, lacks transitional building height and mass, and negatively impacts existing neighborhoods and zoning. Aside from that point, I've spent a lot of time trying to define what I find so disturbing about the zone change request. In the end, it comes down to this. The request to change the zoning from SF3, formerly SF15, to MF30 was driven by city staff. Staff directed the change because they expected to rezone the entire block to MF30 in the near future. Wood Rogers' response to staff comment states that City of Reno is planning to change the broader area adjacent to the project area in the future. It makes several comments about the city's plans for the broader area. Something about this seems inherently wrong. I think it's that residents and owners of non-conforming parcels are entirely unaware of the pending changes to their property and what, quote, removing limitations imposed by non-conformities actually means. What are the boundaries of the broader area staff is planning to rezone, and what are the city's plans for it, and why doesn't anyone know about it? Staff's presentation to the Planning Commission in February 2021 outlined a work program to resolve mapping nonconformities, presumably by rezoning nonconforming parcels. It defined discrete geographic areas for review of parcel-level designations. The area around Lakeside, Moana, Peckham, including 22 on Lakeside project area, is not in any of the defined areas slated for review. The general approach outlined by staff makes much of targeted public engagement efforts, property owner involvement, and consideration of their preferences during the review process. How is it then that the applicant was unaware of the city's rezoning plans when the first rezoning proposal was submitted? I'll say this again. Something about this seems inherently wrong. Lastly, there's a bigger picture that should be considered. Development is proposed on one of 3 parcels in this request. It's reasonable to expect that after the upzoning is approved for the vacant parcels, there'll be another development proposal for additional 3-story complexes on the other 2 parcels. How much is too much to squeeze onto this location? If it's allowed, it will probably be done. Perhaps it's time to revisit the SMU designation and what the city is really doing with it. I ask you to consider the zone change request in the context of existing uses on surrounding properties and on a larger scale than the adjoining parcels. I ask you to think building mass and scale. Thank you.
Hello, this is an opposition to LDC 21-00048. My name is Mark Forey. My wife Sonia and I live at 3867 Warren Way in the Hidden Crest HOA, a low-density development adjacent on 2 sides to the parcels proposed to be changed to high-density MF30 zoning. These are additional comments. The staff report notes that in their April 28th meeting, Council provided direction to staff to broaden the conforming zoning districts for certain master plan land use designations, including SMU, to include MF14 and MF21 residential conforming zoning districts. At the same meeting, Council also directed staff to begin the neighborhood engagement process for the neighborhood in relation to the master plan, zoning map designations, recommended updates, and resolve inconsistencies. While we are pleased that these things are now being planned, the staff report states that the amendments to the SMU land use designations are scheduled to be brought to Council in late July, and the neighborhood engagement process for this neighborhood be done in 2022. In view of these plans, we strongly recommend that the Council not act to approve any zoning change request in the neighborhood until after both of these items have been completed. If Council acts to approve the current request for high density development before these things are done, irreparable damage will already be done to the neighborhood, which will render the neighborhood engagement process useless. For example, should the landowner seeking high density zoning decide to build apartments with enough small affordable units included, they could achieve a density bonuses of up to 45%, effectively allowing 43 units per acre. For the 3 parcels represented in this zone change request, they could build 132 apartment units on 3.07 acres, which would have a severe and adverse effect on neighborhood property owners forever. In view of these facts, we strongly recommend that the council deny the current zone change request due to the recognized inconsistency in the SMU land use designation, and ask the applicant to reapply after the necessary inconsistencies have been corrected and the neighborhood engagement process has been completed. Thank you for your consideration of this request.
I am calling about LDC 21-00048, parentheses 22 on Lakeside zoning map amendment. I live on Osgood. My name is Virginia A. Nolte. My address is 950 Osgood Place. Every day I watch cars zoom through Manzanita and through Warren, or down Peckham to Warren to get to Moana because of the backup. I've seen multiple accidents at the corner of Peckham and Lakeside. To put access either onto Lakeside or additional onto Warren is hazardous to public safety and to our neighborhood and way of life. My number is 775-827-8661. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on this item. At this time, we do have staff available for a brief presentation. We'll move over.
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
That's
Go
all
ahead.
right. We'll move over Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director.
Okay, perfect. Before we do that, Madam Clerk, I would like to give you a disclosure.
Thank you.
In the interest of full transparency and disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Sparrows, I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. I have sought guidance from our city attorney, and I do not have any commitments or financial ties or obligations to her in any way. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure for the record. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to send it over to you. Arlo, good morning.
Morning, Madam Mayor, council members. For the record, Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. Ashley, could you also bring in Nathan Gilbert? He's our staff planner for this application, and he'll be helping with any questions after my brief presentation. And I will pull up what may be my last screen share on a Zoom meeting. It'll be good to see everyone in person again.
You know, at least we won't talk over each other, which will be nice, right?
or randomly cut out.
Right. All right, sorry, go ahead.
Well, fantastic. So this is an application, 3 properties totaling a little over 3 acres on the east side of Lakeside between Moana and Peckham, shown on the map here. This area it's an interesting area, and it's one that's in transition. To the north, you have significantly higher intensity development with all the commercial centers and other uses along Moana Lane. Similarly, to the east is the Virginia Street corridor. Whereas to the south and west, we have significantly lower density, predominantly single-family development. This area was initially developed as SF3 type intensity, 3 unit per acre. But subsequent to that, many of the properties have been redeveloped and rezoned primarily with office and multifamily uses. We have received a number of inquiries from properties in this area. We have one other similar application in process, 1 block to the east over on Warren Way. So it's definitely one of these areas that's not clearly commercial, not clearly single family, kind of the in-between. Reflecting that, the city's master plan adoption in 2017 redesignated this area as suburban mixed use. And Moana Lane was identified as a neighborhood corridor. The requirements and policies of the master plan really call for some levels of intensification and direct infill development towards areas like this. The suburban mixed use designation has a number of kind of descriptors that apply to this area and that staff used extensively in our review of the application. Up at the top, it calls for concentrated nodes of higher intensity development, and that residential densities over 30 units per acre should be on major roadways. So this application would not exceed 30 units per acre. It was initially discussed as potentially a general commercial application, which staff was not in support of. But the lower intensity for this district, MF30 designation, is generally consistent with the descriptor in the master plan. Again, it calls for a diverse mix of commercial and residential uses based on site-specific considerations and opportunities. This is one of the really the few areas in Reno where you can have higher density housing in close proximity to services and employment. People legitimately could live without a car in this area and walk to restaurants, walk to groceries, walk to office areas, et cetera. And it is one of the lower intensity land use or zoning districts allowed in the land use category. This table was also included in the staff report, shows a comparison of the development standards focusing on intensity for the districts that are currently allowed within the suburban mixed use land use category, as well as some of the additional districts that we're proposing to add through a process that's in process right now. As you can see here, this is a 3-story zoning district. We do anticipate the story limit being the limiting factor. It allows up to 30 units per acre, but those density limits really have not been a limiting factor for projects, especially now that we have density increases for small unit sizes. The application for a project that was submitted concurrent with the zone change does propose 3 stories in height, but it's roughly half of the maximum allowed density. The other zone districts that are allowed, there are higher intensity districts, mixed use suburban and general commercial. Both are 5 stories or taller. Neighborhood commercial is comparable, except commercial uses are also allowed. And it's really professional office is the one zone district that does not allow 3 stories. Development is capped at 2.5 stories in that zone district. Similarly, of the potentially lower intensity zones that may be added in the future, MF14 would be the one that doesn't permit this type of building height and intensity. So all of that factored in, we reviewed the adjacencies, the public input received, and we relied heavily on the master plan to steer our recommendation in support of this application. Infill development's really hard. There's, no one likes new development in undeveloped areas, but when infill development comes to a property near you, it's also difficult. But at the same time, it's very hard to make the money work and to provide a more affordable housing product with buildings that are capped at 2 stories. So other considerations here, and I think one of the commenters raised a 3-year-old staff memo where staff was not in support at that time of a similar application. There have been a few things that have changed that are pretty significant since then. At that time in 2018, when this was applied for, the code had not been adopted and the master plan just had. At that point, your code assessment report that was kind of guiding where the code update was going to go was proposing to increase the building height in MF30 to 5 stories as opposed to the 3 stories currently proposed. That's a big difference. The review at that time anticipated that this could be a 5-story zoning district, which we do not feel would be compatible with the area. Whereas a 3-story product is slightly taller than the surrounding buildings, but generally in scale with redevelopment projects just a block to the north and a little bit to the east. In addition, some new standards were adopted to really focus on compatibility for these infill type projects. Those standards were not in place in 2018. At that time, you could go straight up to the maximum building height right at your side setback line. So you could see 45-foot building at that time come straight up from the setback line. These standards were really included to address situations like this, where for taller buildings, there's really 2 key standards. One is you have to match the setback of a lower density abutting zone district. And then the second one is this graphic in the lower right. If you go to a building height over 24 feet, projects have to provide additional setback at a 1-to-1 ratio for any portion of a building. So instead of being able to go 45 feet straight up at the property line, you can go 24 feet up and then taper the building back. Those are 2 of the most important changes that have happened since 2018 and really gave staff a comfort level that the standards are sufficient to allow infill development at this intensity and at the master plan intensity that it calls for without being unduly impactful for nearby properties. I'm not going into the details of the development project that's on your 6 p.m. hearing because it's really important to review zoning separate from development. That project, if approved, may or may not get built, but the zoning would stay in place. So the project is going to have to deal with those compatibility standards and any other project in the future would. Also want to point out that any development of 5 or more residential units will trigger a discretionary review process. So that'll be a mechanism to look at site-specific considerations, either with this application you'll see tonight or with any future application. At the Planning Commission, there were about 15 people who generally raised concerns, many of which you heard in the public commenters today, focusing generally on zoning intensification and concerns that it is too intense. The Planning Commission discussion really drilled into the master plan policies, the compatibility, the code standards for transitions and intensity, and what those requirements are for discretionary reviews in the future. And after that discussion, the Planning Commission recommended approval by a 6-to-1 vote. That concludes my brief overview. I believe there's an applicant presentation available, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, as would Nathan, who I see is now on the line.
All right, thank you, Arlo. Really appreciate it. Okay, let's ask questions of Arlo after we see the presentation or the applicant.
Madam Mayor, Garrett Gordon is representing the applicant today, and
Okay.
we have moved him over where he will do a screen share and give you a very brief presentation. Additionally, we do have Derek Kirkland that we will also be bringing over.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the Reno City Council. For the record, Garrett Gordon representing the applicant. Also with me via Zoom is Derek Kirkland with Wood Rogers, as well as Brian Geip, the owner of the company who is listed as the applicant and will hopefully build a beautiful project at the site. Let me screen share here. From beginning. Okay. Project 22 at Lakeside. I'll try to stay away from project details. I know that's up on appeal tonight in the event the zoning gets approved today. So we'll strictly focus on the zone change request. BRG Homes, the applicant before you, family business owned and operated by Brian Geip, native Nevadan. He's built 500 homes in 11 different developments. His current project is, hopefully you've all seen, is 14 on Cash Hill townhomes. This project, which you'll hear about tonight, is very, very similar, 3 stories, first story garage, 2 stories residential. Those are sold out, not surprisingly, given our housing shortage. So he purchased these properties and plans to replicate that Cash Hill project, and again, provide some much needed housing options to our city. The request today is a just a simple, straightforward one for a zone change amendment, changing it from SF3 to MF30. And why are we requesting this? In that it's bringing the property into conformance with the Reimagine Reno Master Plan designation of suburban mixed use. You can see in 2017, and again with additional updates in 2020, the City Council unanimously approved these properties, and you can see all the properties here in pink as suburban mixed use master plan designation. Number of blocks, number of properties, all with this designation. And then council again unanimously came back in 2021 and said, okay, now that we've designated suburban mixed use to these properties, what zoning designations should be allowed for these properties? And not only what should be allowed, council gave direction and said applicants or property owners can at no cost submit a zone change request to bring these parcels into conformance with the master plan. So the development community, property owners relied upon the master plan, relied upon the zoning code, and are now bringing in these applications to come into conformance with the master plan and what zoning designations are allowed. The only request today from BRG is to ask that the property be given the least dense residential zoning in conformance with the master plan. And here is that suburban mixed use designation. So you can see there are 7 zoning districts. So I'd submit to you the question before you today is which of those 7 should be designated? SF4 is now non-conforming. Any other, SF 12 or 14, all non-conforming. Which of these 7 is appropriate for this no-cost application to designate to this property? Because of course it's currently non-conforming. We have requested the least dense, as you can heard from Arlo, the least dense option, 30 units per acre. Mixed use suburban would have no density cap. Professional office would have no density cap. General commercial would have 45 units per acre. Neighborhood commercial would have 30 plus commercial uses. So multifamily, the least dense cap. Now I've also included here a provision from code that gives a backstop, that gives a check and balance. By no means today, if you approve MF30, can any of these property owners go pull a building permit for 30 units per acre? Council, I believe in its wisdom, said, okay, in this master plan designation, suburban mixed use, 30 units per acre is allowed, but if you want to go over 20 units, you have to do a minor conditional use permit. You have to come in to staff and apply for it, which is appealable to council. Also, a conditional use permit for over 100 units. That has to go to the planning commission and could appeal to city council. So you heard from some of the phone calls today, some of the residents, they're worried about height, about traffic, about transition, about number of stories. I think one person said, oh my gosh, 132 units can be built here, not without coming back to this council and making sure that all those aspects of a development are in fact appropriate. This is just the zoning, not the project. So you can see here the request to MF30. I would submit that it's certainly compatible. I think there was a comment by one of the neighbors that MF30 would just do some horrendous damage to the neighborhood. I would say if you look at the neighborhood, you have existing MF30 just at the block next door, which is surrounded by MF21, which is surrounded by MF14, which again on Peckham, you have MF30. Next to the property, you have professional office, which has unlimited density. You have MF21, you have MF14. As you head toward Moana Lane, you have general office, you have neighborhood commercial. And then north of Moana, you have just a variety of blocks with MF30. So it's clear it's a checkerboard of densities. we say to come in conformance with the master plan, we're selecting the least dense zoning category. It would have to come back to this council under an appeal, just like tonight, to make sure we get the project right and the density correct. Provides a broader mix of uses, allows for infill and higher density housing within proximity to services and employment. The master plan, I think last city council hearing, there was a comment that this change wasn't in conformance with the master plan. I'd say number one, it is because it picks the least dense zoning designation that's allowed, but two, infill in your new master plan is referenced 86 times. And why? Because the language in the master plan talking about vibrant neighborhoods, vibrant centers, mixed use of housing types, infill, homes in neighborhoods that are close to local shopping and dining options, variety of housing types to break up visual feel and experience of a neighborhood. Again, your master plan says much of the vacant residential land that is available in Reno is designed for single family housing, but other options should be explored to meet the changing needs of the community and to diversify the city housing portfolio. Again, we're not guaranteed 30 units. We have to come back to you and ask for a specific project. Sustainability, that word is used throughout your master plan and your new zoning code and your sustainability plan. Sustainability is certainly a consideration for these decisions, as dense housing options typically use less water and energy than single family homes and are generally more cost effective to serve with public transit. This project right across the street is a bus stop, so it meets your transit goals. And again, the residents spoke in your master plan and said many residents have suggested a stronger focus on infill development is needed. That's exactly what this project does. Two more master plan policies, again, focusing on the infill that's referenced 86 times. One, prioritize locations for infill and redevelopment. Prioritize infill and revitalize established areas of the city. Certainly this is an established area, but I'd submit to you, looking at a couple of these pictures, this property needs revitalization. You have a proven builder who's done a beautiful project up on Skyline that has not impacted the neighborhood in any other way, but provide a very aesthetically pleasing product and some housing options. And we're planning to revitalize, again, you'll hear about the project tonight, this area of the city. Again, underutilized properties. This is a master plan policy. Revitalize vacant, blighted, or otherwise underutilized structures and buildings. Here's some more pictures of the property. As I understand it, it used to be a landscaping company that was cited with code violations with the city numerous times. The conversion to a nice, modern-looking townhome project to add some housing stock to the city, we believe certainly is compatible and meets all the master plan policies. So in summary, the proposed zoning MF30, again, you can see it's a checkerboard of zoning. There's already MF30 surrounding the property, and also the SF3 that's south and west of the property are existing churches. It's not single family homes. The master plan conformance, staff and at city council direction said come in, apply, come into conformance. We've picked the least dense option. It supports missing middle, mix of housing types, infill redevelopment. It's infill within the McCarran Ring. And again, it's the lowest residential zoning designation that's currently allowed. Common designation in the area, again, compatible. And there's a future entitlement process. So this might be the most important slide that I'll end with is council not only said, here's 7 different zoning designations that are eligible to be in this master plan category. Again, we're picking the least dense and still have to come back with a project, but that there's a check and balance. That the comment that you heard with the neighbor is, oh, they can just do 43 units by right, or they can do 132 units by right. No, we would have to come back with a minor conditional use permit for between 21 and 99 units, or a conditional use permit for under 100 units. Tonight, the project has a conditional use permit that is under appeal that's coming to you. So if we get the benefit of this approval today and the project move forwards tonight, the project worked, the system worked, and that an appeal is before you to make sure we have the height, the setbacks, the densities correct. You'll hear tonight that we're half of MF30. We're under 15 units per acre MF30. So it's not as if this is pushing the limits or would allow us right to go to building permit. What's also important is what I've highlighted is that there's a public notice process. So for this project tonight, or the other two properties, if and when those move forward with any kind of units over 20, that the neighbors would all, there would be published notice, there'd be written notice, there'd be posted notice, and eventually any of them could appeal to city council to make sure the project was done correctly with setbacks, residential adjacency, height, density, parking, traffic, all those major concerns that are addressed, which we are prepared to discuss tonight. Also for any for sale product, which the project includes tonight, is a tentative map application, which also has separate findings, which is also will be reviewed by you tonight. So this is today only bringing the project, or excuse me, the property into conformance with the master plan. Tonight we talk about the project and making sure we're addressing all those elements. So we have a free application to bring it in conformance, which we're doing. Staff recommended approval. Planning Commission overwhelmingly recommended approval 6-1. And in closing, I'll just point to you, when your master plan was approved a couple years ago, there was a paragraph that said, let's look into the future. Let's see what this master plan is doing. And it should actively encourage the development of more diverse neighborhoods, check, and vibrant mixed use centers. Right down the street at Moana is a neighborhood commercial center, check. Neighborhoods will be encouraged to incorporate features and pedestrian-oriented characteristics that create a sense of place and community for residents. Opportunities to increase average densities, check. Accommodate broader mix of uses, check. Expand housing options near existing transit, bus stop across the street, check. Increase the diversity of lifestyle options, townhomes for sale product will be proposed, check. And reduce the fiscal impacts. As you heard from Arlo and his staff report, you've heard in other master plans, sustainability and doing infill projects does reduce fiscal impacts to the development, but also to the city. So with that, we respectfully request you uphold the Planning Commission recommendation for the conformance of the master plan. And then obviously tonight we would talk more about the project. Thank you for the time, Madam Mayor and City Council members.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gordon. I did get kicked off a couple of times. I don't know if other council members did too. Were you guys having some issues?
No.
No, okay. It looks like I'm actually frozen now. All right. Okay, with that being said, I'm going to open up the floor and I would like to take questions from council members. I can't see any of you, so I think like I said, my screen might be frozen on my end. So I'll just go around. Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I'm interested to hear my colleagues' thoughts, so I'm going to pass for now. I do have some questions, but I don't need to be first.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm just going to go sort of in order here on my screen. Councilman Delgado, any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this moment, I don't have any general questions. I believe the Planning Commission did their due diligence quite a bit on this project, and we're going to hear from a colleague
Okay.
as well.
All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I do have a question and some thoughts. Mr. Stockham mentioned that he provided us this time a letter from Sienna Reed that was written in October 2018 that objected to the proposal to upzone this site to MF30. And he said that she was not aware of a regulation that we would implement 3 years later. Of course, she was not. But she was aware of the current regulations at the time. And that's, I think, in which the context in which she analyzed it. And neither the Planning Commission nor us as council were provided with this as a background for the history. And in the letter, it's a very one-page letter, it simply mentioned that she disagreed with the MF30 proposal for these sites. And again, I'm not getting into the project as Mr. Gordon did. It's really about the zoning and what can go on that site ultimately. And what she recommended was that she looked at the compatibility. She looked at the zoning categories that were allowed at the time, which included MF30 has been discussed, but it also included professional office. And Mr. Gordon said that they selected the lowest intensity residential option available. However, professional office actually allows single family homes, duplex homes, fourplex homes. And what it does is it does set the setbacks and the height that are consistent with the neighborhood. So if a person wanted to build a residential development, it sets compatible zoning districts and so zoning regulations. And so she recommended denial. You know, I highly value her because she actually was the author of the master plan, and she actually reviewed these proposal a few years ago in context of the master plan that had been adopted then. So I guess my question, it's as much a comment, but there's a question too. In the master plan, it says, the very first line, Mr. Stockham did not circle, it says, the range of densities here were low to moderate density. So the first comment, I guess, is he said that a couple of people said that the current home SF3 was not conforming, but I've been assured over and over by our staff that existing housing stock is conforming with and is not to be considered non-conforming. In other words, you're not forced to rezone your house. So I guess my question is, I want to make sure that is actually true. That's what I've been told over and over, that they are conforming with today's world. And two, I wonder why we didn't consider this thought process. I wanted to give him an opportunity because that's where I think we need to be. So, Mr. Stockham, perhaps.
Yes, thank you. As mentioned in my presentation, that 2008 staff review memo, and I should say there were 2018. There were different views on that application at the time. The initial indication from staff was support, but at that time the master plan had just been adopted, and you had commissioned a code assessment report from Clarion. And one of the key recommendations of that code assessment report was to increase allowable building height in MF30 to 5 stories in height. So that was kind of the operating thinking at that time, that this would very likely become a 5-story zoning district. That is not the case. We dropped that idea for compatibility reasons and actually went further and embraced some residential compatibility standards that I described in my presentation that were not in code at that time, nor were they part of the code assessment report. Those changes were made to reflect public input during the code update process, where residents were concerned about impacts of residential infill in a neighborhood setting, exactly this type of situation. So code standards were adopted to provide for better compatibility. So those issues were definitely considered in detail. Staff on balance, Garrett did a good presentation of the many master plan policies that support this type of thing. And now that we do have an adopted code with these compatibility standards, we have a much greater level of comfort with this zoning district in this location.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Stockham, one of the things that I didn't hear mentioned in the master plan that is also throughout the master plan is about compatibility. There's talk about neighborhood preservation. So I think our job today is to balance, you know, those things. And in other words, I want to make it clear that I support intensification and would support it going forward. PO is intensification. Any range of multifamily is intensification. I support that. Going to the maximum when the SMU says low to moderate density and only go to the maximum higher intensity at your intersections, which this is not, and at your already intensely developed areas, which this is not. I would support infill, and I have over and over again, but I really think we got to get it right, which is one of our operating principles when we do the zoning. So I'll leave it there, and I want to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
I would like to finish my response to your earlier question because I think there are a couple important things in there. That descriptive language, keep in mind, this is the least intense of our mixed use district. So the low to moderate is in relation to urban mixed use and downtown mixed use designations that essentially allow unlimited height. That paragraph goes on to define what low to moderate is and says densities over 30 units per acre should be on major streets. Right. This is not over 30 units per acre, so that's why we felt it was compatible. On your question on the single family homes, Single family detached is not an allowed use in this district. So a single family home located in MF30 would be treated as legally established non-conforming. Nothing requires them to change anything or go away, but certain expansions do trigger discretionary review processes if someone were to keep a single family home and want to expand it, for instance. So I wanted to be clear on that they are existing non-conforming if this zone map gets approved, but that wouldn't affect any properties not subject to this zone change.
Okay, thanks, Arlo. We're gonna move on since that 3 minutes is up. So now I am going to head on over to Councilwoman Jordan. Do you have any comments or questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I have a question about the master plan process, because there has been some discussion about notification or something occurring. Can you just give a snapshot? I know it was a lengthy process, but kind of the outreach meetings and when the council adopted this zoning for this area.
Yes, there's good question. There's two steps. The first step culminated in 2017 with the new master plan. That underwent a very extensive public input process. It was before I started here, but I think 5 of you were on the council at that time. Many neighborhood meetings, thousands of people inputting. What that did not include was direct mailed notification to property owners. That is not required for master plan changes and did not occur at that time. However, before zoning was done, we went above and beyond the noticing requirements with the renovation code update. We did 2 rounds of direct property owner notification, and that essentially did the direct conversion from the old zoning to the new. Any future changes to implement those master plan changes at the zoning level does require property owner notification. This application included property owner notification, and in our planned outreach process to review zoning maps and master plans and consider changes, that will also include 2 rounds of direct property owner notification. So that's kind of how the process played out. Master plan more as a policy document and zoning as the regulatory document.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Weber, go ahead. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. I don't have a question. I just want to thank our staff for bringing this presentation about the process, and also thank you to Councilwoman Jordan for asking the question that she just did. And I think that was really good for all of us to hear. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Councilwoman Breckus. I don't see you, but I think you're on here. Oh, there you are. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm on a new laptop with a good connection here in my office at City Hall. So, Mr. Stockham, I understand now that we've enacted this new code, we have a 1-year transition period where applicants can request to process through the old code or the new code. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And are they requesting under the new code or the old code?
Well, the zoning map amendment, it's not really relevant. That's for the development applications. They're under the new code, the zoning districts being applied for. And the development proposal that will be heard on appeal tonight is also being processed under the new code, not the old code.
Okay, but there was, what is the thinking between having the new code and the old code transition choice? Is it, why just conceptually are we thinking that?
It's fairly commonly done this way, not always, but essentially it gives folks a period of time to transition to significantly changed regulations. A lot of times people buy property and they're in the middle of a pre-application design based on an old code, and kind of having a transition period like this prevents the need for them to stop and design around a recently adopted code. So this was recommended by Clarion and brought forward as part of the code update that we would have this 1-year transition process. We're finding that the majority of applications are proceeding under the new code, but it's really those that went pretty far down a path of design under an old code or had some special provision that they want to take advantage of that are proposing old code projects.
Okay, I thought also it was to some of our convenience so that we, could also have greater workability as we administer.
We're looking forward to being 100% new code from the staff level.
Could you bring up that slide on your presentation where you had the conforming zoning districts? I watched the Planning Commission meeting live that night. I don't always, and I'll just talk as you're bringing that up. I saw them struggling, and the reason I saw them struggling was because it appeared to them they didn't have a lot of conformity options for the zoning on this property. I was just wondering, I don't think that's the slide. It was the master plan slide for the master plan area there. And so the conforming zoning districts in this master plan land use area are what?
They are those districts listed at the bottom there, MF30, neighborhood commercial, which is staying. We have a case going to Planning Commission next week to convert these to the new districts. So neighborhood commercial stays neighborhood commercial. Arterial and community commercial go to general commercial, which are basically equivalent. Professional and general office go to professional office and PUD. This is there's different philosophies on master plans. The Reno master plan that was adopted currently has fairly narrow bands of allowed zoning districts in each master plan category with not a lot of overlap. That's typical of more directive master plans where they want to make sure that, limited land supplies aren't, utilized less efficiently and really be more directive of what type of development. The amendment that we're discussing and proposing, or actually starting the process on, would broaden the allowed zoning districts with each land use category to include additional lower intensity districts.
So here, okay, I'm gonna kind of catch up here and continue with my question. So here we are today. They've chosen to process under the new code, and the only conforming zoning districts that are in existence in the new code, multifamily 30, neighborhood commercial is no longer a zoning district, correct?
No, it continues largely unchanged. It's the same residential density as multifamily 30.
Okay, so they had two. I understand that. Arterial commercial, does it exist any longer?
That was converted to general commercial together.
But it doesn't exist any longer. Community commercial, does it exist any longer?
That's general commercial now.
Professional office, does that exist any longer?
Yes, that's maintained.
And general office?
That's rolled into professional office.
Okay, but it doesn't exist any longer. So really the only conforming districts that the Planning Commission could have put it toward were this MF30, the neighborhood commercial, or professional office. Is that correct?
No, we use the zoning conversion table. So for example, community commercial, that doesn't exist anymore, but general commercial is conforming here.
But
and
I
we
mean,
have a Planning Commission next week to modernize these, update these districts to reflect.
Yeah, that's a policy decision that we're going to be making in the future. But I guess when I was struggling is seeing that the under the new code, which they've selected to process under, the only available options for the Planning Commission to assign this was the multifamily 30, the neighborhood commercial, and the professional office, correct?
No, general commercial would also be conforming.
Oh, general commercial is something in the zoning districts now?
Yes.
But general commercial isn't on this master plan page.
That's what we're updating next week.
Okay.
We use the zoning conversion table.
Yeah.
General commercial is the equivalent of AC and CC.
Yeah, but that's a policy decision to be made. I guess my point is, I'd like to explore the differences between the multifamily and the neighborhood commercial development standards if both were before the council. But I want to ask you something that I brought up during the Lake Ridge discussion, where we made also in an existing neighborhood a choice of how to rezone a piece of property that was, you know, kind of tucked in, and that is the specific plan district. We folded that into the code, but it's not a conforming zoning district right now. Is that correct?
In this table, it isn't. In the master plan text amendment being reviewed by Planning Commission next week, that will be added to all the districts and treated the same as PUD.
Okay.
Although I would say that the SPD purpose statement, it's really intended for unique type of products. This is a straightforward townhome product that probably would not be appropriate for SPD.
Unique product or unique properties and site conditions?
Well, SPD are typically associated more with a project where perhaps you have a broader range of uses and want to limit development standards. The language in code, we're trying to limit SPD zoning to unique situations and not just splatter kind of special districts all over the community.
Yeah.
So our recommendation for a product like this would be to fit into one of the standard zone districts. And really PO is the one that's currently allowed that does not allow 3 stories in height. It has no max density, so you could do more units per acre, but you would be capped at 2.5 stories.
Well, I mean, here's the thing is obviously SPD is not in front of them because they're in under the new code and you have not amended the master plan to make SPD a conforming district. But, you know, that is something, if this is denied, the council can, you know, they can work under the new master plan conformancy tables that we adopt when we decide to do that, and they could go in that way. But here we are today looking at, as you have, the conforming zoning districts, which I'm sorry, I don't see general commercial as one. You know, if we have to meet the master plan, you just showed me the current master plan. And I don't see general commercial as a conforming one. I only see from.
It's the second one from the top there.
But that wasn't on your master plan slide. That's not in the
As I
master
meant,
plan today.
The conversion table that was adopted into code established that general commercial is the equivalent of AC and CC. So it is an application to general commercial is not prohibited today, but it's one that staff doesn't support because it's a much higher intensity district in this location. We wouldn't support that.
Okay, let's put that aside for now because, you know, I think if you haven't updated your master plan to have a conforming zoning district, you can't go there. You know, but you and I are disagreeing on that.
And
So you
just
have
to note
neighborhood-
for the record, we have gone through 2 rounds of questioning.
Okay, sure. And I want to note for the record that the clock was not on Mr. Gordon, and by my watch, he spoke about 25 minutes, I think 22. Thank you.
Okay,
Madam Mayor, if I may,
yes, go right ahead.
and I'm happy to just use my 3 minutes. So look, I watched the Planning Commission meeting. I don't agree with Councilmember Breckus that they were struggling with where to fit it in. The Planning Commission was very emphatic about what they ultimately concluded, which is that this area is a patchwork of various zoning types, and that these parcels to be in conformance could be MF30. Looking at the slide you just showed, and which you were discussing with Councilmember Breckus, Mr. Stockham, I see it as less about density and more about height. I fundamentally believe that as the Planning Commission decided, we have a master plan and sort of a vision for this community that says we should have more dense urban infill so that we don't have to push the envelope of our city continuing to go up the canyon walls or up the basin walls and out over the hills by making it so that where we have transportation, where we have infrastructure already in place, we can reduce our environmental impact by increasing density, but also we can meet a need of housing and affordability components by doing that. So can we go back to the slide that you had put up there? Am I incorrect, Mr. Stockham, that the key difference between PO and MF30 is that height component and not so much the density component? Have I oversimplified it or missed the mark in some way?
No, I concur. The height is or the stories are very likely to be the limiting factor here. PO, you can go to no maximum density, but you really can't fit that in 2.5 stories with parking and setback requirements. So we believe the key issue is the number of stories. The application would allow 3 stories. The one lower height district, which is professional office, would cap it at 2.5, which basically means that the 3rd story has to be half of the square footage of the lower stories, kind of in within a gabled roof, that type of thing.
But you made a point, and I want to see if I understood it in your presentation, about the ways in which the properties have to be stepped off of the adjacent property lines. Is that correct? Meaning if we agree with the Planning Commission's decision that MF30 is appropriate, okay, here you have it. So it wouldn't be built right up to the property line, sort of peering into some adjacent neighbor's home.
Yeah, the 24 feet is the maximum height you can go at that side setback line. And for each foot of height above that, you need 1 additional foot of setback. So for example, to go to a 45-foot maximum allowable height, that would require an additional 21-foot setback from the property line at that point in the building. This is a pretty key provision that was important in our review and gave us a greater comfort level with this application.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I don't see my timer. Oh, I'm up, so I'll pass to the second round if I get one.
I have a question to follow up. Madam Mayor.
Can we go back to the screen so I can see everyone? Thank you so much. Perfect. Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Just following up on what you just said, Mr. Stockham, you mentioned about the side setbacks, and what about the rear setback? How does that affect the rear setback?
The rear setback generally has a larger setback standard. And I believe we have, I showed you
for
kind of
MF30, it's 10 foot.
Yeah. The rear also has a different graphic that I don't have here that essentially has a similar height to setback requirement.
The reason I'm asking this question is that when we're looking at compatibility, I get it when something's across the street and you have multiple lanes between a property. When properties abut each other and you are talking about putting a taller building next to smaller buildings that are already in place that are single family housing, MF14, I think that makes a difference. And, you know, I think it's really important. We have to understand what you can build on a site zoned for MF30. And what we have to understand too, that one of these is a flag lot, meaning that it touches both Lakeside and Warren, and that traffic would be on both, no matter where whatever you build. So that Warren is affected as well as Lakeside. And so we have to understand, you know, what is going on here. And what I want to ask you is, you mentioned the neighborhood engagement process, but when are you planning to come forward with the neighborhood engagement process so that the neighbors would actually have some input, you know, more generally, the SMU, as you know, my understanding, it was done in a pretty broad brush. Doesn't seem appropriate everywhere. As you pointed out, this is a very sensitive area, you know, where you have a transition from a Moana higher density to residential, and then back to up to Peckham, you know, which is a cross street, then up to McCarran. So we're in a transition area, and what we're trying to do is the hard job of trying to fit and compatibility and say what works with what. So just the question was, when are you planning to come forward with the neighborhood engagement process? Well, if our decision is made today, how does that affect that too?
Council approved the work program a month ago. We have on Planning Commission next week the master plan amendments to essentially provide the framework. And then this is currently planned to be the third neighborhood to address. We have the North Valley's Stead area and the area of east of UNR kind of first up and second up. So we anticipate getting to this area in early 2022.
Mhm. So I guess I'll just add that we already have development proposals here, as you already identified, another one from Warren Way. I spoke to that owner and he is actually didn't want to do MF30. They were interested in MF21, which also isn't allowed here right now. And you also at the same meeting, last meeting, said that you wanted to add in some lower density categories that would help us make these compatibility findings, that would help make the transition a little easier for people. So I think I'd heard you were coming forward in July, either with a first or second reading on that. Is that true?
Yes, we have the that change is on the Planning Commission agenda next week, and then it'll come to council immediately following your summer break in late July.
Okay, well, I'll just end with this. You know, one of the things I don't want to get sucked into, which we have done before, which is we're looking ahead to a building and we see a building, tentative maps and those kind of things last 18 months. Zoning is forever. And so what I want to do in this evaluation is be really careful to do the best job that we can with the zoning, because that's not changing. We don't, you know, the person has to come forward to change the zoning. It's forever until they want to make a change. So I've already heard, as I said, from the neighbor on Warren Way that's asked for a change, and our categories don't even support what he's interested in doing. So, you know, that's, I'm kind of stuck with that we were given some poor options. PO is still a good option, has the same height and setback density as MF14. They could do their development. I'm surprised that wasn't brought in as an option per Miss Sienna Reed's proposal, and given the options available on the table. To your point, here's the options you can pick from. And I guess disagree a bit with Mr. Gordon's comment about this. They came in with MF30, the least intense. It was the only multifamily category that was offered. PO also has multifamily, single family options in there. So, you know, I don't take the same perspective. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council members? Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I counted up 14 properties that share a property line with this property. It wasn't in the staff report and I just had to do it from this little map. But to me, that's a lot of adjacency. And so I do want to understand that the single family 3 district has what height allowance?
I have it here. It's 35 feet.
35
stories.
Okay.
2.5 stories.
And so the one they're requesting of MF30 goes up 35 feet also?
No, it goes to 45 feet.
45. Okay. So a 10-foot height jump among these 14 properties. And then what are the setbacks again? How do they compare? Mr. Stockham? You're on mute, Mr. Stockham.
I'm sorry about that. The MF30 setbacks, the standard side setback is 5. However, if it adjoins a lower density district, they have to have 10, which matches the lower density districts.
How do you define the lower density district?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How do you define lower density district?
There's 2 different areas in code. If it's adjacent to any single family district, it's a 10-foot setback. Or if it's adjacent to a district that has a greater setback, they have to match it. Okay. In this case, 10 feet is the result for both. And then additionally, the height setback ratios apply from that setback line for taller portions of the buildings.
Did the staff report go over that analysis of the setbacks for the 14 adjacent properties?
Yeah, that was a pretty significant portion of the review of the project.
Okay.
And there was discussion at Planning Commission, and the applicant presented a proposal for greater setback as well. There's also a condition related to that we can talk about when we get to the project review.
Okay. Well, we may not get to the project, right? So I'm trying to understand what the 14 properties that adjoin are. And the irregularity of the parcel, to me, is also problematic because you're going to have a kind of some boundary situations. For example, you have a church here on the south, correct? That's a church. And then you have to the north, you have that professional office, correct?
Correct.
And then how is access provided off of Warren Way? You kept talking about large streets or high volume streets. What was that applicability?
That's the master plan language that directs the higher intensity zone districts to major streets, which would be something like Moana Lane, and basically says to go over 30 units per acre, you should have access from a major street. However, MF30 is the lower intensity below that threshold. This is 3 separate parcels. The development application tonight is just on one of them. So we don't know exactly what future development's going to look like, but presumably that flag lot, there could be a driveway out to Warren with some future project.
Yeah, you know, I mean, here's my thinking on this is just maybe more for my colleagues, and I can save it under consideration, is, you know, we've done a lot of work on our zoning, and I think that the burden is on the applicant to really say why the zoning isn't correct. And I think in this irregular lot, which is just one project coming forward, I'm not seeing the justification to go forward under, you know, this current choice to go under the current code. I'm really struggling with that, and bringing MF30 on such a small irregular parcel doesn't give them a lot of design options, and that, whereas the SF3 provides more design options in my view. So I am having a hard time accepting the justification, and also the compatibility to other development in the area. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on. Any further questions? Go ahead, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to pull back to a 30,000 foot question. And I guess when we kind of looked at globally what the objectives as a community were of increasing infill and density to meet our housing, the crushing housing need that we have, and balancing that with, you know, people that oppose any sort of development that is considered to some as sprawl. How does this match up when we talk about a compatibility with regards to ADUs? Because I know there's been support and advocacy for ADUs in the past, and although I know we didn't vote in favor of that previously, I would imagine that the support of ADUs would be controversial as an option to some as well. Is that fair when you're talking about compatibility?
I think it's fair. I mean, infill's hard. It's always hard. And when a project or an application like this is proposed, that's really where the rubber hits the road. From a policy level, intensification through zoning, allowing things like townhome projects as opposed to strictly single family detached. That's one strategy to help with affordability challenges. ADUs are a different strategy, also working towards the same goal. ADUs are generally applied in single family zones, and we're talking multifamily zoning for this application.
Thank you. And I guess I'm just trying to get to the aversion to intensification while at the same time advocating for a product. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I think I mean,
go ahead.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I don't know
Madam
if
Mayor, I haven't
keep
gone
talking.
a second time. I apologize.
So sorry. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much. I want to just say a couple of additional things. One is, I think we spent a considerable amount of time as a community through the master planning process and what we envisioned for Reno. And the Planning Commission here spent a considerable amount of time in a similar kind of analysis as to how to resolve some of the non-conforming or conforming uses. Councilmember Breckus mentioned SF3 as an option, but that of course is wrong because it doesn't conform to the master plan. So we can't both say that we love the master plan, we want urban infill, we want to densify Reno so as to avoid some of the environmental and economic impacts of density, and also, you know, say what we want to do is spot zone little parts all over town. I just do not think that that is the appropriate way to allow for thoughtful development as we move forward. Because I think, as Mr. Stockham, you pointed out, urban infill is difficult, but so too is building up along the basin. So too is building up north of Reno. All of the easy spots are gone now. And I think one of the things that informs how I'm leaning on this particular project is that, you know, our planning commissioners have a very diverse background, and they are apolitical, and they made some decisions about conformity and compatibility. And as I think I've indicated to my colleagues earlier, I see this really as a dispute not about the density, because of course the density will be controlled by the permitting process, the geography of the land, the setback and height requirements. I don't believe that just because you give them MF30, someone's going to race in with an MF30 related project and try to max it out. And I think there are checks to that, right? There are backstops to whether that could actually happen. I think this is about height. And I went and spent some time in this neighborhood on 2 different occasions, drove it, walked it with one of the adjacent homeowners. And ultimately, it is a mishmash of commercial uses, townhomes, single family dwellings, professional office, churches. It is an eclectic neighborhood. And ultimately, if you look at the master plan, it really is calling for that kind of differing uses, different heights, varying types of things, because it ultimately is what happens when you have infill. So I think the Planning Commission got it right. I think that the choice that we have today is one that I can support as MF30, and then we'll take up what we will tonight as to any particular project. But as to the zoning, MF30 is compatible and consistent with the master plan.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I just want to go on the record as saying that I, for one, am not averse to infill. I just want to do it right. And I've supported numerous infill projects, including a veterans apartment complex right near Virginia Lake on a couple acres, acre and a half. I'm working right now with a affordable developer blocks from here, which is in a more commercial area for a affordable housing that would be very dense. So for me, it's all about compatibility, what's there. Councilman Breckus mentioned the 14 properties that are adjoining. What's concerning to me is making sure that as we intensify, as we do infill, that it does make some kind of sense and we have a transition. I don't believe that MF30 is the right transition next to either SF3 or MF14. I think the right transition is MF14. If we don't have MF14 in our book right now, which we are planning to add it, according to Mr. Stockham, but if we don't have it right now, PO certainly fills the bill. For residential housing, it's the same height as MF14. It's the same setbacks virtually as MF14. It's very similar to MF14. And that's where I would have liked to see this go. And I still would like to see it go there. So with that in mind, the fact that I do support intensification and have over and over and over again, but I'm not willing to max things out in zoning in an incompatible way. That's why what's brought me today after touring and meeting and so on is to recommend denial of this zoning application for 3 properties. That it is not spot zoning. It's what our applicants have come in with. We didn't do it. They did it. They asked for it. I don't believe that it meets under our zoning code item I, which is to ensure the development of land is commensurate with the character and physical limitations of the land. This particular land has a very significant slope in it, over a 10% grade. And then M, to ensure protection of existing neighborhoods and communities. I think we've got to do thoughtful infill that makes sense, that leaves people whole, their property values whole, but also adds that intensification layer. I want to see more here. I totally support it, just not as much as what's been proposed. And so with that, Madam Mayor, I think I probably should also just, it's a zoning map, but it also talks about general review criteria. And there's one about mitigating traffic impacts, and also that's item 3, and one about providing safe environment. The reason I can't meet that, I live near this area. Peckham Lane intersects Lakeside. Whenever it snows or is wet, people tend to slide right outside of Peckham, right into middle of Lakeside because of the slope. These properties are just one door down from Peckham Lane. And I think they're going to be affected by the same challenges and properties. So I'd love to see these folks come back with a lower density zoning proposal, but for today, I cannot support the MF30. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second from Councilwoman Breckus. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'm supporting the motion because I agree. I think that the request, and we really just have to go from what it is to where they want to go. It doesn't matter what staff said or did not say they would support, or what was or did not get in the zone change, or what's coming forward next month. We really need to look at it on this perspective. And what I see are 3 parcels. So I have to look at each parcel with the setbacks and how they're going to be developing under this MF30. And the findings I'm having a difficult time with is C, existing views and access to solar resources, which will cast shadows on surrounding residential and commercial developments. There's a lot of adjacency here. I have not toured the area with anyone, that's my disclosure, but I'm familiar with it. And I think that also in terms of finding and promote systems which use wind, solar or wind, when you've got this much differential among this many people, you're going to block other people's opportunities who may or may not already have solar. I think that there would have been a path forward to get a product here. And if this is turned down, I think there is a path forward for them to get a product here. It's a challenging little stubbed in parcel with adjacency issues, with topography issues, with access issues. I think the path forward, if this council declines this, would be for them to come forward and work with a customized zoning district that the SPD zoning district was designed for, that Clarion said, use this. And if you'll remember, my colleagues, when we had the Lake Ridge case, the same applicant's representative came forward and our staff said, we're not going to do an SPD. It's not a good district for it. I think it is in these very tough, difficult infill areas where we can balance the challenges that we want of design. And I think that's particularly why we adopted the SPD. And they could come back in 2 weeks for an SPD ordinance to design the project and get us a good model for where we need to go. So I don't think there's any problem in turning this down. It's just on its face, it's not a good zoning district for this area at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I have a motion and a second. No further discussion from anyone else? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails.
Wait.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Weber.
Madam Mayor, I just voted in favor of the motion and I was against the motion. So
Okay, do you want to give me a motion since it failed? Councilwoman Weber?
Well, after hearing all the conversation, I appreciate the comments made. I think Councilmember Reese should be the one that makes a motion because he.
All right, I will make the motion. Okay, I'll make the motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Madam Mayor, before you take a call for the vote, can I have City Attorney Hall please read the bill number into the record?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thanks, Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
So this is ordinance introduction bill number 7175, case number LDC 21-00048, 22 on Lakeside zoning map amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, a plus or minus 3.07 acre subject site comprised of 3 parcels from, excuse me, SF3, single-family residential to MF30, multifamily residential. The site is located on the east side of Lakeside Drive, plus or minus 175 feet north of West Peckham Lane, with the flag lot extending access to Warren Way. The site has a master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use, Ward 2.
All right, Madam Mayor, you do have a motion and a second on the table. You may call for the vote now. Thank you.
All right. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion carries. All right, at this time, I believe we're going to break for how long, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, I'd recommend that we break for 45 minutes, 1 hour.
Okay.
1 hour for good measure. Everyone, please come back at 1:15 promptly so we can get through the rest of your agenda.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Bye-bye. What page is that on the agenda? I'm looking at it electronically.
It would be on page 8. This is the review,
Yeah, here we
discussion,
are.
and approval of Civil
Review.
Service Commission rules.
Weird. My agenda stopped. Okay. All right. All right. So you made a motion.
Yes, to approve, Madam Mayor, move to approve.
All right. Thank
I'll
you so
second
much.
the
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item D2 is an internal audit response. We have no public comment. I do have Emily Kidd available if there are questions, or council can take a motion.
Okay, perfect. All right, Emily, or how about any questions from council members?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, item D3, presentation discussion regarding the audit report. We again have Emily Kidd available if you have questions, or council can take a motion. There's no public comment.
Move to approve.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second.
No.
Okay.
This is the first time we've heard this audit. And I think it's very important for us to hear the results of this audit. The Workmen's Comp Fund is a huge fund with a lot of financial implications to the city. And so I'd like to hear what they found, and then I'm going to have some follow-up questions. So thank you.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Emily, are you? Oh, there you are. Hi, nice to see you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, can you see my share screen?
I can.
Okay, great. All right, so this audit.
Wait a second, I don't see it, Madam Mayor. It's coming up, but it's not opening up.
Emily, we can see that you have started screen sharing. However, there's nothing on the screen for us. It's just black. I'm not sure if you've got it on a second screen for your presentation. Emily, there might be an option for you to back out of the screen share, and then when you go back into it, it'll pop up and ask you which screen you want to share. It may be stuck in that if you've got multiple monitors.
We're on item D3, correct?
That is correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, where are we in this process? Can you see my screen at this point?
We
Now-
can.
Yes, we
Okay,
can
great.
now see it. So you can start your slides.
Okay, great.
I'm sorry, I thought we were on, sorry, I thought we were on a different agenda item. So I'm glad Councilman Breckus brought this up. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this is the workers' compensation process audit. Here at the City of Reno, we have a self-insured workers' compensation program. It includes coordinating services, the management of our third-party administrator, and it's very regulation-driven. It's an NRS Title 53, and there are a lot of time-sensitive elements in the NRS. So the purpose of this audit was to determine if the administration of the program is operating consistently, efficiently, equitably, and in accordance with documented policies, procedures, and laws. Some of our key findings, we found that multiple employees across the organization have been tasked with filing workers' compensation claims, which creates inefficiencies for program management. Also, the physical security and cybersecurity of personal identifying information and protected health information is a concern. And the return to work program is not applied consistently across the organization, nor is it consistent with industry best practices. The audit recommendations will match those findings. We recommend we enhance the physical security and cybersecurity of those program documents and find efficiencies in the administration process, including retaining records minimally, reducing the number of personnel administering the program, and providing training periodically to those administrators, as well as to enhance their return to work program. As a reminder, the internal audit function here at the city is here to provide the city of Reno with an independent appraisal function designed to assist the Reno City Council, citizens, and city management in establishing accountability, transparency, and a culture of continuous improvement in city operations. That concludes my presentation, and I'm ready for any questions you might have.
All right, Emily, thank you so much. To me, that was a little brief. I kind of would like maybe a little bit, maybe some of your feedback on, I think there's been a lot of frustration in this department with workman's comp in, claims that continuously get denied. And, did you dig into some of that, Emily?
Madam Mayor, if I might jump in here, the subject of this audit was not the claims process and how the third-party administrator deals with the claims that are submitted. The focus of this audit was sort of on the security of the information obtained through our own processes as it relates to how a claim is made and how it is handled and passed on to that third-party administrator.
Okay, are we going to do an audit on that or no?
We are working through with CCMSI what's going on exactly in terms of some of those claims. But of course, as you know, it is a very complex issue, and with novel illnesses in the community, it gets into a question of reinsurance and all manner of other things. And so we are collecting those statistics. We're using the risk manager to do that right now. And when we have a report that we can share and an understanding of what's going on there, we will do that.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. All right, thanks for also clarifying sort of our scope. Emily's probably like, what? Okay, thanks, Emily. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus. Oh, we can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on this new laptop. I do have questions about the CCMI contract, and I think it was a good report. I think it captured some things that can be very easy systemic improvements like most of these audits do. So, great. But the CCMI contract was seen to have been extended administratively or by executive authority last year without council approval.
Councilmember Breckus, this is probably a question best handled by Director Stream. Let me see if she is still in attendance.
Well, it's in the report.
Right. In terms of how that happened, we
Yes.
are, we're aware of it, and we're aware of a couple of issues there in terms of benefits administration, and I'm sure Director Stream can speak more in depth as to what happened there.
Okay, so what happened there, Ms. Stream? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. So it does appear, so the original contract with CCMSI was for a 3-year period with 2 one-year renewals there. But the renewal that occurred in 2020 should have gone back to council for approval. I can tell you that the last renewal for the contract with CCMSI is on the agenda for 6/9 on June 9th, so that it will renew prior to the end of the fiscal year as required and appropriate.
So, okay, thank you. So question number 1 is, last year it was approved administratively. Was that the 1-year extensions, or was that beyond the 5 years?
That was one of the 1-year extensions. So the previous director, Mark Gregerson, did sign off on that.
Okay, and it should have gone to council because in excess of the administrative signing authority of 50,000 per the resolution, correct?
That is correct. And that was one of the findings with the current audit. And so that has been corrected. And as I mentioned, the renewal will go to council on June 9th.
And that's the 5th and final year of the contract, correct?
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
So then next year, we can reevaluate where we're at, look at different vendors, presumably do a transparent and open call for vendors, correct? If we decide.
Absolutely. That is my recommendation, that we put together kind of either an RFP process or a bid process, that we really look into and dig into the statistics around claims and the claim administration process so that we have a better idea prior to bringing the new contract to council.
Okay, and from an audit perspective, Ms. Kidd, this doesn't put in jeopardy our standing or state, obligations to have a workman's comp program, in the fact that we have a misprocurement or miscontracting problem.
Yeah, for that, I would defer to legal.
Yeah, Mr. Hall, you feel we're in a comfortable place, even though we extended that 1 year in a manner that is inconsistent with our policies?
Yes, I think so. I think there was some confusion as to who had the authority to approve it. And obviously, Mr. Gregerson felt that council had approved the 3-year contract in addition to the 1-year extensions. But I think both parties have been operating under the contract, so I think we're fine at this point.
Okay, thank you. I just, I've been, seems like procurement keeps coming up and up again. There's compliance, and then there's best practice. And this is one where, maybe things got lost in the shuffle, unfortunately. But thank you, and thank you for the report. Good audit. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Ms. Kidd for the audit. When I motioned early about this, it wasn't because I didn't think it was important. It was because I read the audit and I appreciated the attention to detail from the audit. Ms. Kidd, it appears to me that as with most audits, you are reviewing a certain set of information and best practices. And not only that, but you've then provided a path forward on us, and you've identified essentially 12 areas where we need improvement, right? And so as I can tell from the report, you've identified things like, I'll give it just some examples. Too many people are filing workers' comp claims sort of departmentally. So you have all these people in the organization and you're trying to consolidate those. Is that a fair example?
Yes, that's a decent portrayal of what I was trying to convey in terms of the administration.
Yeah, and I think that's super critical because your audit function is how we're going to get better, right? It's why the mayor often has been very vocal about wanting to see audits within various departments. You've been very kind to ask us for what we are seeing and think audits need to happen. I just think it's a critical point to point out really what your job does and how it can help us organizationally be better, because you're leading the path forward. Because I also see things in the audit that say, here's a problem, here's how we're going to fix it, and here's the timeline for the fix to happen. So I see some critical hiring issues that are going on. Looks like some trainings that will be completed this summer. You've also got an October deadline for one of the, we'll call it the fixes. At the end of the day, I suppose ultimately I have lots of questions about CCMSI that aren't really related to this audit. I think that our employees continue to be denied claims. There continue to be issues with novel, related illnesses and those kind of things. And that's something we will take up, I think, as a body at some point in time. But as it relates to organizational inefficiencies or organizational gaps, your audit, I think, is an incredibly good example of why we need the audit function to help us identify those areas. So at the end of the day, kudos to you for the hard work that you put in on this particular audit. Not every audit has major findings or is as snazzy as this one, but I think this one was particularly well done. So congratulations to you, and let's go make the fixes that you've identified happen. And that's really a comment directed at Mr. Manager.
I want to comment too.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I want to support what my colleagues have said, and Emily knows how I feel about the audit function in particular, and the fact that she reports directly to our manager so that she can remain independent and not influenced and make these very important recommendations to us and our managers so that we can address things and be better. I have had many ongoing concerns about the other phase, this third party, and their apparent frequent denial of workers' compensation claims that do not make sense on review to me. And I guess my question to either one of you, Mr. Thornley or Ms. Kidd, is when are we going to be addressing that? You said we will be addressing it, but I think it's one of those sooner the better.
Councilmember Doer, I agree, sooner the better. Waiting on the report from the risk manager in terms of where we're at and what those claims look like. And once we've gone through that information, once the data is compiled there, we'll be able to better adjudicate whether or not these claims were fairly handled by CCMSI under the terms of that agreement and the terms of our insurance policies.
And then one more question, do disability claims also fall under that basket, or are they handled separately?
It depends on sort of the situation under which they arise.
Okay, whether it's like due to work or whether it's a disability you got elsewhere but has affected your ability to work. Because I've had questions about those as well. So maybe you can just encompass that as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing that there are none, making a motion.
I'll move.
Councilman.
I think I already made a motion. It was seconded. So we were in the discussion phase, Madam
So I
Mayor.
have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, moving on to item D4. This is discussion regarding replacement of parking meters. We do have.
Is Oscar on here? I don't know why, but I just think of you every time we talk about parking meters. All right. Do we have any public comment on this?
We do not, Madam Mayor.
All right. Perfect.
We do have Claudia Hansen available from staff to answer questions if council has
Great.
any.
All right. Claudia, great to see you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilman Breakfast.
You know, I referenced this earlier today when I was expressing concern about a no bid procurement of software. And while here we've gone out to bid probably for the third time in a decade for parking meters or bringing on someone, which should be a revenue generating program within its own fund in the world I operate in. But I think you went out for RFP and you found a vendor that that meets the bill. Is it our current vendor or is it a different vendor?
Yes, it's our current vendor, IPS Group.
Now, didn't they sell us like an obsolete product last time that was 2G and we went in big and took out a note on those and then found out within short order that they were obsolete?
Well, we've had the current meters, I think 8 to 10 years, somewhere in that range. The 2G switch is not an IPS. I think it's a T-Mobile issue. So it was not as a result of IPS Group.
Okay. What I seem to recall is we went with a novel vendor, the council before, and then we had an emergency situation where we had to bring on a new replacement meters. And
you may be thinking of the kiosk program.
Yeah.
The kiosk program was a local company that was probably 12, 15 years ago, maybe 12 years ago. And that kiosk program did not work well in this community at all. And we did replace them with the current meters that we have, which is where IPS came into play. IPS was not the kiosk program.
Yeah, my recollection is that local vendor that, you know, you wanted to give an advantage to the former council, and I don't like to look back and question their motives, but didn't work out. And so we were, you know, kind of in a hot spot of not having workable meters. So we went with this IPS group that maybe sent us like, you know, the old meters in the back room, you know, and that's not the case. Okay.
No, not at all. No, the ones we had were new at the time. They just, it's the 2G network that is getting switched out. And this is happening across the country. I know Oakland has already lost their network and a couple of other cities.
Okay. I thought we just missed the timeline on ones that were for both. Let me ask you this, because really my questions have been for many years now is where are we going with the parking program? You know, I guess this is just a hardware change, but is there I've been looking to stand up that division, get somewhere, and I understand that the nature of parking has really changed a lot in the last, you know, since we've been on council, but are we making any strides on a program, or is this just a same status quo thing?
Thank you for that question. Councilman Reese brought that up during agenda review as well. I'm working with community relations as well as public works to put together an assessment of our overall parking program. Right now, it's in a few different departments and it's not being looked at holistically. And so it really needs to, ultimately the report will say that we need to look at it as maybe its own program, maybe its own division of another department, and really look at it on who does the city, who are we as a parking provider? Should we be the parking provider? Should it be more in the private sector? How we approach enforcement, rate changes depending on special events. In the past, we've stopped collecting during special events such as Hot August Nights, which is the exact opposite of what most cities do. And so we'll be looking at that and putting together an overall assessment and some recommendations moving forward.
Yeah. I mean, they do and they don't. I've been very surprised to go to places like Eugene, Oregon and see that they actually open meter parking for big events. So I think there's a lot of change thinking going, but I absolutely want to say I have supported for so long a parking division, a parking fund, even a parking commission to adjudicate versus the hearing officer. And I just, it's not one of the top things, but I really hope that instead of just, procurement and status quo, we can make a few steps forward. So thanks for letting me know that maybe it's on someone's radar.
It is definitely.
Move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam
Okay.
Mayor, I'll note as we're transitioning to the next item, some order has been restored. I see Councilmember Jordan is supporting the Wolf Pack. Councilmember Delgado looks like he was wearing the right shirt to begin with. I've got the university in the background, so order has been restored.
All right. I like it.
All right.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to item D5. This is a brief presentation and discussion of the pedestrian safety zones. Should be noted for the record, Madam Mayor, we did receive public comment from Rita Bronham and Pat Gallagher in support of this item. And at this time, we will be transitioning over, I believe, Lieutenant Shaw, Carrie Koski, and a handful of others.
And I want to say thank you to our city manager, Doug Thornley, for putting this on the agenda. This is, really, really important. So I'm really glad to see that we're keeping it at the forefront. So thank you. Okay. They're not on yet, but we'll
At
just give
this
them a
time, we do have Scott Shaw. And Lieutenant Shaw, you should be able to share your screen and give your presentation.
Hey,
All right,
Scott.
Good morning,
Nice
Madam.
to see you. Go ahead.
About horrible timing. My session timed out right as you went to pitch to me.
Of
I
course.
apologize for that.
Of course
I'm going
it
to get
did.
this screen share going and we will get the show on the road. Hopefully you guys are able to see our PowerPoint presentation now.
We can. Perfect. Looks good.
All right, perfect. So I'm going to walk you guys through this process a little bit. We talked about this back in October, and I want to make sure council's comfortable with what the process is, how we got to where we're at, and then we'll talk about the approval process, which is really what we're here for today. So pedestrian safety zones, I've got about 12 slides for you. I can't see you guys because of my screen setup. So if you have questions, either save them to the end or make sure you unmute and ask them because I won't be able to see you directly. But we'll jump into this here. First and foremost, I think everybody pretty much knows this, but pedestrian crashes, pedestrian fatalities are a problem. They're a problem nationwide. They're still a problem in the state of Nevada, and we're still not where we want to be in the city of Reno. So just some stats to kind of back that up a little bit. Governor's Highway Safety Association put out a 2020 preliminary report that was a very good report. It does a deep dive into a lot of the factors that they think are involved with those crashes. But unfortunately, Nevada is number 7 in the nation for the rate of pedestrian fatalities per 100,000. That means there's only 5 states in the District of Columbia that are worse than us. This isn't a list we want to be on the top of, but we are. That same report mentioned 2009 to 2018 saw unprecedented 55% increase in pedestrian deaths nationwide. There's a lot of factors that probably go into that, including some of what you guys were talking about earlier, that urban infill, more people moving into urban areas. but it is a problem, continues to be a problem. Locally within the state of Nevada, 314 fatal crashes in 2020, 83 involving pedestrians. That was an 18.5% increase from the previous year. Washoe County specific, we had 13 pedestrian fatalities in 2020. That was down slightly from 2019. And then we have the city of Reno fatal crashes. We had a total of 22 crashes for the city of Reno, and 8 of those were pedestrian crashes. And you guys will see this chart over here is our fatal crashes versus how many pedestrian crashes we've had. We're on a fairly good trend line, but we're not where we want to be. We want to be at 0. So it is an issue that continues. The other chart that we have up here, one of the questions we had last time was how many pedestrian versus vehicle crashes did we have last year in total. This kind of shows the breakdown. I don't know if you guys can see that, about 196 in 2018, 235 in 2019, about 180 in 2020. Just to kind of give you guys an idea of what's kind of scale we're talking about. So moving on here, like to highlight some of the other items in support of the pedestrian safety zone concept. Remind the council back in July 31st of 2019 that we adopted and endorsed the Vision Zero action plan with a goal of eliminating pedestrian deaths in Washoe County by 2030. That's a lofty goal, but it's one that I think is worth pursuing without a doubt. So this pedestrian safety zone approval addresses one of the action items that was inside of that action plan to set up those pedestrian safety zones. As always, when we talk about Vision Zero, I do like to bring up the tenets of Vision Zero, including in this particular case, the concept that saving lives is inexpensive. We're going to be making some minor engineering changes that don't cost too much, and we think they're going to have a good impact on this problem. So as I spoke about in the last slide, we talked about the Governor's Highway Safety Association preliminary report. They also noted in there, these pedestrian safety zones are a cost-effective, multidisciplinary approach because we're going to be using education, we're going to be using engineering and enforcement measures to bear on this problem. And one of the few studies that we have on the pedestrian safety zones, they happen to cite in here. Miami-Dade did a study of 4 pedestrian safety zones. They showed a reduction of 8.5 to 13.3% reduction in crashes within those just 4 zones within the city. Again, apples to oranges, they're a much bigger jurisdiction, but they're talking about 180 fewer crashes. And that's what we want to do. We want to reduce the crashes. We want to reduce the severity of the crashes. So a little history of the pedestrian safety zones themselves. This came about in 2015 through the Nevada legislature. Once it was approved in the Nevada legislature, our city attorney's office basically adopted an RMC that mirrors that NRS. And it provides for an increase of fines and imprisonment for 23 traffic violations. Moving violations includes right-of-way pedestrians, due care, speeding, DUI, and those type of moving violations, basically. RMC that mirrored that in 2016, and then in October of last year, when we came before you last time, we made some changes to the speeding ordinance so that the city of Reno can go one step further and actually lower the speed limit within those pedestrian safety zones. As we talked about last time, obviously, basic physics, speed is a factor in the severity of the crash, both in terms of major injury and fatalities, but also in terms of giving both the pedestrian and the driver a little bit more time to avoid that situation. So lowering the speed limit is a huge engineering win for us, and that's something that we'll be implementing in these pedestrian safety zones once we get them approved. So even though this was ratified in state law in 2015, state law in 16, NDOT still had to develop an operations manual. And so that manual didn't come out until 2018. You guys should have a copy of that in some of your reference material. It's buried on page 21 of this memo, but they did base this on National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and Federal Highway Administration procedures on how to define those pedestrian safety zones. And they kind of outline the process. And that process involves defining a relatively small geographic area or zone where a relatively large proportion of the problem occurs. So that process, and what I'm going to walk you through here, is basically going to include mapping of the pedestrian crashes, defining the boundaries of the zone, calculating the efficiency measures, obtaining NDOT or local government approval we're here for today, and then implementation with appropriate signage is what that ops manual kind of lays out for us. So we'll start off with mapping of pedestrian crashes, and a little bit of history of how I got involved in this. I came to the unit in 2019. And probably like a lot of people in this audience thought, hey, this sounds like a pretty easy measure. Let's get moving on this. It turned out to be much more complex than I had originally thought, and it has taken us a long time to get here. That being said, when we started in 2019, we said, hey, we'd like to, we have to map these pedestrian crashes. We went to NDOT. I've been working with Office of Traffic Safety, Lori Campbell, Casey Smith, and Shara Thiessen over there for a better part of a year to try and figure out how to establish these. And on the mapping portion of it, we said, hey, we think a heat map is probably going to be our best way to visually show those crashes. It clusters the data together, which is what we're looking at here. So this is the first heat map that we used. This data set has 5 years worth of data, which is what the ops manual recommends. This particular data set is 2013 to 2017. And I'm going to apologize in advance. I have 2 different heat maps for you, and I'll explain why we have that. But it became apparent from the heat map, looking at our entire jurisdiction, that a lot of our problem was in the downtown zone. No real surprise to folks who live here and understand the city. So we really tried to zoom in on the areas that needed the most attention first, the areas where we're having the most crashes and most severity. And that really kind of looks like this area downtown. And we'll talk more about the individualized zones. But one of the other factors that NDOT did a great job of taking a look at in this was what we call pedestrian generators, or other factors that may be influencing those pedestrian crashes. So just to kind of give you an idea, we've got 20 plus bars in this area, 40 restaurants, 10 hotel casinos. The RTC 4th Street station sits right here. At the time, the Greyhound bus station was downtown. They have since moved. We have Aces Ballpark, the Greater Nevada Field. We have a regional medical center that's close by, Biomat. We have citizen housing over here. So there's a lot of pedestrian generators in this specific area that we think are contributing to the high rate of crashes and pedestrian crashes. And that's one of the reasons that we started to focus on this area when we got this project underway. So that's the first map. This map was used to vet basically what we're going to propose, two of the zones down here. When we realized, or I realized, hey, it's going to be 2021 before we can bring this proposal to you guys at council, I wanted the best information. I wanted to update our maps and see what we can do. So this is the other map that we based our data off of. This is the third zone that we're going to propose. We also went with a heat map. Unfortunately, in the world of traffic, 2020's data doesn't get finalized till about mid-year, usually June, July. So 2020's data was off the table. We tried to pull 2019 data. Unfortunately, there was a problem with the Brazos system that the state mandates we use for all our crash recording. They lost some of that data. And because this document might be subjected to court review, NDOT said, hey, we just don't have enough faith in the 2019 data at this point to say that it's accurate at the level that we need to provide to the courts. So long story short, this is the most recent data we can give you in terms of the historical perspective of it. Once we vetted out the first 2 zones we're going to talk about, it was suggested, hey, how about we look at a third zone? And so that's why there's 2 different maps, but the 2014 to 18 data is what we used for the Sierra Street calculations, which we'll talk about here in just a second. So that is the mapping portion of it. Our next thing that we need to hit is defining those boundaries of the zone. So really, we wanted to start with the area that had the highest crash severity. So this is the area that we were talking about around 5th Street. We have 3 options for council. And of course, you guys have a range of options as to whether to approve them, all 3 of them, which is what our staff recommendation is, or we want to just approve one of them. But we can talk about that as we move on. But basically, of those 3 options, East 4th Street from Center to Record, that's one of our hot zones. And I can tell you, unfortunately, while we were in the process of trying to figure out how to do these pedestrian safety zones, we had another fatality right in the middle of this hot zone. So I absolutely believe that these are accurate. Mr. Travis Sutton was killed in 2019 during Street Vibes. It's still an open and unsolved case, and we're still looking for a silver Dodge Ram that might have been in town for Street Vibes. But this is our primary area. This is the first one that we're concerned about. We looked at some of this area over here on Virginia Street. Issue being that we close a lot of this during a normal year for special events. We really wanted a clean data set that was open year round and wasn't necessarily subject to closures. You'll notice some other hot zones up here by the freeway. Now we're dealing with NDOT right away, and there's some different approval issues with the NDOT right away. So really, we felt that this area, again, this is a 2017 data set. We knew in 2018 we had a couple more fatalities on 6th Street. So this is one of the other options, 6th Street from Center to Record. And all of these were vetted by NDOT and OTS during our initial push into getting these established. Now, the third area that we recently vetted with our traffic engineering department and Dave Hutchinson over there is Sierra Street from 3rd to Ridge. And that is this lower heat map down here. We didn't list out all of the pedestrian factors involved in that, or pedestrian generators, but obviously there are a lot down through this area as well. So those are the defined boundaries of those 3 zones. The next thing that we have to do is we have to calculate the efficiency measure. So I have got Dave on the line. If you guys have questions about the deep dive into the math, I will let him field those. I've got 2 phobias. It's public speaking and public math. And if I have to do both at the same time, I'm probably going to vapor lock here. But basically, the efficiency ratio is the percentage of interest area divided by the percentage area those crashes occur over. And in order for it to qualify as a pedestrian safety zone, it has to be a 3-to-1 ratio. So this map that you see up on the screen here, this happens to be a circular calculation involving the East 4th Street and East 6th Street proposed corridors. Both of those qualify. Whether it's a circle, which is what the ops manual talks about, it's a 3.33 to 1 ratio. We did it as a square because blocks aren't circular. It still comes out as meeting that criteria for the efficiency measurement. So both of those calculations were conducted by NDOT. And then our third area, this is one where we walked through with our traffic engineering division that Dave Hutchinson did. The Sierra Street from 3rd to Ridge, this is also within the efficiency measurement. It's a 3.2 to 1 ratio in this particular area. As we talked about before, we have the river in terms of pedestrian generators, the theater. We've got some major apartment complexes down here, Palladio, Montage, Court. It's a huge pedestrian generator for us. So we have quite a few areas along here that eddy. And there's also a dog leg in the road that is very interesting and kind of limits line of sight, as well as a hill coming up to the court area. So there are some other factors with that particular area that are concerned for pedestrian safety. All right, so the next step in this process, and really what we're here for today, is obtaining approval from either NDOT or the local governing body. So authorization for pedestrian safety zones on NDOT right away are specifically at the sole discretion of NDOT. City streets require your approval or approval from council. And really we started with the city of Reno right away as opposed to an NDOT right away because we know this is important to every member of council. We've had a chance to work with just about everybody on the council on this issue. And we want you guys to have some say in this process, understand what these are. So our first areas, one of our requirements was that it has to be within the city of Reno. So the last portion of the NDOT Ops Manual involves implementation with proper signage as per the NRS, the RMC. That proper signage is pretty much outlined in RMC and the Ops Manual. Locating signs at the beginning and end of the zone, making sure the signs are marked, and that there's notice that higher fines may apply. Now, in addition to that, because we will be lowering speed limits pursuant to the RMC that was passed in October, we obviously would also include those speed reductions in the signage to that as well. I know that we had a question as well during the last time we met about temporary signage versus permanent signage. So what we're recommending is permanent temporary signs. So while these zones are temporary in the fact that we're not going to leave these up with for more than 12 months without having to come back for further approval from council. That's according to the Ops Manual and the NRS. But at the same time, we don't want to put up A-frame signs in the roadway. Those are problematic. We have to find a place for them. We put them on the sidewalks. We risk obstructing wheelchair traffic coming through. And if we put them in the roadways, you'll be hearing from Mr. McCann and the bike advocates, and they're not wrong, that we're clogging up their bike space. So we would have fixed these to permanent structures, although they would be up for at a maximum 12 months before we have to come back, reevaluate the effectiveness and whether council wants to continue in those areas or move to different areas. So just a note on the signage. This is new to Northern Nevada. In fact, to my knowledge, this will be the first one in the state that we've successfully put together. So we have a considerable amount of education that we need to do, both with the public, but also internally with our department, Brian Sudi with his department, and make sure the courts are ready for this. So there will be a lot of outreach that goes on with this. We've already talked with OCC&E and of course our PIO to try and get some of that moving if these are approved. So just in terms of the implementation process, we'd also include a grace period in there where we're given warnings as opposed to moving right to citations. And the last piece of what we need to do on the signage is just to verify the environmental clearances and right of ways, which is something that the traffic engineering and streets would help us out with. So that is it in a nutshell. I will pass it over to Brian Sudi, and if there's if he doesn't have anything, we can go to questions. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Okay. First of all, I thought you did a fantastic job. You would not know that you had a fear of public speaking, and I understand how that is because sometimes we end up in those situations where we feel like we're not the best at it, but then you're forced to do it and you get better. I thought you did a fantastic job. So great job, Scott. Hello, Brian Sudi. It's so nice to see you. It's been forever and I'm glad you're joining the party. I see your flag right there in the background. Good work, good work. Otherwise we might have to boot you out of the meeting. Good job.
I think Lieutenant Shaw has covered everything, so I think it'd be best just to open it up for questions unless Public Works has anything.
Okay, great. Okay, go ahead. I know there's probably a ton of questions here. Go ahead, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I think I just wanted to thank all of you for your work on this. And I think initially I've been kind of vocal all along through the Vision Zero and my work in RTC and pedestrian safety issues about, why has this taken so long? Why has this taken so long? But you've explained that, and to know that we're going to be the first one out of the gate gives me a level of comfort, which is great because we all want all of our pedestrians to be safe, and the data that went into this. And I'm proud of the work that has been put in on the hotspots and the data-driven approach. My only question on this, and I think this is a question that I hear quite often, is even though there's been a lot of data that drives some of these locations, with the understanding that in 12 months there will be a reevaluation and a reassessment of where they may be deployed next or in addition, if we as a community can identify where a condensed area of pedestrian activity is likely to occur, i.e. a relocation of a homeless shelter, can we incorporate that into some of these pedestrian safety zones, or are we bound solely by NDOT's parameters and a look-back data-driven approach?
So that's an excellent question, Lieutenant Shaw, off the record. So this particular approach is not proactive. It is reactive in the sense that we have to look at historical data to be able to establish these. Now, we did talk a lot about the moving of the CARES facility down a little bit further down 4th Street. And the chief actually came to us as soon as he found out about that and said, hey, we anticipate a problem very similar down there. There's a dog leg in the road. We expect a lot of pedestrian traffic. So we were able to get with traffic engineering, put some mitigation in down there, including the rectangular flashing beacons and some additional signing, the ADA ramps in a very short period of time. But this particular tool doesn't allow us to go to the proactive side. This particular tool is reactive based on historical data.
So any modification on that? I mean, I'm just trying to see to the future, let's say 12 months from now, when we come back together and we evaluate the effectiveness and where else we might want to deploy these. Is that a matter of having to go back to the legislature to modify that criteria, or is that a approach we could take with NDOT? Because yeah, I could see this happening in, we propose a new school somewhere and it happens to be where there's a lot of business and pedestrian activity or vehicle activity in the same area, we could predict based upon historical data what the future experience is likely to be. And I think that's what people struggle with in the public is why do we tend to be reactive and not proactive? And this is one of those examples. So I guess it's more of a, can we do it in conjunction with NDOT, or does it have to go back to the legislature?
Maybe. So NDOT is the one who designs that operation manual, and I've had some conversations with Lacey over there, and I apologize, I'm blanking on her last name at the minute. She's the deputy chief over there, and that was one of the frustrations that we had in terms of it taking so long to get one established. As a street cop, for lack of a better term, I didn't understand a lot of what was in that manual, and I really had to have the engineers go through piece by piece. So she has been open to maybe making some revisions to make it a little bit more user friendly. Ultimately, they have control over that, but I think they're also open to working with us on that in the future if we want to.
Okay, that's helpful.
That way. I don't know if it'll ever be a proactive tool, but at least we can have those conversations.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Brown.
Thank you.
You know, pedestrian safety has been very important to me. That's why in 2014, I asked the council to start our pedestrian safety action plan, which was really a first internal effort to look at this issue. And then we learned about Vision Zero and joined that. So, you know, I think we've really had it front and center because we know more lives are lost through traffic fatalities, more or less than homicides, I think, since I've been on the council. And that's a pretty, you know, amazing statistic I've always found. But I have a couple questions. The first question is, I'm seeing so much come through on the legislature this year about policing and police stops and decriminalization of traffic tickets. And I'm just wondering if any of these change considerations are going to be impacting the enforcement in these zones.
And thank you for the question, Lieutenant Shaw, for the record. So there is a chance that they are. At the end of the day, we're going to have to wait and see when the dust settles what is actually codified into law, when it takes effect, versus, you know, what is going to stay the same. At the end of the day, what we do know is that traffic enforcement is an effective means of increasing roadway safety. So what that looks like in the future, in some form or another, we're pretty confident we're still going to be enforcing laws, whether that be misdemeanors versus infractions. I don't think that matters too much. I think that there's still going to be a need for that in order to increase that roadway safety.
Sure, I appreciate that. I mean, so much of what we do in this public policy setting is balancing competing interests and reconciling in those. And I certainly see some of this movements, you know, in concert and questions about this. It's just you're designing a program under one legal framework and now you're pivoting under one that may be the law, you know, July 1, November 1, or December 1. So I would really like to stay informed about how that's changing. The second one is, I support this concept, but I'm wondering if anyone who has experience with these says, you know, you may not want to drop these zones into your built environments, particularly something so everyone's so familiar with, in lieu of some other cues to drivers. And I'm talking about improvements like geometric improvements that may be cue to the driver, you know, rather than the sign you might miss is here's a big bulb out or a rumble strip or a chicane or, you know, some bike infrastructure that lets you know you're not in the same place. We're not in the same place anymore right now. Is anyone following on that? Because I guess yeah.
And I might have to punt over to our traffic engineers on that. I really don't have a comparison in terms of one type of solution versus another, or the effectiveness of one engineering change versus another. This is a tool that we do have available to us, and we would like to give it a try and test its effectiveness. So that's kind of where we're at. Dave Hutchinson, are you on? Do you have anything better with that?
For the record, David Hutchinson, Associate Civil Engineer. So I think that, you know, at this point with these pedestrian safety zones, we're just following the policies laid out by the state. I definitely agree that it is nice to have other cues to give drivers, create awareness. But at this point, we're just following the process as listed by the state.
Okay.
All right.
Madam
Councilwoman-
Mayor,
Just hurry, wrap it up, and then we're gonna move
I know
around.
we've got a long day today. I know it's 2:20 already. I just want to say that and bring back my concern when we were looking at Virginia Street. We were doing up by the university and we were doing the Midtown area, but I kept saying, what about downtown? What are we doing in downtown? And we have disparate efforts like the cycle track that may or may not be a thing, but we really haven't gone into visual cues and thought about improvements of traffic flow. And the environment seems so much like wanting to move a lot of traffic through some of these streets, like these one ways. And while we're bringing in the enforcement tool, I hope we don't get a little bit further where we realize the improvements probably should have been in there also, because I think we're overdue for some improvements in downtown to let people know you're not in a traffic, you're in a mixed user area. So I hope it works. And great, thanks for your effort.
Lieutenant Shaw, I wanted to ask you really quickly, and that was interesting, David, what you mentioned about staying in the state guidelines. One of the things, so do we have the power to modify? And one of the reasons I ask is because I really believe that every school, proximity of a school should be included in these zones. I really do. And I think they don't register because schools, they have limited hours, right? Versus an hour that might, or, times that have, what am I trying to say? You have a lot of activity all the time or in really dense areas, but I just feel like every school should be included. What's the thought there?
Well, so I think a lot of the thought is that the schools already have some protections, and you are correct. They are during school hours or when children are present. So those protections don't necessarily extend to after hours at the schools. This particular tool is really meant to try and address those hotspots, those tough intersections that we have that, and again, 4th Street would be a good example. RTC's done a ton of improvements along that East 4th Street corridor, but we're still seeing crashes in that particular area. So this is kind of the next step in modifying that. I don't really have an answer for the school zone piece. This tool isn't really quite a good fit for that.
Okay.
I probably should have gone a little bit deeper on the implementation portion of this to say, hey, some of my midterm goals, long-term goals would be, if this is established, I want to get one established, we need to work through the process and make sure we're not missing something before we do all three of them. We need to probably do one in the NDOT right away with NDOT doing the approval. So taking that other frame and then probably come back and take a look at each of the wards and saying, okay, here's some hot zones in each of the wards. Do these fit for pedestrian safety zones so that we are spreading that equally across the city and not just concentrating on one particular area.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you this, one more question. Does a fatality immediately trigger one of those, or just more of a study and a look?
More than anything, it's those are clustered together. So there's not more or less weight given to the severity of the crash. It's just multiple crashes at that location.
Okay. And I would just say I would love to be able to put this on the agenda, and I've waited a long time, and it's in Councilwoman Breckis's ward, and this does fall onto the city. This is not an RTC initiative, because I reached out to Bill Thomas, and he was very gracious, and because he knows the ins and outs of the city as well. But it's the area at Plum and Mount Rose where Katie Weingartner was hit. So I mean, we have got to have a crosswalk there, because the other day I was just shocked at how many kids run back and forth. And that's what all the parents have been so concerned about right there in that area. And it's constant. When I drove by there the other day, the kids are just bolting, but takes forever to get across there because, it's such a large road. So I would just ask our city manager, Doug Thornley, can we please put that on the agenda? It really needs to happen. I would be super, super, super grateful. But I was driving there the other day, and it was horrific how those kids, just run all over the place down there, because there isn't really a crosswalk where there should be. All right, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I think you've raised an important point, and I actually had a conversation with Mr. Flansburgh, who I see on the call yesterday, about a concept that I've been looking at with regard to crosswalks specifically, and it has to do with sort of building out the crosswalks. I don't know if it's called a bump out or whatever it is, but I met yesterday with Mr. Samuelson, who I think many of you know, who's a local bike enthusiast, but also a developer and very interested in street safety issues. And so I think we can get creative even in a built environment with different kinds of methods. You know, the idea that he's proposed is largely paint and maybe plastic bollards, but it extends the sort of the crosswalk area for pedestrians, which causes cars to go slower through the area. So Mr. Flansburgh and I talked about it yesterday, and we got some examples of those on various streets, Holcomb, the Cheney area, where we might be able to do some testing of these things. And that combined with, the presentation that Mr. Shaw has made, I think, is what we're ultimately hoping for, is significantly slower in parts of the town where we need it to be slower. And so your point is well taken. I appreciate you directing the manager in that way. And I just want to support you and our community. I think there are ways to be much more pedestrian friendly, and really, of course, cities have largely been built for cars, and we're figuring out that that's perhaps not the most environmentally friendly, nor is it safety wise friendly. And so we've got much work to do ahead, but I thank the RPD for their efforts, and also Mr. Flansburgh and his team for his efforts, because we can get there.
All right, thank you. Any more further questions, discussion? Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I brought this up at a briefing and I wanted to make sure it got into this conversation. It wasn't one of your high crash zones, but I will tell you, the area where on Sierra Street by the river. So going south on Sierra Street, I brought it up since I've been on council. Again, it's not my ward, but the way the cars are parked, the pedestrians cross, they're blocked because, it may just be a red painting of the curb. I've asked before and they said, we don't put pedestrian crossing in downtown, people just cross. And that's just one that's just constant. So you know where I mean, right?
I do know where you mean, and that's actually the third area that we propose. So that Sierra Street between 3rd Street and Ridge.
You did add it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so it will actually encompass that.
Okay, I'm so glad to hear that because it's a pretty scary intersection. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I figured I will add this on here just for the body's information. Vision Zero is a group of stakeholders. And when I say stakeholders, it's every, Scott can speak to how big that group is. It's everything from schools to government entities to advocates to you name it, that has convened over the last 2 years to talk about pedestrian safety and initiatives. And I know that they have collected a tremendous amount of data and from a variety of viewpoints. So that information about Vision Zero is a priority at RTC. And I do know discussions that I have had with Director Thomas is that looking at the areas surrounding schools as a starting point of where we can put applications for improved pedestrian safety around schools. What exactly that looks like, I don't know that that's been ironed out yet, but I do know that the focus point has been around school zones, even outside of the zones, because we know as people enter into them, and we've had some tragedies. I know in Councilman Delgado's ward, there's been, I think 2 that I can think of. How can we improve the pedestrian environment entering and in school zones? So I just say that for the body's benefit.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing that there are none. Great to see you, Mr. Shaw and Mr. Sudi and Mr. Hutchinson. Nice to see you guys. Always great job. Really good work. And I can't wait to start working with you again, Brian. Good job. Okay, you guys, do we have to take a motion on this, Madam Clerk? Yes?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we are
Okay.
looking for approval of this. I believe Lieutenant Shaw is looking for staff recommendation.
All right, let's do it.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
All right, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, great job.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, moving on to item D6. This is discussion potential approval of the proposed revision to the existing 1,000 homes in 120 days. We do have Jeff Limpert available to answer questions if council has any on behalf of Eric Jensen.
Okay, great. Hi, Jeff. I don't see you yet, but we'll see you in a second.
Move to approve.
If council
Councilwoman-
doesn't have questions, you can proceed.
I have
All right.
several questions.
Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Well, I'd like a staff report first.
Good afternoon, council members and Madam Mayor. For the record, Jeff Limper with Community Development. As Madam Clerk has stated, Eric Jensen wasn't available today, so I will be answering questions on his behalf. There really isn't a staff report to present, but I do have one slide that I will share to kind of help frame whatever questions that may exist. Can you see my screen?
We can.
So essentially what it is in a pre-meeting that Mr. Jensen had with the developer Marmot Properties, they determined that they would be able to process the initial request of 63 units with just 3 developments. So simplifying the overall process needed by our staff and the developer. So the initial approval was, 63 units. As you can see in the slide, that comprised of 9 different projects. And then in that meeting, they determined that that same 63 could be represented in just 3 projects. And those 3 projects would actually total 71 units. This request will only be for the original 63. So at the end of the day, it is somewhat of a simple request to simplify the process. And instead of doing agreements over 9 properties, let's do agreements over 3 properties, shorten the time frame that staff has to work with the applicant on this program. And so with that, I'll answer any questions.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
thank you. So, this is the 1,000 homes in 120 days. And does this request involve an extension of time from what was already contemplated?
No, so just as before, when the application is signed, so that agreement, which they have not signed yet, once that agreement is signed, they have 180 days to develop the product.
Well, that's the question. I thought we had an agreement with this group because we approved an agreement with this group, right?
I'm not sure, maybe I'm misquoting that, I need to follow back up on that, but whenever they sign the initial agreement, they have 120 days, or I'm sorry, 18 months to, finalize the building.
Yeah, so we have an agreement. They didn't, follow through, and now they want a new agreement for different properties.
It's the same properties, but with the change in zoning, the recent zoning changes.
Oh.
They've been able to
Different
rework the projects to get more density into it. So with that more density, they can take those same units and apply it over a smaller project area.
And they have 18 months then to do that, but then how long do they have to pay those sewer fees?
It's as with all the other applicants, it's the 5 years, payable 1 year for 5 years.
Okay, so 18 months to get to going and then 5 years after that. So it's 6.5 years to pay your sewer fees, but are your sewer fees, your hookup fees, based upon today's connection costs, today's rate schedule?
That is my understanding. They go, they build out the bill out sheets, and with that, we would then defer whatever applicable fees, generally your mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. So anything related to health, anything related to RIF, those fees are not extended.
But sewer is, the sewer hookup. Okay, so I guess my question is, I've been focusing a lot on the sewer, the needs for sewer, big sewer infrastructure investment in our region. And I just have not had one conversation that does not involve sewer fees going up quite a bit. And I'm having a real hard time locking in someone for 6.5 years at today's sewer fees when people are building next year, the year after, are going to have to be paying a higher fee. Is our manager around to talk about where we're going on sewer fees? Because I know he's been tasked with staff doing some analysis on sewer fees. And I'm just wondering where we're at in looking at the sewer, the cost for this, the sewer. Is anyone else who could talk about oh, Mr. Manager, sorry, where are we at on analyzing, how much we need to spend on all the sewer work that we're doing, expansions to different sewers, and then how we're going to pay for that? Are we in any rate analysis at this point yet?
We have been working on that. We're going to move John Flansburgh over so that Director
Okay.
Flansburgh can answer your question more directly.
Do you see a world where in the next 5.5 years, sewer connection rates don't go through a substantial increase?
I don't know if I'm in a position to categorize it as substantial, but yes, I do believe fees of that nature will increase over the next 5 years. Director
Okay.
Flansburgh has joined us, and so I'm sure he
Thanks.
can speak.
Madam Mayor, can I ask for a point of privilege, please? Is this related to this topic? And maybe our legal needs to weigh in. It feels like we're very far afield from the topic. As the staff report suggests, there are no increase in hookups or hookup costs. I know that my colleague from Ward 1 has lots of issues with this program and did not vote to support it, but I just do not believe this is relevant to the topic at hand.
Well, I think it's related. I think, we have one question pending, so, I would ask that Mr. Flansburgh be allowed to answer and we can move on.
Thank you. And I do not take any exception to one of my colleagues questioning my line of decision-making. And thank you for that clarification, Mr. Hall. So this is a lock-in of up to 6.5 years of today's sewer connection fee charges. Is that correct?
When the program was established, it was a locked in to the current fee. As we have presented to you in the past, we are going to be looking at an increase in the connection fee in the future. However, we also did a study on the user fees and had found that the user fees were sufficient. With what we have today.
Okay. So here's my challenge today in accepting this, kicking out again 6.5 years to this one developer is I don't feel that it's right of an equitable nature to give them a 6.5 year to lock in today's fees without anything in the return to us. And that's been my exception to this program all along. And in fact, I thought state law said you had to, if you were going to give something out of the sewer fee, you had to get something in return. Are any of these units restricted to certain affordability provisions?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Has the sewer fund been audited in this particular program? Did it raise any questions in our annual audit of, because it's an enterprise fund? Did any audit questions come up during this?
No questions that I'm aware of, Councilmember Breckus. I do know that this decision was made when the program was initially put into place.
Okay.
And so this is nothing new. This is just the request that's coming before you today.
And my final question is, this can't be traded as currency by this recipient of this request. He can't say, oh, hey, I have this project that comes in with this lock-in fee schedule and sell it off to another person. So he's essentially monetizing this this agreement.
Correct. That's my understanding, that you could not do that. And so in terms of time frame as well, I think it shortens the overall time frame because he's already been approved by council to move forward with the 9 projects over a much longer horizon. So we're actually shortening the time frame by focusing on these 3 initial developments rather than 9 developments over a longer period of time.
Yeah, to me, it's just also runs up against though the 120 days because, you know, the ones that came in aren't going. So right there, it didn't hit 120 days. I'm not supportive. I think if we're going to give a lock-in fees that we believe are going to increase over time, something should come back to the city in return, and those should be subsidized restricted units. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Go ahead, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to get some clarification on the record. So obviously supply is directly related to some of the housing issues and issues that we're all dealing with right now. But there was a statement made that said that there's not been any anything that's gone with the 120-day. Is that accurate, that none of those projects have gone?
No, I mean, so we've had 2 projects come forward, 422 California, 700 Riverside. They've actually finalized the process. We have promissory notes on record, you know, so those two projects have gone, you know, through the entire cycle, and they're in a, you know, payback status at this point. You have Stevenson Street that's in for their building permits, and they will be charging out soon. So we'll eventually be finalizing their agreements and completing the promissory notes. And then you have Reno City Center. They're moving forward with their building permits and will be in a charge out status here shortly as well.
Okay, so there are projects in the works and are going now. So that statement wasn't wholly correct. And then the other question I have is when we talk about, you know, that we're not getting anything, I would argue that we're getting increased housing stock, which will help us in some of the stabilization of, you know, what we've got here to help bring some of the pricing down. Is that an accurate statement?
I would agree with that. I mean, the idea is that anything we can do to help lower the, you know, the cost for the developer to actually move forward and pull the trigger on performing that development, you know, we are getting a benefit out of it, because without this, they may not have been able to make it pencil.
Thank you very much. And my final question is to Mr. Flansburgh. I think you said to me that this program, you do not believe will result in a user fee spike, but rather possibly a connection fee increase. And that would be to the developer, future developers, correct?
So just to be clear, and you are correct in that, not a user fee, it's a development fee. But to be clear on the development fee, the units are getting built, the fee is getting paid back pro rata over the 5-year period of time. They are paying the full fee that's in place today. The delta would just be, we know that from the work that we have to do for future expansion of our treatment plants, that there's going to be an increase in cost for those connection fees. And so there may be, if their project was delayed further, it may just be they pay a lesser fee today than they would pay, say, a year from now.
Okay, but the continued assertion that somehow ratepayers are going to experience an increased sewer rate due to this program, that's an inaccurate statement, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving right along. May I get a motion unless there's any more discussion? Councilman Reese.
Oh, I'm happy to make the motion. Move to
Thank you.
approve recommendation.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries. All right, moving right along. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to item D7. This is the update from Callie Wilsey on the legislature.
All right. Hello, Callie. Where are you? You only have a few more days left, so you're at the final stretch.
Good afternoon.
You
We
made
all
it.
are.
You survived. You made it.
I'm going to try to share my screen here.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Mayor, members of the council, for the record, Callie Wilsey with the City Manager's Office. Thanks for the opportunity to provide this update today. As Madam Mayor mentioned, we are in the final home stretch here. Today is today 115 of the 120-day session. So we'll have 5 days left after today wraps up. So Monday is the last day of session for the 81st session of the Nevada legislature. So today what I have for you, as we're heading into the final stretch, we've started to see the bills actually be signed into law by the governor. And so I've got an update on a few of those, as well as some that are still in the process for the last 5 days. So wanted to highlight a few that were recently signed. The governor signed 44 bills yesterday. These are a few that we had been tracking. AB 58 authorizes the Attorney General's office to investigate and file civil action related to pattern or practice of conduct by police officers. This is a conversation related to the legislator's goals around criminal justice reform. AB 63 was one of the League of Cities bills. This got signed yesterday as well, that would allow local governing bodies to utilize their stabilization funds for emergencies in addition to natural disasters. It was kind of a broadening of the terminology used in that. AB 96, this bill allows governmental entities to enter into a contract with a nonprofit organization to establish a program that would offer peer support to our first responders. A bill that we had supported and gives certain governmental entities the authority to do that. Also related to criminal justice was SB 50. This also got signed into law yesterday, related to no-knock warrants. This places some restrictions on no-knock warrants for law enforcement agencies in terms of when and how they can use them, such as in making sure that they are wearing body cams and that their law enforcement insignia is very clear, and when it can be used, such as only for felonies, and that they have to prove that there is really no other option, and this is really needed. SB 148 requires monthly reporting related to hate crimes to the state. And we will see likely by the end of this session a series of bills related to reporting of certain data. And this is one of the first ones we're seeing related to hate crime reporting. The last one that I wanted to point out is SB 56. And this expands the authority of the State Division of Public and Behavioral Health to issue an endorsement for a crisis stabilization center and kind of what a crisis stabilization center must meet to receive that endorsement. This has been a part of the conversation around mental health and behavioral health support across the state. There are additionally some bills that have been sent over to the governor, and we are waiting to see that review and whether they will be signed. The first one is one we had talked about previously. It's AB 286. This is in relation to what is informally called as ghost guns, but it prohibits a person from possessing or purchasing, receiving kind of an unfinished frame or receiver. And so that has been sent over to the governor's office. SB 12 is another bill that we had supported related to notification when certain affordable housing projects are set to expire. And just since I made this PowerPoint this morning, that bill has been signed into law by the governor. So things are moving quickly in the last few days here. A couple of these other ones that you'll see that SB 138 was the bill related to PUD minor modifications. SB 141 is a construction manager at risk through the public works bidding process. But a few that I just wanted to point out some amendments to. So SB 150 is the tiny houses bill that I've kept you in the loop on through the legislative session. So this has been sent over to the governor. Kind of right at the very end, there was an amendment added to this bill and as a part of the requirement for us to adopt that ordinance. Before we adopt it, we must consider whether the locations of those tiny houses will have a disproportionately high adverse human health and environmental effect on minority and low income populations. So that was an additional amendment that they added to that bill when we adopt that ordinance. There is a period of time before we have to do that. The bill, if signed into law, would go into effect January 1st, 2024. So
Madam
there is
Mayor?
a period of time to go ahead and.
Yes, go right ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know if we were waiting till the end or if we asked questions along the way.
Oh, I was just gonna wait till the end and then,
Okay.
and I think
That
we're
works.
probably close to it. So then I'll call on you first.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
SB 289 is a bill related to workers' compensation claims, and this revises the apportionment procedure when an injured employee is determined to have a permanent partial disability and there is a previous disability. What it does is ultimately shifts the responsibility to the insurer to prove with certain documentation and information that the previous injury existed. And then I'm happy to report, this is one we've talked about previously, SB 327. This bill, for the most part, is talking about discrimination related to protective hairstyles. But there's also a section in this bill that talks about promotional testing in government. And the bill that was passed by both houses and sent to the governor includes our amendment that we worked with the bill sponsor that will allow the Reno Civil Service Commission to continue to provide that service and do the promotional testing per our charter. And so a few more here on this list. So there are kind of a suite of bills that while they passed both houses, they have different amendments on them. So they are not the same bill. So they're going through the concurrence process right now. You can kind of see the ones that are on that list. Once they kind of match those up, they would then move on to the governor for signature. And there are a suite of still kind of major policy issues out there that we are tracking. And I'm not going to go through all of these, but wanted to highlight a few of them. AB 341 would allow cannabis lounges in the state. And this bill was amended earlier this week to limit the number of statewide licenses for cannabis lounges. And as a part of that amendment, there is language in there that would require any cannabis lounge to ensure that they are following all local jurisdiction rules, ordinances, and regulations. AB 368 is one we mentioned last time related to star bonds, and the bill passed out of committee. Did include an amendment that would sunset the authority for municipalities to create new tourism improvement districts. That would sunset in July of this year if that were to ultimately be passed and signed into law. There are two SB 295 relates to permanent total disability. What this bill would do is prohibit an insurer from stopping or limiting payment of permanent total disability on the basis that the injured employee earns income. So right now, if a person is on permanent total disability and they start to earn incomes in certain ways, that amount of money that is paid is adjusted according to the rules in state law. And this prohibition is specifically tied to heart and lung and hepatitis issues related to our police officers, firefighters, and other eligible individuals in state law where those already exist. The last one I wanted to point out, as it was newly introduced and heard at this kind of final last week, is SB 452, which would allow unrestricted gaming properties to prohibit a person from possessing a firearm on their premises. We are ultimately tracking this because our law enforcement agencies could be involved in this. If a property wished to participate in this, they would notify our police department, so we would be aware of that prohibition, and then they could call on our police department if there were instances in that. So that bill was recently introduced and heard last weekend. So as you can see, we still are tracking a lot of bills, some big policy ones, but there are other kind of big issues out there that we are not necessarily tracking for us, related to mining taxes. Several of the major election reform bills for mail-in ballots and straight ticket ballots are still working their way through the session, as well as an eviction bill related as we come out of the eviction moratoriums and how to help people get money and access to federal funding to help alleviate those concerns. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
Okay, Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I guess my question was just to get on the record what the definition of a tiny house is per this legislation, because as you well know, it runs a gamut.
Absolutely. The definition for this legislation is to adopt the definition of a tiny house in the building code, which is essentially a 400 square foot house, not including the loft. And there's some other kind of provisions in there, but that's the definition of a tiny house in this legislation.
400 specifically, or 400 and below, or 400 and up? Just 400 specific?
It says, is it a minimum? It's no more than 400.
Okay, I thought that was awfully specific. It was just 400. All right, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. Ms. Wilsey, I'm interested to know a bit more, and it doesn't have to be a long explanation today, but about cannabis lounges. Ultimately, I believe that they are inevitable, and actually almost a year and a half ago, we've had conversations in this body. Councilmember Delgado, I recall being very involved in that at the time too, but I want to make sure that we as a city will be ready to go, because presumably once greenlit by the state and once the appropriate safety safeguards and various kinds of licensing things happen, we're going to be beset with people who want to bring them here. And so I have been someone who has said in the past that I am in favor of such lounges. So I just want to make sure that we're ready for what's coming.
No, absolutely. I think it's a great question. And the lounges bill is not the only cannabis bill that we're anticipating. There's another one that would allow curbside pickup at cannabis facilities. And there's some other ones out there. In my conversations with our community development department, we do know that they are, along with me, tracking those bills very closely, as we do have some cleanup that needs to happen in Reno Municipal Code to make sure that we are in alignment with all of those. And I would anticipate that to also be one of the same factors. The state will also need to go through these bills, call for regulations by the Cannabis Compliance Board to set out certain regulations. And so there will be a time period where we'll need to be watching those and participating in that as well to understand the implications at the local level.
All right, anyone else? No? Okay. Great job, Callie, as always. I hope you've enjoyed your first session. I know it was a lot of work, but I think you did a fantastic job. Impressive.
Well, thank you. I look forward to being here next week to give you guys a final update after this thing sine dies on Monday night.
All right, sounds good. Hopefully you won't stay up too late. I know some of those go really, really late into the night, so.
I've got my energy drinks ready.
Good for you. All right. Okay, thank you. Let's just take a motion to approve her report.
Move to accept. Or approve.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Great job. Okay, moving along, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to item D8. This is discussion and direction to staff regarding potential approval of Stonegate charitable contributions. At this time, we have Debbie Lochner and Arlo Stockham available to answer questions for council.
All right, fantastic.
All right. So good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I do have a brief little presentation that I will go through, and then, of course, you will be available to answer any questions you have. So I will share my screen and go through this with you pretty quickly. So what we have in front of us today is an agreement with a charitable contribution. So overall, with the Stonegate development, we started this process in August of 2018. Council approved a deposit and reimbursement agreement in February of 2019 that allowed for the developer to pay for all the city's costs as we move through the process to create the special assessment district, assign the assessments to the benefiting properties, and culminating with the issuance of a bond. So the community benefit contribution agreement contains a payment of $1.5 million that is directed as follows. $800,000 would be directed to recreation and community facilities in Ward 4. $500,000 would be directed to support development of a regional aquatics facility within the city. $100,000 grant program for recreation and athletics for children in Ward 4. That would be a low-income program. And then $100,000 to create a small business incubator also in Ward 4. In addition to that, the agreement also moves up the production of 200 rental units at 60% of area median income from phase 5 of the project to phase 2 of the project. Overall, the benefits, the city will and its residents will benefit from additional affordable housing sooner in the project. Ward 4 residents will benefit from funding available to support recreation and athletic participation for children that can't afford it. The region, the entire region will benefit from the development of a regional aquatics facility, and the region also would benefit from a small business incubator that's created. So staff is recommending that the council review the proposal and either approve or deny the community benefit contribution agreement that is presented in front of you today.
All right, thank you. Lots of great community benefit here. Really, really appreciated. It really is very, very nice. So I want to thank them. Okay, any questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Oh, thank you. Since in the last week, I've been talking to the developer about the possibility of adding electric vehicle charging stations to their homes. And the reason that this is important is that we all know that the Stonegate project is located 15 miles outside of downtown. And so every trip is about a 30-mile round trip. And since our air quality standards were established in 1970, we have only met the air quality standards once. It was celebrated in the newspaper in 2015 for like 10 minutes. And then we never met them again. And the primary issues are particulates and ozone. The ozone in particular is influenced by the use of gasoline vehicles. So I reached out to the developer and they seem very amenable to adding a additional community benefit, an item 3 in that section of the agreement. And I wondered if I could just call upon them. They're in the room, which is Josh Hicks, who's representing Stonegate, to confirm that before we go on. Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Hicks. I just wanted to acknowledge the conversation we've been having and you know, the fact that you and the Stonegate developer have leaned in and understand this issue. And it sounds like you're interested in doing everything you can to facilitate the incorporation of electric vehicles into your community. You would be the first that would have an entire community with EV plugs ready to go. Could you just comment on that?
Thank you, Councilwoman Dewar, and good afternoon, everyone on the council. Before commenting on that, I just did want to thank the council and your staff for all the work that everyone has put in to get this contribution agreement to where it is today. You might recall earlier in the year, my client made a commitment to doing a contribution agreement. We did a lot of work to get the right mix, and I'm really happy to see where it is today. I'm happy to say that, yes, we are supportive of Councilwoman Dewar's idea about making these homes EV ready. And whenever we talk about these things, it's always a bit of a balance between doing something like this and making sure we're not adding on too much on the cost side of things down the road. So we're always trying to strike that balance. I think the idea of making these homes EV ready to the extent that there's a panel and an outlet setup makes sense. Putting some kind of cap on the cost on it, I think makes sense. I want to thank Councilwoman Dewar for providing us with a lot of information as we've talked about what those costs are. And I think doing something like that is great for the community. It's highly popular among consumers. As you can tell now, many builders actually offer this as standard. Many others offer it as options. And kind of effectively doing this pre-wiring of homes so that they're ready for these kind of charging stations if they're to be ultimately be put in, we think is a great idea, and we're happy to make that part of the agreement.
All right, thank you so much. And the information we have, just one note on that, shows that it should cost less than $50 per home if it's done up front in the design. It can cost more later if people don't think about it and have to either add it later to the design, or much more if they have to retrofit. So we're trying to avoid that and encourage this transition. If you're thinking about buying another gas vehicle or an electric, but you've got the electric right there in your garage, ready to roll, will make that decision making much easier and help not just the North Valley's air, but air in our entire Truckee Meadows. So thank you so much. I may have comments later as well. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd forgotten that the council asked for this to come back in this format. So I was surprised. So I'm catching up a little bit. But what is a community benefits agreement? Is that something contemplated in statute under the SAD ordinances and the bond issuance we're doing? Or is it something we have in RMC? It's just like a term people are using here?
It is a title for an agreement. I don't know that it has an actual place in NRS, and it certainly does not have a place in the actual SAD work that the finance department has been doing.
So who came up with this idea? I'm trying to remember. And who negotiated these deal points?
Councilmember Breckus, I think broadly speaking, as we received feedback from the council during some of the workup and lead up to today as it relates to the assessment district and the formation of the district and the issuance of debt to support these infrastructure projects, what we heard was the council was looking for a way to better delineate explicit benefits to the community that would come from using this tool beyond the cheaper financing for the infrastructure projects. And so sort of a lot of effort on our finance team and our community development team and in the city manager's office. As a group, we came up with this as a solution.
Okay, well, I guess it's something we're just kind of designing here ourselves and don't really have a template for past experience or statutory guidance. And, good transactional work went forward, but I'm not sure it's good policy. And I guess, when we're in the land use world, I can see the benefit direct of the action. But here the deal points are money coming forward for certain things. What are you said explicit benefits? How is each one an explicit benefit to the city populace as whole who is putting their credit behind this developer? How do you link each of those? Did you have any parameters? You just kind of came up with some ideas?
Well, I think most of the terms speak for themselves. If Director Lochner would be so kind as to put the bullet pointed list back up on the screen, what you'd see is a contribution to parks and recreation in the North Valleys, where of course we always have more projects than we do money. You'll see a small business incubator for Ward 4, which will hopefully diversify the economy out there and lead to development that is so sorely needed in that space. a grant program for children who reside in Ward 4 who couldn't otherwise afford to pay for to participate in recreation and athletics opportunities that are available out there, or who are just getting by the skin of their teeth, so to speak. And then, of course, $500,000 to support the development of a regional aquatics facility within the city. Benefits all constituencies.
Okay. I mean, it seems somewhat scattered geographic and focus. And I'm just accustomed to, if you have a development, you're going to have an offset on that to the impact of the development. Here, it seems to be all over the place. So I was trying to understand that. Now, bond counsel, I'm trying to understand how this money flows in concert with the bond issuance. How is this reviewed? Because we had a pretty extensive analysis on what we were willing to cover. And do these come into the coverage? Did you go back through underwriting? Because you've added $1.5 million to the deal. So is the bonding reduced by that amount?
It is not. This money is separate and apart from any bond issuance that's associated with the district. This is cash on hand from the developer.
And when is it rolling in?
30 days, within 30 days of the issuance of bonds.
30 days of issuance of bonds. So they can use that bond money to pay for this, pay us back.
They cannot, no.
They have to have other money somewhere else. Do you have proof of certificate or anything that they have that money in the bank, or?
So when we started this process, we did go to bond counsel's office offsite to look at some financial records. So that has been, they do have the financial backing as far as we could tell. What the bond won't close until September 28th. So they will need to be doing a lot of the development work, during the time when you can actually do that work. And then the bond is set up strictly as a reimbursement. So when they build the facilities, the discrete components, it will be inspected, make sure that it meets whatever agency is going to own it, meets their requirements. It will have, an engineer that inspects it and makes sure that we can reimburse them for that particular facility. And it has to be accepted by the agency that is going to own it. So that is the reimbursement program that we have put in place with the DFA.
Did bond counsel opine on these inducements to the council to get to the point where they're comfortable? Do you ask them for a question on that and analysis on that?
No, because this really doesn't have anything to do with the analysis of a bond. This is a separate and distinct agreement that's outside of what we are doing with the bond.
It seemed to me that analysis contradicts with what manager just told me, that he was looking for explicit benefits for us backing the project. So I don't know. I'm having a hard time with this one. Thank you. Okay, moving forward. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I suppose I want to start at the beginning. I think our community is now looking at the way in which special assessment districts can be used or not utilized throughout the community. We do not have a long history of using them here. I myself live inside of one in Somerset. And so for my part, over the last 6 months or even a year, as this item has percolated, I've done my best as a policymaker to look at the policy implications of the use of special assessment districts. So I've read a lot of white papers. I've tried to meet with our staff. Ms. Lochner has been very gracious with her time, our bond counsel. We've obviously had many, many meetings. And I think what I reflect on is that the use of special assessment districts is fairly common elsewhere in the state and in the United States. And they have a different name in California, for example. But at its core, the question is, will we use special assessment districts? And then under what conditions would we use them? And here, I want to certainly thank the staff. I want to thank the developer Mr. Hicks, your clients have really worked hard to listen to what we have said as a community and as a council, when, you know, they really didn't have to do that. Of course, we really didn't have to or move forward with this particular style of program. I do not believe that there is a risk to the city's you know, largesse, for lack of a better word, or their bonding capacity in the use of these, because of course we're secured by the land, and also there are no waterfalls to, say, for example, the general fund. And so I want the public to understand that while I was not here when the Stonegate development was proposed, and I, you know, have some concerns about how distant it is from the city, that's only because it's distant today. I mean, it will someday be probably in the middle of town. I grew up here, spent my whole life here. We used to live outside of the community sort of ring because we lived in Huffacre Hills. And of course, the city has now grown to that area and moved past it. And I assume that is ultimately, probably in my lifetime, what we'll see as the city moves and grows. But at its core, the policy question is about the use of special assessment districts. And we've often asked in this forum, if we are going to lend our credit or creditworthiness or bonding capacity, however you characterize it, what are we going to get in return? And so I appreciate the things that the city has been able to accomplish here. And I absolutely support Councilmember Dewar's additional concern about electric vehicles. We all ought to be concerned about reducing our carbon footprint. And it seems a very small thing, but it will be the first community in Reno, I believe, to require such a fairly forward-thinking thing. And so my colleague, Councilmember Dewar, is right to have inquired of it and to sought that out. I think the other issues that we're facing obviously relate to aquatic facilities, parks in general. Councilmember Weber has been working for, quite frankly, a lifetime here in the service of this community to try to grow our park resources. And so I'm happy to see that there are resources being directed specifically into Ward 4. I think it's an area of the city where we absolutely need some help up there. It's been, I don't know if it's just been the last to receive funds, but these dollars will go to improving that. And so I think given the commitments have been made here through this agreement, I am happy to support moving forward with this particular issuance. Obviously, there may be more issuances. I think it's Councilmember Dewar alluded to several meetings ago. And when those come, we'll have other discussions. And so for now, really excited about the opportunity to see this type of tool used, and thankful for the Stonegate developers who have worked hard to listen to what we've said, and I believe have taken into account what we've said and come back to us with this. So thank you.
I also wanted to point out that I asked for more styled discussion on community benefits because you know, in the past, you know, we do it sometimes at the table, and I don't think that that's appropriate. I think that they have to be much more well thought out. And so I want to be clear, Councilwoman Breckus, so you understand, you know, why we've done it this way, because I really have felt in the past that it hasn't been well thought out, and that there are certain things that I think that the community should benefit from on various levels, and things that we've been struggling to try to achieve. And one, as you know, has been a regional aquatics center. And I think, you know, in order to get those things, there are significant community benefits, and I appreciate, you know, our private and public, our public and private partnerships when, you know, they're willing to help out the community to make it, you know, a great quality of life. So I just think this is a much better way to style these discussions and to have them really sort of, you know, hammered through instead of like on the fly at a council meeting, which I think is inappropriate. And I just don't think that it benefits, because we have to be really thought out. And I commend like Councilwoman Dewar bringing up her initiatives, because those are going to be really important for the future. So I just think we plan a lot better when we style them this way. So I want to say thank you to our city manager and our staff, and to Mr. Hicks for really collaborating on a much bigger level. So I appreciate it. So, okay, Councilwoman Weber, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just would like to jump in here and say, I really appreciate all the work that has been done on this. This, by the way, has three names on the first page of our document, our staff report, with charitable contribution, community benefit contribution agreement, and an affordable housing donation agreement. So I hope in the future that we do have that. And I appreciate your comments, Madam Mayor, about the fact that having something organized or talked about and discussion and coming back to the table with something to promote this sort of thing is just the best. But I want to thank our finance department. Debbie has worked really hard on this. I too was not involved at the very beginning on this project and came in at our first meeting, and I think it was in 2019, the first meeting that we had when we were talking about the bonding. So just appreciate all the hard work, and it's taken a lot. And just same to you, Mr. Hicks, and the developers, all the work that they've done to make a real promising and positive impact in the community with this charitable and actually with the community benefit package that we have here. And it really is going to be great for the folks in Ward 4, especially with the parks and all the different things that we've been working hard for, and just appreciate the opportunity, as well as the EV program. Thank you, Councilwoman Dewar, for bringing that forward, and hope that that works well for that community. I think this is a real benefit, as well as the regional, supporting the regional pool. So I just really am excited about this opportunity, and of course I support it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think everyone knows that I have been on the fence for a number of meetings, waiting to see how this would all come together. And several people have mentioned, including Councilwoman Breckus, that what we really need to do when we talk about a community benefits agreement, what we were looking for, I think Councilmember Reese identified it well when he said that, first of all, this could potentially be a template for other kinds of developments with other issues, and the issues are very dependent on the development that comes forward to us. Since the beginning of Stonegate, which I did support, I've been talking about how do we improve transportation from there to downtown or out to Trick or wherever people are going. One of those issues, of course, is better bus service. One of them is potential use of the train tracks that go right through the development. And that might be discussed in a future iteration of this. But another is just if we can't do those things now, let's do what we can to deal with the transportation issue. And that way, I think we're tying benefits. We're leaning in to help get this off the ground, but at the same time, we are helping the developers helping to mitigate potential impacts, whether it's impacts to recreation resources or impacts in this case to the environment, air quality. So I too want to thank Mr. Hicks, because I was not there and I am there now. And I really appreciate how hard he worked to get us an agreement that looks better. And when the motion comes, I'm prepared to read in the EV condition. That would be part of it. I have it prepared. So thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think I just wanted to, one, I have a question about kind of to our city manager, where we are in the SAB sort of process, just kind of an update of where things are. And then secondly, to echo, I know this has been a long time in the work. I think are we in year 2, Josh? I'm trying to remember where we're at in the timeline of this thing. Anything new to us is gonna take a minute. Took a little bit longer than a minute, but I appreciate everybody staying the course and all the work that you all have put in, and Lindsay and it has been tremendous, and everybody that's been involved. At the end of the day, you should be very proud of a tremendous opportunity that you have here to really shape something that's new and special for a community that is the same. It's very special. And so kudos to everybody for all your hard work on this. There were some bumps, but I think you all will look back on this and say it was well worth it. So just kudos to you. So Mr. Thornley, where we are.
Well, the update on the formation of the district and the and proceeding to issue bonds to be repaid by the district is this. You have 2 agenda items on the draft agenda for the 2nd that will go towards forming the district and moving forward. You'll have follow-up items on the 9th and then in the first meeting in July. Nope, Debbie says I've got that wrong. I'm sorry, Director Lochner says I have that wrong. Director Lochner, the calendar, please.
Okay, so on June 2nd, you will, in April, you adopted a resolution allowing us to move forward with some of the bond documents. And you adopted did the first reading of the creation ordinance. So on June 2nd is the second reading of the creation ordinance and the first reading of the assessment ordinance. And then on July 2nd will be the adoption of the assessment ordinance and the first reading of the bond ordinance. And then August 11th will be the adoption of the bond ordinance. And then the transaction is expected to close September 28th.
Thank you very much. That was helpful. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor Weber to give us a motion. But before I do that, I want to just say thank you to Vice Mayor Weber, because I know you put in a lot of hours, a lot of time. This is your ward. It means a lot to you. I know that there are so many residents that are thankful and that are really looking forward to, the future out there. I think it's great to see your dedication and all that you put into this. So you were very humble and thanked everyone else, but we really needed to thank you because it took you a lot of time. And I know, this is something that you've been at the table every step of the way. So thank you so much for your hard work. And I look forward to seeing something really special out there that you had such a huge part in playing. So I hope everyone is proud. Anyway, go ahead, Council or Vice Mayor
Thank
Weber.
you so much. I just, again, want to thank everyone else. I know there was a lot of work done by council members and our staff. And Mr. Thornley, I know that you worked many hours, many hours. And I just appreciate that. And again, to Mr. Hicks and your crew and Stonegate, just for coming to the plate with all of this great stuff for our community. So, and with that, I will move to approve the proposed agreement. Thank you so much.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I can second
I have a
with,
second.
with the additional amendment I'd like to read into the record.
Go ahead, Councilwoman
Okay.
Dewar. Go ahead.
All right. There's an iteration in the community benefits section of the agreement that has a little I1, a little I2, and a little I, and we're adding a little I3. It's just 3 sentences, so I'll read them in. And the beginning of this is, it says the Stonegate developer, and so little 3, will include a requirement in any purchase agreement with a builder of a single family residential unit in the Stonegate development that the builder be obligated to install, unless the cost of installation exceeds $150, one 40 amp, 240 volt dedicated branch circuit, an outlet in the garage of each residential unit it constructs to facilitate level 2 electrical vehicle charging. Second sentence, the EV ready panel, circuits, and outlet shall be incorporated into the final architectural design drawings for the residential units to ensure the lowest construction costs are obtained, comma, and no builder shall charge a home buyer a premium over the actual cost to install the outlet. And then sentence 3, if the installation cost per the EV outlet exceeds $150, the builder shall use their best efforts to meet the intent and goals of this requirement. And that's it, but I'll just parenthetically add that we expect it to be much less than $50, but we did want to put an outside cost on there But we also at the same time wanted to say if it ends up being $160, which it really should be less than 50, that they will continue to use their best efforts to install the EV outlets in these garages. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have that included. Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to support the motion. I am very sure that our city attorney, our city manager, Ms. Lochner, who has the fiduciary responsibility to, you know, to guide us on fiduciary matters, and our attorney who guides us on legal matters, you know, that this is not out of bounds in terms of something that we tie to bond issuance, you know, working in absent of statutory guidance as we go forward and place these bonds out into the marketplace. But so I'll just object on policy grounds. I think this is very transactional decision-making that is laying in inducements that, you know, may or may not have been negotiated by one member here, another member here, rolled up to a staff report to advance bonds. It's disconcerting to me. And I can't see how they're not tied together here. Because now we have an agreement with them, and then, oh, we're going to go on the path in the months coming up to issue bonds for them. And somehow the agreement says, you know, we get these things when the bonds are issued. So they are tied together. But I guess if we're comfortable underwriting, debt management committee and everything else, fiduciary and legally, we're okay. It's a council call. It's just not one that I can support without some other parameters that I see of a program or having bond counsel here also with an opinion. So thank you. I won't be supporting the motion. No comment needed on my comments. Thank you.
I know. Councilman Breckus, it's quite all right. All right. Anyway, okay. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Yeah, I think it's important that the community knows that SADs are a policy choice, that our financial advisory board reviewed this and was supportive. I sit as the liaison to that body. It's important that we know, the community knows that we have bond counsel, we have lawyers, we have professional staff, all of which have reviewed and supported the decision that we have proposed here be made today. And so at the end of the day, each council member must make their own choices. Sometimes people will make choices that I don't agree with, but I think it's important that the public knows why we've made the choices we've made. And sometimes I may observe that someone's choices seem like false indignation, but that doesn't mean I'm going to call it out and say that it is that. I think it's important that we are open and transparent with the community. And this process has been an incredibly complex one. And I think we have taken many months, years to get to this point, in part because we are making an important policy choice. And that policy choice will have ramifications as we move forward, because of course, as developers see SADs as a possible use or a tool in the toolbox, it is important that they're done. I will also point out, as I pointed out in several meetings ago, that our own planning documents indicate the use of SADs and different kinds of financing tools as ways to advance the interests of this body. And so at the end of the day, I'm excited about the work that went into this. I'm proud of how it has come to be, that we've got, an answer to some of the carbon footprint related environmental concerns. We're addressing structural needs in parks and park maintenance in the North Valleys. I think it's probably gone a little bit under celebrated, but the agreement also says that a portion of the dollars are going to be dedicated to helping fund kids getting involved in sports. That's like health, vitality, safety. There's a provision in the agreement that has funds directed at small business incubators. Councilman Weber has frequently said we need more businesses and restaurants and amenities to come into the North Valleys. We're going to kind of figure out what that's going to be through this process. But all of it, and of course, the Moana pool is an important thing for this entire community. At the end of the day, I think, I believe that we have addressed the policy question. We've had lots and lots of checks and balances to make sure that it is, on all fours with legal requirements. I mean, I think that perhaps there's been some confusion about how zoning is tied to conditions. I know there have been issues in the past where the word extraction was used. This is not that. And certainly as the lawyer of the group, I am confident that the decisions we've made today are supportable and eminently reasonable. And I thank the council for their consideration of it all.
All right, thank you so much. And I really appreciate that because I really believe that we're shaping a better community and things that all of us are at the table to provide a better quality of life for where we live. So I think we should be very proud of that. And I honestly think we should be doing more of it. And so I think everyone did a really, really good job. So thank you. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Carries. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Hicks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Excuse me, Madam Mayor, moving on to item F1. This is an ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
Okay, I'm going to send it right over to the wonderful Carl Hall. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6595, ordinance of the Reno City Council providing for the levy and manner of collection of assessments for the City of Reno, Nevada Neighborhood Improvement Project, otherwise known as the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District, ratifying, approving, and confirming all other actions previously taken by the City Council of the City of Reno and the officers of said city directed toward the acquisition and improvements of said project in the district, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you.
Move to adopt.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, moving on to item G11. This is appointment to the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority. Madam Mayor, you are the liaison to this board.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to appoint Jennifer Cunningham. I'm sure many of you are aware of who Jennifer Cunningham is. She is one of our biggest champions, or was, for tourism in the destination, and also knows air service intimately. So I think she will do a phenomenal job of serving on the airport board. And as you know, that board is very, very complex. And they do a lot of great work there. And it's one of the most engaging boards I've ever seen. So I know that she would do a phenomenal job. So I'd like to appoint for Cunningham. I have a motion and a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, back at you.
Madam Mayor, item H1, updates for boards and commissions from council.
All right,
have
any
one.
council members? Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, at our last meeting of the Truckee River Flood Project, we moved forward with a unanimous vote to change our voting structure. And this is going to come back to each of the two cities and the county. The recommendation is to go to majority voting. We did make one change from the previous discussion on the item, and that was to require a member from each jurisdiction, Reno, Sparks, Washoe County. If the vote deals with changing the plan. So in other words, you would need a vote of 4 of 6 instead of 6 of 6 to change something. So you'd only need a vote of 4 of 6. But if you want to change the plan itself, the actual adopted plan, in that 4, you would have to have 1 member at least of Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. And I actually proposed that change. And it was supported by a member from Sparks and it was unanimously supported ultimately. The reason is I didn't think it was right that any 2 of the 3 jurisdictions could change the plan without the consent of at least some members of the 3rd jurisdiction. That just seemed wrong. There are other things too that required at least 1 person from each jurisdiction to vote yes on of the 4. And I believe it included implementation of fees. And there was maybe one or two other things. It was a very few things. We got it down, I think, to 4 things, but it should be coming back in front of this board pretty soon. It will need a majority support from every jurisdiction that forms the JPA. So I just wanted to say coming attractions, and it may help pave the way for more efficiency and effectiveness over there at the flood project. So that's it.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Councilman Dura, appreciate that. Okay, anything else, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor?
Oh, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Yeah, I only was going to interject because I don't have anything about the wards or the boards that I serve on. But last night, Councilmember Dewar held the first NAB that's been held in the city in quite a number, maybe a year or more. It was done virtually. I know it's going to go back, but I was just humbled to be able to participate remotely and to hear the concerns of that community specifically, because I'm the at-large member. Obviously, I don't have a ward. And so my hope is that I'll be able to spend time in all of your wards and come to each of your NABs when they happen. So congratulations to Councilmember Dewar for being able to get back to some sense of normalcy, and appreciate the opportunity to participate. Anytime you have anything that you'd like me to attend, my colleagues, you know that door is always open.
It's so great. We really appreciated you being there. And I want to mention, it was a Zoom meeting. So we had about, I would estimate around 60 to 70 participants, which was really good. My hope going forward is that we figure out a way to do a hybrid, because when we do these kind of remote or Zoom type meetings, we do get good participation. That's what I've experienced with my virtual town halls. On the other hand, people want to see each other, be present. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that rolls out, where we can sort of take the best of both. You know, something good might have come out of the pandemic, and that's how to work in a different way collaboratively. So thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, back at you.
Madam Mayor, with that, the only remaining item is your 6 p.m. hearing, which you cannot open before 6 p.m. So at this time, I would recommend that council go into recess and they reconvene at 6 p.m. sharp for your item, the appeal of 22 on Lakeside.
Okay, thank you so much. I will see everyone back at 6 p.m. All right, take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Hi.
Hi, Madam Mayor. Would you like?
How are you doing? How are ya?
Good. How are you?
Good. All right. Madam Clerk, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Madam Mayor. If you'd like to call your meeting back to order, you may do so.
I don't think she's on yet.
Oh, am I unmuted? Can you check me? Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
We get a background sound like yours, Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Hi.
I'm present, ready, and you can call your meeting back to order whenever you'd like.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, at this time, Madam Clerk, we will now open the public hearing. Was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, noting that proper notice was given for item I-1, the appeal for 22 on Lakeside. We received public comment from Marty McLeany, Kathleen Neufeld, Tiang Jin, and David Carrillo. These are all in support of the appeal. Additionally, we do have 2 voicemails that we will listen to now.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is Marcella Ross, and I live at 3671 Warren Way in the Raven's Nest condominiums, and I'm calling on LDC 21-004122 on Lakeside, and I'm opposed to this property. I just think it's way too high of impact for this area. Right now, we have on Warren Way, which will back the property up. We have 2 abandoned RVs. We have an abandoned van. I think the guy's sleeping in it. We have a swim school that everybody parks along Warren Way. And also for my apartment complex or condo complex, we all have a garage and 1 extra space. So we have plenty of parking, whereas this unit here, this complex here, is only going to have 2 or 3 extra parking. I think it's not called for. So anyways, thank you. I hope you take my message into consideration. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Kenneth-Felty, and I am speaking in opposition to LDC 21-00041. I do not agree with the change in zoning from SF3 to MF30. That's too high of a density for a very congested area. The traffic on Lakeside and Peckham is dangerous as it is right now. The development proposed for the 22 units is too dense for that area. There is MF14 adjacent to that, and I believe that would be a more appropriate zoning for that area due to traffic. If you have any questions, you can always reach out to me. My name is Kathleen. My number is 741-5961.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment at this time. We do have staff available to give a brief presentation. We have Arlo Stockham and Nathan Gilbert that we will move over at this time. And then the appellant, Mark Forey, will be granted 10 minutes to present his appeal.
Okay, and does the city attorney have to kick this off to read the case number or no?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That is the appropriate way, is for the city attorney just to read the case number into the record. And then we will proceed with council disclosures.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. This is case number LDC 21-00041, 22 on Lakeside. Appeal to the Planning Commission's decision to approve 1, a tentative map to develop 22 single-family attached townhome lots and associated common area. 2, conditional use permits to allow A, more than 20 single-family attached dwellings, and B, bills greater than 10 feet, and 3, a major deviation to reduce the rear and southern side setbacks from 10 to 5 feet. The plus or minus 1.34 acre site is located on the east side of Lakeside Drive, plus or minus 175 north of West Peckham Lane. The site has a master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use. The appeal was filed by Mark Forey. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to read my disclosure at this time. Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Speranza. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. On this matter, I've sought the guidance from our city attorney's office. I do not have any commitments or financial ties or obligations to her. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure for the record. And with that being said, now we will head over to Arlo. Hi, Arlo, go ahead, take it away.
Good evening, council members. For the record, Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. This project is on a portion of the property that we discussed with the zone change earlier today. Like with that zone change, Nathan Gilbert is the staff planner and is here with me. I have a quite brief presentation, little overview of the project. Up here, there we go. So the request in front of you is a tentative map. 2 triggers for a conditional use permit. The grading was upgraded from a major site plan review, and then a major deviation dealing with setbacks. The site, this is on one of the 3 parcels that was approved for the rezoning to MF30 this morning. This project is designed under the MF30 standards, and one of the conditions required that that zoning be approved in order for the project to proceed. I understand the applicant will be presenting a somewhat reduced development proposal. This is not that. This was their original application and the site plan reviewed by the Planning Commission. 4 buildings with townhome units in each. I think we have some elevations here. What we have is the ground floor garages and 2 residential stories above. Table showing the comparison between the allowed development intensities and the proposed. As discussed earlier, density is not really a limiting factor on this one. They're at about half of the allowable. They're about 9 feet under the maximum height of 45 feet, but they are proposing the maximum stories of 3. The residential infill standards that we discussed earlier do apply to this project, and those are also tied to one of the conditions of approval. And then they're providing excess parking somewhat above minimum code requirements. Following the discussion this morning about those height setback ratios and the applicability to the rear yard, we went back and reviewed everything. There are height setback standards that are different in the rear yard area than in the side yard. But the bottom line is those ratios would not require a reduction in building height unless those were added as a condition of approval. I think we have a graphic. This is the grading plan, which doesn't display very well here in this scale. Probably better are the cross sections. So sloping from left to right, it slopes uphill from Lakeside Drive to a generally flat area for the majority of the site. The proposed fills are really under that, that western building along Lakeside, which has a stepped foundation, and that's where the larger fills exist to facilitate that step foundation and site access and match up with the neighboring properties. We did take a quick look at the revised plan that the applicant will be submitting, and the grading and other impacts from our preliminary review are significantly reduced. A couple provisions for compatibility. The major deviation was proposed to reduce the setbacks from 5 feet to 10 feet, or from 10 feet to 5 feet. Condition 7 is in the Planning Commission approval, which requires adjacent owner consent to deviate. So these height setback requirements would apply unless we receive written consent from the property owners. In addition, on the east setback, which is a rear property line, the applicant agreed at the Planning Commission meeting to increase that setback back to 10 feet. I should briefly go back to this prior slide. Over here on the right side of the screen, you can see the relationship of scale to the adjacent buildings, and that is where the appellant owns property. So I believe we're about 11 or 12 feet taller than the existing buildings as proposed, essentially 1 story higher. Planning Commission, some of the same input that you heard here. Concerns, I think there were about 6 at the Planning Commission. Building height, setback, and intensity were really the major issues. Pretty significant discussion focusing on grading, on the safety of the access and vision triangles, setbacks, density, and the building design and articulation. The Planning Commission decision to approve this was unanimous, with the addition of a new condition 8 requiring enhanced building articulation on the east side. Again, that's the side abutting up against the appellant. And that appeal was filed, and I think we'll hear from Mr. Forey next. So that's my brief overview. Happy to answer questions at the appropriate time.
I have a question.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Arlo. All right. Heading over to Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. 2 questions, Arlo. I'm a little bit confused. I want to confirm, you just showed a picture about the cut and fill, and you're saying that the fill is at the front. There's no fill needed in the back. Is that correct? You're on mute. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Yeah, yes, that's correct. The fill area is near the front of the site. It's really under the under and adjacent to the back portion of that western building. However, I think the plan that is being now proposed by the applicant significantly reduces that amount of fill and the necessary retaining walls.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know about the plan because I haven't seen it and I don't know what they've discussed. I have no clue on that, but I am confused about the setback conversation that you had. Earlier, I asked you during the zoning discussion about setbacks, and you assured us that they had to set back from the property line 1 foot for every foot of height over, I think you said 25 feet, maybe it was 35 feet, I'm not sure.
So that's the side setback standard that was in the graphic that applies to side setbacks. Any portion of a building over 24 feet has to be set back an additional 1 to 1. We have different adjacency standards for rear yards, which are generally larger, that aren't the same ratio, and essentially it would not require a reduction in the proposed building height along that rear property line.
So I am confused because earlier today when we discussed the zoning, you said that they would have to, and I think that was persuasive to some people.
I think I probably should have done a clearer response. I said different standards apply, but there were standards. And we reviewed those different standards against this project, and the proposed height is in conformance. So if the council wanted to reduce height or apply those standards along the rear property line to the east, that would need to be added as a condition of approval.
Okay, and so just let me make sure I do understand. You're saying originally the standard setback's 10 feet. And you said they asked to reduce that to 5 feet, but then you also said they moved it back to 10 feet. And then you also said they had to get permission from the adjacent, which I assume the rear is an adjacent also to do something. So could you?
Let me try to clarify. There's 2 different situations. There's a side yard setback where this height setback ratio applies, where they have requested to reduce the 10 foot to 5 feet. And the condition requires that in order to go to 5 feet, they have to conform with those height setback standards.
What is the height? I guess I'm just missing the point. What do they have to do on the side?
The side, they either have to set back 10 feet or they have to do the 24 feet up and then 1 to 1 beyond that.
And is that what they're doing?
They will need to either get written consent from the adjacent owner to move to the 5 feet, or they will have to push it back to have a greater setback.
Okay, and I have a question on slope, but I'm out of time, so I'll go to my other colleagues.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
I'm a little confused also. Did you say that we're asked to evaluate a different design than what the Planning Commission approved at this time?
This design is in front of you, but the applicant gave us a heads up that they are proposing some concessions. So they just in the last hour ran a preliminary plan by us, and they'll be presenting that to you. And it's reduced. It's reduced in intensity, it's reduced in grading, and they implemented the 10-foot setback along the rear property line that they agreed to at the Planning Commission.
Okay, concession is an interesting term to use, but I guess we'll hear if they've had communication with the appellant, because sometimes they've had those negotiations and then the appellant sees that and then he or she drops her appeal and, you know, game over. But, you know, the planning committee, we can also, you know, unless we go very deep into the design, which we do infrequently, but we're capable of doing, it's very complex for us to look at it in a, you know, what the planning commission did and what these so-called concessions are. But I guess I'm prepared to do that. But I would really like a yard orientation of this project. Could you bring up the site plan? I'm trying to understand what you're calling a front yard, what you're calling a side yard, and what you're calling a rear yard for this project.
Yeah, I'm pulling that up right now.
Thank you.
Well, I think I'm pulling this up right now. There we go. So the front yard is defined as along the street. In this case, there's one front yard along Lakeside.
May I ask a question on that then?
Sure.
Then those buildings 1 through 6, where's their rear yard?
The rear yard is for the site. The yards are measured for the site as a whole in a condominium townhouse project like this. So the rear yard is the east property line here, which abuts up against Mr. Forey. That is the rear yard, the one that they're agreed to increase to a 10-foot setback. The two other yards that are not the front or the rear, those are the two side yards. That's where condition 7 applies.
Okay, and then is there building separation requirements between buildings?
Yes, it's 10 feet, which they made.
Okay, thank you.
I have a second question.
Okay, before I go to you, does anyone else have any questions from staff? Okay, go ahead, Councilman Durr.
Okay. Two things, Arlo. One, you just said that they agreed to go back to 10 feet. I mean, that's our standard, right? I mean, they had requested a change. So I'm not sure whether if you had approved them to go into 5 feet, if that required approval from the adjoiner. Could you just, I'm a little confused by that.
At the planning, their proposal was 5 feet. Condition number 7 requires the consent. They presented at the planning commission, they being the applicant, that they would increase that setback from 5 feet to 10 feet. That was actually not included in the planning commission's motion and their requirement. So at this point, it's a commitment on the record from the applicant, which I understand they're willing to do.
They don't have to get consent because they changed the thing that would have required that. Is that right?
Correct.
It was about the slope. I know that when I toured the site with the developer, it was a very steep slope and they said it was a 10%. In fact, I thought I read maybe even 11%. And they said that the fire department said they had no problem climbing that slope and even in just that short distance. Could you just speak to that?
Yeah, that's correct. It's a 10% sloped private driveway, which meets the standards of the fire department.
I mean, they can climb that with a fire truck.
They can.
And then is there a place to turn around in this property? I mean, I don't see like a cul-de-sac or hammerhead or any place.
There is. It's that hammerhead design on the site plan. That's what facilitates the turnaround. I can quickly pull that up again for you. Fire truck comes in here.
Yeah.
They can access that way, then back up and come out, or the reverse. They can pull in there. This is essentially a hammerhead designed into the driveway access.
Okay. And then last thing, there's no parking on Lakeside at all. This project does not touch Warren Way. So I guess my question is, where is any visitor parking for these 22 people? There's 3 spots I see that are kind of in this U. And it said something about exceeding. I just know that we had a project over on Bondi Lane with 11 houses, and that also had no parking on the street. And they made accommodations to figure out the parking. And we had a whole conversation that people come over for a holiday party, or people come over to visit their grandparent or their kid or whoever's living here. So it's not just usually one visitor or 2, 3 visitors for 22 units. Like there's usually more. I mean, I had a mom that lived in an apartment complex and there was lots of visitors. So have they talked about that? Like, where do these, I mean, I understand if there was overflow parking on Lakeside. I totally got that. Use of city streets, no problem. But there is no parking on Lakeside. So they're like a consolidated unit. So
they've exceeded the code minimums for on-site parking. They have garage parking plus driveways in front of the garages and the 3 additional spaces here. So if someone had a great big party that exceeded that amount of parking, they would need to either come in a bike or by walking or park off site, maybe a half block away at the commercial center.
I'm not familiar with a half a block away commercial center. I know that there's a Moana, Lakeside.
Yeah. The bottom line is they exceed our code minimums for parking by, I think it was 7 spaces.
So they're only required to have 1 space per unit, as even if they're 2 and 3 bedroom. Is that what you're saying?
It's a little more complex of a calculation than that. It's based on square footage. I have, give me one moment. This isn't advancing for me. There
Well,
we
okay.
go.
I mean, if you say
Yeah,
it's fine, I'm just daylighting an issue that is real life issue. So if you guys calculated that, it's fine. I assume that most of these on-site parking standards assume that there's off-site parking as well. So, but there is none here. So, okay.
Yeah, they have 44 spaces are required for the 22 units and they're proposing 51.
I see. What is the major deviation? Because I don't know.
All right, Councilwoman
you
Dewar,
know?
we're going to move on.
Okay. I didn't know what a major deviation is that we're being asked to vote on. So.
Okay. All right. We've just wrapped up questions. Next, we will hear from.
I still have a few questions to orient myself to this.
Okay,
approval.
3 minutes. Go ahead.
Mr. Stockham, there's a statement in the staff report that the proposed site plan features a decorative 6-foot retaining wall abutting the existing sidewalk with street trees planted to current standards. I don't know if you showed that on the staff report or not. So there's a sidewalk, and then right back of sidewalk is a 6-foot retaining wall. You're still on mute.
Yes, that's basically the proposal, although the reduced plan that we saw replaces that with a recreational amenity.
Okay, so 1804-903 has a standard of a sidewalk and a landscape parkway, unless specifically waived. And I did not see any discussion of waiving of that. And so I am trying to get my head around that. I do see some trees, but those trees appear to be more, not, if you will, street amenities of the pedestrian environment, but since there's a grade differential and they're back of retaining wall, they seem to be more yard amenities for those buildings 1 through 6. Where are the landscape parkways or the street trees?
So the landscape parkways are generally required in new development. There's language there about matching up with neighboring properties, so we don't end up with sidewalks zigzagging back and forth. So their pedestrian circulation plan is consistent with the area, and they're not proposing parkways. It would be a continuation of the existing sidewalk standard, and the trees would be provided just on the property side of the sidewalk.
You know, I don't necessarily agree with that interpretation. As I look at the professional office where you have gradual sloping and trees closer to street, you don't see that hard edge of a 6-foot stand-up rockery wall. So I'm having a hard time with that. Let me ask you also about this tot lot that is kind of in between parking and then surrounded by driveways. It's a curious item. It's a curious location. Is there a standard that requires them to have some centralized amenity? I didn't see a reference to that in the staff report.
I don't believe for townhomes, Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's a multifamily standard, not a townhome standard.
Good evening, council members. Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. That's correct, Arlo. That's an amenity that was proposed with the subdivision tentative map.
So this tot lot, it's a very curious design choice in my view. I look forward to hearing to the applicant because you have a tot lot surrounded by cars everywhere, circulation. So that's good. And then also I want to ask about this letter of consent. When I read the code, it said,
Councilwoman, yes, I think your 3 minutes is up.
okay, thank you, Madam.
All right. Councilman Reese, I believe you had your hand up earlier. Did I skip over you? I'm so sorry.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Sorry, I was mid soda.
Yeah.
I guess ultimately, I'm not going to design the project tonight about where a tree is placed or whatever. I think that's the applicant's job to do that. But my concern all along has been density as it relates to, compatibility. And we spoke some about this morning. I want to make sure that I'm clear with the community who, we represent, and I have the privilege of representing this area as well, that my concern is about that density. So the 22 lots has always seemed too dense to me. It just seems like we were just trying to squeeze every square inch of the project out of it. And so I walked the project and the neighborhood and some adjoining projects with the applicant or the appellant, Mark Foray. I've spoken to the developers' representatives. And so I'm interested to know what the project coming forward is. Obviously, we have some conceptual plan at this point, but without knowing more, I'm not really in a position to say whether I think it's a great project or not. My hope would be for less density, more green, whether that's trees or hedges or whatever it would be to improve the character or quality of this neighborhood. I saw lots of similar types of projects in the Warren Way area on the other side that were smaller townhome related projects. And I understand that the height here, as I emphasized this morning, is a concern, right? Because it's a garage and then 2 levels above. So I guess I need more from the developer side of it. And ultimately would like to hear from Mr. Foray, who I think is very knowledgeable and very thoughtful as a person, and who we've all experienced and worked with in other contexts. So I'm going to reserve some of my comments till then, but I'm really focusing on the density piece. Sorry, I had a hiccup. That's it for me, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay. Any other questions? All right, I think, Madam Clerk, are we on round 2? If we are, I'll move on.
Madam Mayor, we are on round 2.
Okay. All right, so then we're going to move on. At this point, I am going to actually send it over to our city attorney before we hear from the appellant. I believe our city attorney has a few things to bring up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Foray has indicated that he lives in the Hidden Crest HOA located at 3867. And that is 3867 Warren Way, and that is an adjacent parcel to the proposal here. And so I understand that that's how he is aggrieved. And if he has additional information to show how he is adversely and substantially impacted, then certainly he can supplement the record. Other than that, I think we have sufficient information to proceed to his presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, then we'll call on the appellant.
All right, Madam Mayor, at this time, Mark Forey has joined us. He has unmuted himself and also has his video. We will begin your 10-minute presentation, Mark.
Thank you, Ashley. And you can go ahead and, if you would, help me and bring up the my exhibits, I would appreciate that. Madam Mayor and council members, thank you so much for hearing my appeal and my issues related to this project. And thanks for those who talked to me about this ahead of time. I appreciate your time. I know it's very valuable, and so that's much appreciated. Going to wait for my exhibits here. And I do live in the adjacent homeowners association. It's called the Hidden Crest HOA, and it's a 9-unit association. It's on 0.73 acres. So that works out to a little over 12 units per acre. That was built, I think, in 2004, 2005. I've owned the property there since 2016.
Mark, I just wanted to confirm the exhibits that I have for you are generally the maps, correct? And some statements of the code?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that we were pulling up the correct information. So at this time, we will send it over to IT and they will be able to pull up the information for you to be able to proceed with your presentation. Just so council is aware, is not a standard PowerPoint, so that's why it will look a little bit different.
I was going to try this myself, but I'm sure that would have been a problem. So I appreciate the help. Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You should be able to see my screen share at this point, and if you'll just let me know when to progress to the next slide, I will do so.
Thank you.
And Ashley, can you increase the size, please? Usually 150 works well.
Better?
Great.
Okay. Mark, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you very much. So I will comment on the project as it was submitted originally. I did talk with Mr. Gordon a little bit this afternoon and even prior to that about some potential changes, but I'm going to, these comments are only related to what has been submitted and what was in front of the Planning Commission. So this exhibit, you've seen it before, it's the site and grading plan of the project. It's very dense. It's, to Mr. Reese's point, you could not fit another unit on here. It is a sloping site. It's about 7% grade from Lakeside on up to the east side of the property. It does have a very steep access road that has been discussed here, up to 10%, which really is typically not allowed on a residential street. Can be very dangerous during snow and ice events where you could have cars slipping down into Lakeside Drive, which is a very, what I call a major arterial. I'm not sure if that meets the definition or not, but it's a very busy street with 50+ mile-an-hour speeds that are very commonplace. So that's an issue. At the top of the slope, we have 3-story buildings that are proposed. It creates a significant adverse visual impact at the ridge line in a neighborhood where nothing higher than 2-story buildings currently exist. Let's have the next one, please. Just real briefly here, I don't think this was shown this morning, but it's somewhat discussed. But this is actual developed density in the area. You can see the Hidden Crest HOA that I have a pointer at in this slide, and you can see the proposed project is just to the west of that. And these are actual developed densities, and you can see looking south of Moana, there is nothing that's high density within a half-mile radius. Next slide, please. So this is from the master plan. This is and I think it's page 149 in the master plan. And it's under the heading of area-specific policies, neighborhoods. And it's transitions, and the highlighted section there is N-G.21 transitions, which says abrupt changes in residential density should be avoided unless they are part of an integrated plan, adequate buffers are provided, or building massing and placement provides an adequately smooth transition. The proposed project provides none of these transitions, buffers, or smooth transition where proposed high density development meets a long established low density development to the east. Next slide, please. This is a page from the planning staff report. And you can see there the highlighted section says that all buildings are 3 stories with a maximum height of 35.9 feet. That 0.9 is pretty important here for what I'm going to talk about next. And that's on slide 5. The next one. So here in the zoning code, you can see the highlighted section here that it talks about residential shading. Structures that exceed 35 feet in height shall not cast a shadow on residentially zoned property between the hours of 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. on December 21st. And since we have just a 10-foot setback to residential property, and a 36-foot high building, you can see that it will cast a shadow on that adjacent residential property, because we have buildings that are west and southwest of those existing units. So in those terms, it does not meet the zoning code. Next slide, please. This is a picture looking within the Hidden Crest HOA that's looking west, and you can see I have a line there at the top that shows the approximate height of the 22 on Lakeside building, the 35.9 feet high. That's more than 10 feet higher than the adjacent residential structure. It will shadow the adjacent residential property, and that would be not in conformance with the zoning code, which I just talked about. And let's go to the next one. These last things I wanted to, they were, I believe, included in your packet this morning, but I did want to just have them attached to this item for the record. It was the prior zoning request of 2.5 years ago that was denied by staff for numerous reasons that you can see here. And we don't have to spend any more time on that. So I'm done with my slides. But what I want to say in conclusion here is that for the reasons I've outlined here, LDC 21-00041 should not be approved as currently designed. Should the council consider its approval, the following conditions are recommended. Reduce the number of units to match MF14 density, which is adjacent, and which is the predominant density in the entire area, with the exception of single family development. And this will also allow for more badly needed visitor parking spaces, provide a transition buffer to the property to the east, and may allow for design and construction of an access road that may not be quite as steep as the current design. Secondly, reduce the building heights and move buildings farther away from the existing MF14 development to the east to avoid casting shadows on those residential properties, which will also create a transition buffer and bring the project into conformance with the zoning code. And I would note that in listening to Mr. Stockham and the discussion both this morning and recently here about the setback requirements, it's interesting to note that he's only talking about the side setback in relation to the, I think they're calling it additional step back requirements is what it was called. And it's interesting to note that it is a side setback for the proposed project. It's a backyard of the adjacent property. So at a minimum, I would suggest that we follow that same step back requirement of 1 foot, adding 1 foot of setback for every foot above 24 feet in height. That would add another 12 feet to that setback on that east property line. And if indeed the applicant is willing to reduce the number of units, and I think that number is by 4, going down to 18 units, I would highly suggest that those top units on the east side be dropped. And that would do a number of things. It would create a transition buffer. It would allow for more visitor parking spaces up there. You could even put a little bit of a landscape buffer in there. And I think it would be a much better project. And with that, I will turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we're actually going to go to the applicant for their presentation of 10 minutes.
All right, Madam Mayor, at this time, I am moving over Garrett Gordon representing the applicant, and Derek Kirkland is also available for questions. Garrett is aware that he has 10 minutes on the clock, and we'll give you a brief presentation.
Share my screen. All right, good day, Madam Mayor, Council again. For the record, Garrett Gordon, today representing the applicant. Also on Zoom is our project team with Wood Rogers, both planner and engineer, as well as the project architect. So issues in the statement of appeal. So Mr. Foray, who I've known for years, talked to him a couple times this week and a couple more times today, trying to find some consensus. We didn't get there, but I think we came pretty close. And I'll go through those concessions we made in this presentation. So again, this is an appeal, so we're focused on the issues that he set forth in his appeal. One was density. He believes that the project should, even though it was rezoned to MF30, should be more of an MF14 density. There was also an email he sent last week requesting the following: that if this is approved, that the units are reduced to match MF14, and also that the building heights are lowered to avoid casting shadows on the residential properties and not in violation of the provision he showed regarding if structures are in excess of 35 feet, they cannot cast a shadow on residentially zoned properties. So I'm happy to report we can comply with both of those. So as mentioned, the property is now zoned MF30. We had 22 units, which would have been a density of approximately 16 per acre. The appellant is asking for 14 units per acre. So by reducing this from 22 to 18 units, we're now at 13.4 units per acre. So we're complying with his request of going at or below MF 14. The project site, of course, is here on Lakeside. Today, all 3 pink properties were rezoned. Of course, the project site for tonight is here. Mr. Forey's property is here in green. He does not abut the project site. And of course, none of these 3 property owners abutting filed an appeal. Currently, Mr. Forey, the appellant, looks north. There's no currently proposed project on these properties. And of course, the special use permit would have to come forward if and when that was ever developed. So the old plan was 22 units. We're now talking about 18. The conditional use permit, now that we're under 20 units, really is no longer required for a use permit, only for cut and fills. If we exceed 10 feet, we were at 16 feet, and after our engineers kind of sharpened their pencils, we're now down at a maximum of 12 feet. So we reduced the disturbance and the fills by over 4 feet, and the major deviation, which was discussed earlier. So again, 18 single-family attached townhomes. Here's the new site plan. So we removed the lots down on Lakeside and now amenitized it to make it a pretty special community. Pickleball court, which is highly popular at the moment, fire pit, community park, bench, socializing area, and then your 18 units are, as you move up the hill, located in the flatter, more developable area of the property. Parking, as you heard, we're over parked. There's parking located 1 car per garage, as well as 1 car per driveway. And then we exceed code because there is no requirement for guest parking, but we do in fact have 3 guest parking spaces. Traffic study, 22 units, 13 trips, no impact. We do meet all fire access standards. So there's a question about this grade. All fire access standards are met, and of course, utilities and capacity are available to serve the project. So the setback, this was mentioned earlier in the discussion. So front setback required 15 feet. We comply with that. Side setback is 5 feet unless you're adjacent to a single family zone property, it's 10. So right now our requirement would be per code 10 feet because next to the church, even though it's a church, it's still zoned SF, it would be 10 feet. We are asking for a deviation to go from 10 to 5 because even though it's zoned single family, SF3, it's an existing church, not a single family residence. The church is not an appellant, church is not opposing this, and so we're asking from 10 to 5. You heard on our rear setback, it is required as 10 feet. We did request in the initial application for that to go to 5 feet, but after hearing from the appellant, his concerns, we put on the record at the Planning Commission and will again today that we'll be at 10 feet. Along with, you can see some very nice landscaping and mature trees throughout this setback. And I did mention to the appellant, and I'll mention again, we're happy to sit with him and discuss with him and his neighbors who live along this property line. If they'd like some enhanced landscaping, some additional trees, happy to have that discussion and add that to the project. Grading, as I mentioned, the engineers sharpened their pencils and were able to reduce some disturbance. Max wall height is now reduced from 14 feet to 8 feet as a result of moving these units out of this lower area. It also helped out with the cut and fills. We're only 2 feet over the requirement versus 6. And the daylight basement units at the front are still maintained, just pushed back to Lakeside. So again, building 1 has 4 units. Buildings 3 and 4, we removed building 2, have 8 and 6 units. And you'll see here, all will be under that 35 feet. So what's allowed in multifamily 30 is 45. What Mr. Forey's development allows is 35. What the church zoning allows is 35. And we're agreeing to be at or below 35, even though 45 is allowed. So the shading ordinance will not apply. So you can see here's a legend of 1, 2, and 3. We thought this legend was helpful to be able to see the vantage points from standing in these areas of the property. And again, here in green is the appellant's property behind these properties, and then here's the project. So he's looking at this open lot at the moment. So you can see the project was designed to really provide a great distance of separation in between the buildings to not impact, to the extent possible, the views of these property owners along this property line. So if you go back to this slide, you can see this unit, for the most part, will have a clear view down the 60+ foot open space corridor. This property here, which already has a 20-foot setback, plus another 10-foot setback we're providing, so a 35-foot setback, again, with that increased setback, with the height coming down from, say, 45 feet to 35 or less, and with this corridor, again, I think we're minimizing to the very extent possible the visual impact. This picture up in the right-hand corner is this number 3. So the appellant would be looking out, and you can see the appellant would be approximately here, looking out at this open space area at the moment. And if and when a project ever came through on this piece, a use permit would be required. And I do believe would have the side yard setback that he's referring to, not the rear that this applies to. So that's where the 25-foot and 1-to-1 requirement would apply. You've seen there's some pictures of these elevations and the architectural renderings. And again, very similar to what is currently built up on Cash Hill Boulevard. You can see parking for 1 car per garage, 1 car per driveway, and the 3 stories that's needed for each unit. So back to the appellant's recommended conditions from his email. So he says, for these reasons, this application should not be approved as currently designed. Should the city consider approval, the following conditions are recommended. Reduce the number of units to match MF14. We have reduced the units from 22, which is 16 per acre, to 18, which is 13.4 per acre. So we are satisfying his condition, and as a result, of course, we have to rename our project, which will now be 18 on Lakeside. His second condition in his email was reduce building heights in order to avoid this provision about casting shadows, that if structures that exceed 35 feet shall not cast a shadow on the property. Our maximum height, of course, is 45 feet. In the staff report, we proposed 35.9, but certainly today, a further reduction is warranted, no greater than 35 feet. So reducing the building height in order to avoid the residentially zoned property concern. And let me add, we are happy again to sit down with Mr. Forey and his neighbors who are on that property line and talk about any additional landscaping, number of trees, size of trees, maturity of trees to add some additional buffer to his community. So in summary, staff is recommending approval. We agree with all the conditions from staff. We agree with conditions added by the Planning Commission. And we are certainly adding a few conditions tonight regarding density and the amended site plan. Planning Commission, kind of a rare occurrence nowadays, 7-0, unanimous, supporting this project, which I think says a lot about the work that's gone into it, and now going above and beyond with the additional concessions. So we would respectfully ask that this body tonight modify the project in accordance with the appellant's requested conditions, our concessions in response to those conditions, deny the appeal, but again, add the conditions and the modifications of the project that I just discussed to the project as it moves forward. And I'm here for questions, and so is our project team. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to go 2 rounds, 3 minutes apiece. And then I'm going to go to Ms. Dewar. Okay, who wants to start? Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I thought in Mr. Forey's presentation, that was an interesting observation of code he made, that the shadowing is applicable, because I was wondering that, but I didn't see it in the in the staff report, and then I didn't review that code section. Do you agree, Mr. Stockham, that the shadowing is applicable to this request?
Shadowing is applicable to all projects. We need to measure very carefully, and we will, to make sure that the buildings are either under 35 feet in height, and if they're not, they will need to do that shadowing assessment and conform with those requirements. It appeared that that building was slightly under 35 feet, but Mr. Garrett clarified that they're committing to being under 35.
Okay, I mean, I guess with that, what I'm observing is an error of analysis at the lower level, and maybe it's being rectified now by this redesign, which I see as substantial. This is a very substantial redesign that's giving me a little bit of pause, because it's not what I reviewed and it's not what was, noticed out to the public. So that's an interesting revision. I guess the other thing is, I see the provision about a consent from a neighbor to modify the setbacks, but I don't think that applies in a subdivision situation, because in a subdivision situation, I don't feel that you have this room to vary setbacks, because your final mapping has to be in conformity with your tentative. And if you don't have that standard down in your tentative, you don't know what you're going to be in conformity with when you final. So how does it read today? Is this redesign involve that consent? Because I don't believe that is something that is okay on a subdivision. If you don't have the letter in hand, it ain't something that can be on the way, in my view.
Well, it's addressed as a condition of approval, and that's modeled after the code language that applies in different situations. The idea there is that if someone is kind of incrementally redeveloping in an area and a shared property line is going to be internal to a site, the neighbor could say, I'm okay with you coming closer. Really, the purpose of that provision is for the protection and enjoyment of the neighbor. So if they are agreeable, there's really nothing there to protect. We'd rather better utilize the land.
I'm comfortable with that coming in when you're in permit review and saying, bring in the letter now. But in subdivision, where you have a vesting right, and then the final has to really follow the tentative, I don't see that there's room to leave that. I think that letter should have been in the office, in the packet, to make to allow that standard to go forward. But does the redesign, I'll repeat my question, does the redesign that Mr. Gordon proposed involve that consent, or would that condition go away?
No, that we have not received the written consent. I understand they've had discussions, but it needs to go through a board or something to that effect. So they would either need to provide that or adjust to conform with height setback on that south property line.
Okay, that's a problem for me on making the code compliance. And then on the front yard and the grading, I'll hold my questions for the next round. Thank you.
Okay. Who would like to go next? Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
All right, I have a question for Mr. Foray, I guess. Mr. Gordon has said that he's made a number of concessions in regard to your requests. And I was wondering if these concessions met your needs or addressed your issues.
Thank you. I would say that they go partway there, or maybe more than halfway there. It doesn't alleviate the concern of the much higher building height and within 10 feet of the property line of our HOA units. I would really like to see, and I talked with Mr. Stockham this afternoon about it, and I believe he may have indicated, and I'll let him talk about this, that this may be one of the things that needs to be amended to really treat this rear yard setback issue like the side yard setback issue in that if you're over 24 feet, you would have an additional 1 foot of setback required for each additional foot over 24 feet. I would really like to see that happen. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I know that can't be done today. But another thing to my point, those proposed units, it is their side yard. So I really think if the council wanted to make that condition apply here, the council could make that addition apply here. And it would in essence add what 11 feet of setback there. Thank you.
Okay, so let me just ask Mr. Stockham then, I mean, you brought that up as that is something that we could consider applying. And I see Mr. Forey's point about the side yard. I mean, these are the sides of the townhomes. It's not their backyard up against somebody else's backyard. It's their side yard. So if I understand this right, you're saying that between 24 feet and 35 feet now, Mr. Gordon said they dropped their height. I'm not sure how they did that, maybe lowered the ceiling. That would set it back about 12 feet. Is that correct, Mr. Stockham? If we went through with that?
Yes, I think the picture will speak better than me trying to explain it. So let me just. The side setback would apply, that's 10 feet. Then if you applied that condition, they could go straight up 24 feet. And then portions of the building that are taller than 24 would have to be set back at that additional ratio. So
it's only in the roof? I'm sorry.
They could do it with a pitched roof, or if they keep more of a flat roof product, that upper story would have to be pulled back by an additional 11 feet. That would probably mean losing the upper story on those end units or reconfiguring the site.
Okay. Is another option, Mr. Stockham, I suppose another option would be to drop those end units to create that setback. Is that another option? I mean, I would have thought, since the appeal was brought by the people that are in the back, that if you're going to drop units, maybe you would drop them in the back. You know, I would have thought you might have dropped the back 2 on each side, those 4 units, you know, that are impinging on the next door neighbor versus the street. But you did not do that. So
I think those options are all within the council's range of discretion. You know, at the staff level, we were generally comfortable with it because it's not like a 5-story building next to a 2-story. It's 1 story taller. But those are all certainly options in front of the council.
Okay, well, we have these in code on the side yard, so
we do.
You know, for some reason. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else with questions?
I do have questions.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, now my attention is turned to the pedestrian environment on Lakeside. While I didn't support the upzoning this morning, a lot of the basis for it was because it's an area of a strong walkability and mixed use. But what I'm seeing is the pedestrian environment's getting shorted here by the lack of a parkway, which is not in the area, but it is the standard, and the codes, the provisions say, if you come off of that, you have to make certain findings. A minimum 5-foot landscape parking shall be provided. The decision-making body may waive or modify if adjacent properties do not have parkways between the sidewalk and street, and hillside developments for low impact and other situations where landscape parkways are deemed unfeasible or not desired based on site characteristics. And so we have to make an affirmative determination not to have a parkway. And I think in lieu of that, we can look at other design considerations of the street front. And as I look at the aerial along there, I think that the pedestrian environment with the 6-foot stand-up wall and the trees above that is not going to provide the pedestrian environment to shade, you know, the walkers and so on coming along. in any time, in any period, and also icing conditions, what does this new redesign do to that 6-foot wall? Because I heard Mr. Gordon say something to the effect that the walls now are less than the 5 to 10 feet. Were there taller walls beyond that 6-foot retaining wall right up against back of curve? I can't hear you.
Apologize for that. The taller walls were not along the sidewalk. It was, I believe, a 6-foot wall. I think Garrett would be better to address how those revisions address the height of wall. I recall it was reduced. I don't have that right in front of me though.
Yeah, thanks, Arlo. I think I'd like to bring in Derek from Wood Rogers, our land use planner. I think he could address the wall issue if that's okay, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah.
And while he's coming in, the reason we supported not having parkways is because there are no parkways on that block. It's for consistency with the established pattern, which is what that code called for.
But the established pattern also has the slopes of the properties retained and not retaining holdbacks. And that's my problem, because those slopes do provide a different pedestrian environment than just a hard edge wall.
I would like to note while we pull in Derek, I mean, we're only discussing today the issues that were appealed. I don't believe that the walls or the parkways or any of those issues are really on topic today because those weren't appealed. Mr. Ferrari had some specific issues to appeal. We felt we dealt with them. But again, happy to have Derek answer those questions, but I don't think those topics were subject to an appeal.
Well, I appreciate your concern about what I view as topic or off topic in my decision making. I will say that this is a component of the grading, and the subdivision is designed by this grading. So I think Mr. Borey's appeal is into the totality of the subdivision, and the subdivision is based upon a grading design that gives us this feature.
We still waiting on Wood Rogers, Ms. Turner?
We're moving over Derek Kirkland at this time.
Good evening. This is Derek Kirkland, Wood Rogers. So to address the question, so really with the redesign, I think what it allowed us to do in terms of along Lakeside is really pull back the development off of Lakeside. And so we actually reduced the wall height to 4 feet along that edge where you see the kind of that recreation amenity. And then we also have a landscape strip now that will be between the sidewalk along Lakeside as well as the rec area and the 4-foot wall. So it definitely cleaned that up quite a bit.
What's the depth of that landscape strip?
It's approximately 8 feet.
Okay, so back of curb is an 8-foot landscape strip that's adequate then for tree planting. So it's almost a substitute of the parkway on the back of curb.
Back of sidewalk, I think.
Back of sidewalk, yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions from council members?
I have one more.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you. First comment is I got confused by one of Mr. Gordon's comments about that this wasn't a subject of the appeal. My understanding, we've been doing tentative map appeals for, now I'm in my 7th year, and we've always been told that it's a de novo appeal, that we review everything freshly. So, unless Mr. Hall has something different to tell us today, I just wanted to make that clear. I had a question on the pickleball. I don't know, apparently you put in a pickleball court. Is that for the use of these now 18 townhomes? And do you think that they will enjoy pickleball? I mean, I understand it's popular, but I don't know who's living here or what they might like. So that's for you.
Garrett Gordon, thanks for the question. Yeah, market research showed that highly amenitized townhome attached product like this project, the more amenities, the more attractive the units. So certainly pickleball is very popular at the moment. But we believe it'll continue to be popular. But again, there'll be a court, so you can do many different activities, community activities at that on the court. And again, I think it's very visually pleasing as you drive up and down Lakeside. I think I always enjoy driving up inside Plumas and seeing all the activity on the tennis courts there. I think it adds to the neighborhood viability. Also, a community center, kind of outdoor fire pit. Again, I think you see a lot of developments now with kind of the attached townhome product, having places where folks can socialize and go outside a fire pit and enjoy a little community activity. So the more amenities, as we've learned, and our market studies have shown, the better. And I would like
And
to.
have you thought about putting those amenities in the back where you would create a buffer with appellant?
So you looked at the site. First, we took into consideration what the appellant asked to go at or under MF14, which we've done. We looked at the site constraints and where it would be kind of most feasible to give up those units. The top is the flattest area, the most buildable area. Losing units up there just didn't make a lot of sense from a site standpoint. Down at the more difficult area to develop, turning that into a community area, amenitized area, made a lot more sense from a plan.
And then would you, the appellant has asked to apply the side setback, which would create at least just a little separation. I think that's a reasonable request. I mean, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I think we need to look at code. I heard that, maybe if there's an appetite to change code, they'll apply side setbacks to back setbacks. But again, this is an infill project. The fact that we gave up 4 units is now making this project, very, very close to unfeasible. We're relying upon code. We've said 10-foot setbacks in the back. We, along the sides, are asking for the additional 5 feet from the church in order to make sure we can build out those units. But yeah, applying a side setback to a back setback was never our expectation, and would require a complete redesign. We probably lose a couple additional units. So we're happy to talk about additional landscaping, but applying side setbacks to the back just wouldn't work. And those 3 property owners who abut that property line, again, they're not the appellants, but we're happy to work with them because I think they are the ones who are would be impacted there. Mr. Fiore lives on the other side, and I think when that project comes in next to him, he will get the benefit of side setbacks because that project in its side will be adjacent to his property. But long story short, we respectfully ask that we stick with the code as written. We stick with the conditions of approval as proposed by staff and the modifications I proposed in response to Mr. Forey's concern.
Well, just one response. I mean, when you say stick to code, I mean, theoretically you could do 30 units, I guess. I mean, you're making some changes and to make the project fit in the site, which I appreciate. And I think it's wise, especially to provide elbow room to the people that will live here. So that makes sense to me. I'm trying to look for the win-win here, and provide some additional setback from, it's Mr. Forey speaking on behalf really of his HOA. I mean, he is a spokesman for that. We heard earlier from the president of the HOA, who also was very concerned. So I think they're looking at it more as a group than for appellants. They did one. So, okay, well, I appreciate that input. Thank you.
And if I just may add, Councilmember Dewar, we did design the project to make it as wide as a open space area as possible. So those unit owners on the fence, really, for the most part, their views are not impacted because the units are, to the extent possible, pushed to the side of the property in order to keep that visual corridor. So I think we really were sensitive to those concerns.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. There's been some discussion here tonight about the HOA and other representatives, but I guess my question is, of the issues identified in the appeal, the written appeal, have those things been satisfied, Mr. Foray? Not the other things that we've discussed, but I'm just trying to kind of narrow down if those things with the reduction of the units and the other issue, if that has been satisfied.
Thank you. That it has mostly been satisfied, I would say. I think it's much better design now. To Mr. Gordon's comment, thinking about the lot that was in the zone change that is immediately north of my unit, I'm not so sure that that would be called a side yard, Garrett, because I don't know where the front yard is. If the front yard's on the flagpole part of the flag lot, then it would be called a back setback. So I really think that and I believe Arlo indicated that that would be possible to have an amendment to make those backyard setbacks equivalent to the side yard in regard to the step back process for one foot more of setback for each foot higher than 24 feet. That would make me feel a lot more comfortable about the next thing that comes along. And because I would think that that could be an issue for the lot north of me. Mr. Gordon says that it would be a side lot thing there, but I'm not so sure about that.
Can I just ask one more question, Madam Mayor?
Please do, go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess my question is here, maybe this is to Arlo. So I think there's been a lot of concessions given on this really rather tiny site. And I understand that 4 units, I mean, could be the difference between something penciling and being viable versus not. So I appreciate very much that reduction and kind of looking at the project and having looked at the site. I think, compatibility isn't something that I'm struggling anything with here tonight on this, but I guess my question is, rather than being so stringent to Mr. Foray's point about this, feet versus height, et cetera, can there be any squish in between that? I mean, is that something, is that what we have flexibility within, or does the site simply not afford, Mr. Gordon, you to even move 5 feet further in? That's what I'm trying to understand is it a set, you have to do A or B and nothing in between, or can we talk about the in between?
I'll try to answer that one. I think these are all options within your range of discretion. A little background on these step back standards. This is a little bit of an unusual situation with these MF30 setbacks. In just about every other zone district, we have 5-foot side yards and 20-foot rear yards. So the main emphasis behind that code amendment was to not have someone going up straight from their 5-foot setback, 35 feet. So there is a middle ground. You could require some step back at the 5-foot level, or you could specify a certain change. But I think pretty much any change to expand upon code requirements will have an impact on the site plan and the amount of development that can occur. They would have to either move buildings or reduce building size if you applied a condition like that.
In any fashion, Mr. Gordon? I mean, there's no wiggle?
Yeah, for the record, Garrett Gordon, I am always trying to find more wiggle room or cushion or compromise. But given the size of this site, what we came up with to reduce the units, to reduce the height, to give back or to pull back from our request from 5 feet setback back to the 10, we are as jammed in there as we can be with regards to meeting all these requirements. So if I had any more to give, I definitely would have put it in my presentation tonight. But unfortunately, there is no more wiggle room other than put as many trees as you would like or landscaping requirements within that setback. We are happy to to buffer that area to the extent possible. But unfortunately, there is no but more wiggle room to make this project move forward without a complete redesign and losing units, which might kill the project.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Okay, we are on round 2, so we'll go one more round and then we're gonna go to Councilwoman Dorr.
Mr. Foray, you know, you're a Joe citizen who spent some time on our code, and in coming across the shading applicability that was not anywhere mentioned in the staff report, not, you know, appears to be contemplated in the design or the analysis, are you satisfied? Because it gets a little technical. You need to look at each building plane, and we've just shown a redesign today. Are you satisfied that the shading standards are being met, or do you feel that more analysis is needed on that, or do you think it's just so interwoven with the setbacks that, you know, it's unclear?
Thank you. If the buildings are indeed all less than 35 feet in height, and I've indicated to Mr. Gordon that I'm going to survey those when those buildings have been built and make sure of that. I don't know what happens if they're an inch over 35 feet at that point, but if they are indeed under 35 feet, then there is no issue with the shading per the code. It will still be shaded, but per code there won't be an issue. So I would say, if that's the case, if truly they're below 35 feet, we're okay with the shading, because the code only says it's a problem over 35 feet in height.
Have any of the pads been graded through the grading that then, you know, gives them more than natural grade? Because you see a lot of use along that quarter of natural grade. So I think that it is something to take into consideration.
I'll just respond that we will very carefully measure building heights at the permit stage and confirm that as part of our permit review.
Yeah. Okay. And Mr. Stockham, yeah, I just, you know, I'm having a hard time with this. I see some concessions have been made, if you want to call it that. But, you know, if the standard is 35 feet, but we're on a fill that's been 5 feet or 3 feet top, then, you know, particularly in an older area where you see that people have been working with the topography and not doing a lot of fill, like this one proposes to do. But is under the redesign that Mr. Gordon has proposed, is that condition that leaves, you know, the consent letter coming forward, that condition 7, is that still in play? Wait, I gotta hear you. I gotta
Apologize for that. It would apply unless council modifies that condition. And it would really apply on the south and north property lines where that abut those setback areas. So if you removed that condition and still approved the major deviation, it would get built as designed without any consent letters. However, that condition as written will require that consent or some additional setback.
Yeah, I guess for me, on this very difficult lot, and that's why this was never going to be easy. That's why I advocated for a different zoning district that would be more customized. I thought would have been a better one for the property. I'm not comfortable waiving that provision, but I'm not comfortable with the consent either. I think those setbacks need to be in place. And so I'm having a real hard time with this redesign that we've seen that doesn't have that. Thank you.
All right, any more questions from council? Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. Look, we've had a morning hearing that was related because it was about the zoning in this area. We've now had a presentation and some robust conversation tonight. And ultimately, my position remains unchanged. For me, it was a density issue. It has always been a density issue. Oftentimes, I think people believe that when we zone a thing MF30, that ensures that MF30 will be built there. I don't think that's always true. There's, geography and topography things that make limitations. There are economic analyses that limit the number of units that are placed in a place in terms of type or mix of a variety of types. At the end of the day, we are a community that's growing. Our master plan says that we should favor dense urban infill because it's closer to services. We don't have all the issues with expanding our police or fire response to a particular area. It's better for the environment because it requires less of the kinds of things that are bad for the environment, using water, for example. And so ultimately, I'm a fan of urban infill. The Planning Commission was a 7-0 decision. I think that speaks volumes to what's happened here. And quite frankly, my assumption is if the Planning Commission recommended at 7-0 at a 22 unit project, they would see an 18 unit project with some amenities, more green space, more trees and buffers as an even better project. And so these other issues are not as important to me, and I think are it appears to be sort of some technical issues that are preventing folks from getting there, and that's fine. But we are in a housing crisis. We have a developer here who's building small infill projects and has some success in doing that. Apparently, I visited the Cashel site. They're very pretty units. I don't know about the price point, but I know that one of the things that drives price point is the length of time to get from idea to coming out of the ground and sold. And so I think for my part, I am supportive of the project as it's redesigned with the conditions that have been asked for and with some of the concessions that have been made tonight. I would like to see some mature landscaping. I don't want to see, teeny tiny trees. If there are going to be trees, I hope that they will be appropriate for the site. I don't know enough about trees and arbor horticulture or the like, but my hope is that where trees are to be, especially as they abut existing neighborhoods, that those trees would be appropriate for the area. And so I just appreciate the efforts that have been made between Mr. Gordon and Mr. Foray, who have a professional relationship outside of this experience that has allowed them to come to at least closer. We don't always have to agree on every single item, and sometimes we can't get there on a particular thing, but I know it means in good faith they've tried, and sometimes that's ultimately the sign of a good settlement, that neither party is really happy. I'm sure the developer was not happy to lose 4 units because that does affect their bottom line. And ultimately, as I have stolen the phrase from Councilmember Dewar, the easy spots are gone. Now we're talking about trying to build in places where it's more difficult to do so. So I'll be supportive of the project moving forward.
All right, any other council members? Okay, we're going to move on. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, great. First, I want to thank the applicant for making these changes to the project. I think that just the fact that they did it, it looks like the road grade could be shallower, more accessible. They've made the point about having, a less cluttered front. I guess I'll put it that way, more open space in the front on the road. So I want to move forward with this proposed redesign. That would include dropping these 4 units. I was very influenced by Councilman Jardin's kind of line of questioning about compromise. And I was looking at also the MF14 building standards, which they are trying to be under, like they said, 13 units per acre instead of even 14. And they mentioned, and they're at 35 feet, they dropped 1 foot basically off their project. And so what I'd like to recommend is kind of a split the baby thing. I'd like to go with their proposal, but propose the 20-foot setback that would be on the MF14. And it's neither the 10-foot setback and it's not the 1 foot for, whatever was described by Arlo. I don't know, 1-to-1, I think he called it. We're not applying that, but it would just be a 20-foot setback with a, you know, whatever landscaping you can work into, I think it would be awesome. And I think that, you know, I understand, Mr. Foy, you may not be very happy about that, but I think that that is a good compromise, you know, to Mr. Reese's point about people walking away, not everybody's happy. So that would be my motion, is to accept the applicant's redesign with 18 units, to apply the 20-foot setback in the back, and, you know, move forward.
All right, thank you. Councilman Dewar has made a motion. May I get a second?
Is that, may I ask a clarification? That's
Rebecca.
20 feet on that east setback, east
Right.
property line?
I'm calling it the back setback.
Yeah, the rear, the east
Rear.
setback.
And what was your question?
No, I was just trying to understand which side that you were on. And then what would be the north and the south? They'd still be 10 then?
They would be what they are. It's the same, MF 14, all of them have 5 foot on the side, which I think, is that correct, Mr. Stockham?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So
I
5 on the north?
the two
and-
sides. I think that's what the MF 30 calls for. I think that's what all of them call for. MF 30 calls 5 foot on side. MF 21 has 5 foot on the side. MF 14 has 5 foot on the side.
Okay, I'll second that.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
I guess I would like to hear from Mr. Gordon, or even Mr. Stockham may be able to address it. What does making 20, look, I'm not a builder developer. I'm a council member and a lawyer. And so I don't know entirely what the impact of making 20 feet at the back does. Does it mean you lose more units? Because you've already given us 4. And I'm a little bit concerned that the kind of micro level sort of interest, and I'm trying to be kind because I don't think it's an unkind request. It's just that I don't understand. And remember too, so my colleagues are aware, I was a builder developer for 5 years. I stepped out of public life or private life into that as a non-lawyer, but a representative. And so I understand setbacks. I'm just trying to understand with this specific project, what would 20 feet setbacks at the back of that project do?
What I'm trying to do
For the
is,
record.
oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I thought he was asking me. I'm sorry.
No, I was asking Mr. Gordon or Mr. Stockham, either one. But I'm willing to have a conversation with you, my colleague, Councilmember Dewar, but I am trying to understand, what does the impact of that do to the project as it's been designed, as the money you've spent on designing it? What happens?
For the record, Garrett Gordon, it would require a complete redesign. We would lose units and completely cut the legs out of the project. We were hoping for 5 units, 5 foot setback on the back. We heard the appellant's concerns, so we went to 10 feet. Then we focused on his biggest concern about density, reduced it by 4 units. I was very genuine with Council Member Jardin that there is no more juice to squeeze out of this infill project. I can assure you that. That 4 unit hit was a pretty significant one. So we respectfully ask just to keep the 10 foot setback as per code on the back to make the project feasible. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you said per code, because that is code, and you know, okay. Okay, any more comments?
Well, Councilmember Dewar, I just want to understand, I'm not going to support that motion. And the
Okay.
reason why is because I believe that the project is a good one. It meets the primary concern that Mr. Foray identified to me, which was a density concern, not so much a height and, you know, looking into a neighbor's backyard concern. I don't know. I think there's some fairly mature landscaping on the HOA side of the aisle already.
I don't know.
Between, well, there, I went to it. There is. It's very pretty. It's very nice development. And between that and what I expect will be built, which will be some kind of hedge or trees along that backside, I'm not willing to kill the project over the 10-foot additional setback.
Yeah,
And
I'm
again,
not trying to kill any project. I just want to be clear that
well,
what
it
I'm
will
trying to
kill the
do.
project.
What's that?
It will kill the project. That's what Mr. Gordon has represented. So that's all I'm saying. And again, I thank you for the effort.
Yeah, I'm just like Councilwoman Jordan, I'm just trying to find a middle ground here. And she asked if there was any room to go, and Mr. Gordon said no. And, you know, one of the issues brought up was shading, whether it's 35 feet or 35.9 feet. I mean, that's what I was trying to address. So I was trying to listen very closely. And I guess you know, maybe I should just leave it there. We can vote and then we can move on with another potentially different motion.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. At this time, Vice Mayor Weber, did you have a question? Oh, you're on mute.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much. I just wanted to make the statement that I won't be supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, so at this time I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Motion fails. All right, I'm gonna send it to you, Vice, Councilman Reese. Go ahead, Councilmember at large.
I don't know if Councilmember Dewar, were you desiring to take another stab at a motion?
Well, I certainly can. I mean,
I want to defer to you. It is your ward.
Okay.
So if it's not to be, I'll read what's been prepared.
okay. I don't know about what's prepared because I've just listened and trying to respond to what I'm
Well, the
hearing.
staff report provides kind of a format for us, and sometimes we follow it, and that's all I was saying.
Well, I can find that staff report. But no, why don't you go ahead, and since I don't have that right in front of me, I was just listening to what everybody said and tried to respond. So
Okay.
go for it.
And if I miss something, please help me, my colleagues add to it. I will make the motion in regards to the appeals of LDC 21-00041, then caption 22 on Lakeside. Based on this council review of the staff report, the record on appeal and information presented at the public hearing tonight for these appeals, I move to affirm the approval of the tentative map, conditional use permits, any deviation as required by code and identified by the Planning Commission, along with any developer concessions agreed to tonight and made part of the record, and therefore denying the appeal. Based on the ability to make all applicable findings, the city clerk would then be instructed to prepare and file an order. So I did have to make some modifications to what was in the staff report, and I hope I have captured the things that were necessary. Mr. Stockham could double check me.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion from Councilman Reese. I have a second from Vice Mayor Weber. Discussion, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, Mr. Stockham, yeah, it's a tough motion because it's to materials that in a site plan that we saw up on the screen when Mr. Gordon did his presentation for about 20 seconds. So I'm having a hard time knowing exactly what this redesign looks like. But does that condition 7 then apply that, you know, we're going to leave to punt for the final recording those setbacks based upon the consent?
Yes, it would.
Okay, I won't be supporting the motion. I am increasingly concerned that the way we're doing subdivision with floating conditions on tentative make it hard to then fulfill the obligation to have a final map that conforms to the tentative. This is the third time I've seen it coming out of the Planning Commission and the way we're doing things, and I think it leaves too much later, and I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any more discussion? Seeing that there is none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm going to be opposed. I'm sorry. No.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, sending it back to you.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to just make a comment, if I may.
Go ahead.
Okay. I want to say that I really appreciate what the applicant has done here. And what I would hope going forward, I think this is important information for all of us, that people can, you know, when they apply some thought and understand some of the site restrictions and stuff, they can come up with a better project. And I do think this is a better project. And I think kudos are due to Wood Rogers in particular for coming up with a redesign. And the applicant, the owner himself, for being willing to move forward with that kind of change. I do think we have to have some code improvements, and we've heard about them tonight. My motion was trying to address both parties and try to be fair. And all we have to go on when people say something doesn't pencil, this is just a general comment, not specifically to this project, but we have nothing to go on. We have no idea what they paid for the property, single family home, even if they paid twice as much as what it's sold. I'm sure there's plenty of profit, otherwise they would not be doing it. So I think there's a balance here, and I am looking to our staff to help us navigate these kind of things, these issues of compatibility, and address them maybe at the staff level instead of, you know, having to get into an entire appeal and come up with a really, you know, what I consider to be a better project. So I'm sorry, you know, we weren't able to completely balance it, but I appreciate the will of the body, and I appreciate the will of the, you know, the applicant, and being willing to, you know, lean in and make a less dense project. That means a lot. So those are just some words really for you, Mr. Stockham, and I guess Mr. Thornley, is maybe the intensity of review should not be by us at 6 p.m. looking at a plan, you know, for 5 or 10 minutes and discussing it and trying to understand it. Maybe it's best with at the desk of the planners and at the planning commission, you know. So those are just some thoughts and words. I'm sorry I couldn't get there tonight, but I really do appreciate what happened here today. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar, I really appreciate those words. Nice. Very, very nicely done. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you. What would you
Thank
like
you,
to
Madam.
do?
Yep, Madam Mayor, with that, we have closed out your public hearing for 6 p.m. The next item is general closing public comment. Should be noted for the record, general closing public comment reserved for this item are for comments received after 4 p.m. the business day preceding. These may relate to an agenda item, however, received after the cutoff. Received public comment from Megan Schuster regarding a future agenda item on Lake Ridge, and Brian Thornton, who is in support of item B11, but again was received after 4 p.m. With that, Madam Mayor, those have been submitted to council and a part of the record. We do not have any public comment. We would be returning it to council at this time for the adjournment motion.
All right. Well, I'm sure it's many of your favorite motion. So give me a motion, Vice Mayor.
Move to adjourn.
All right. Thank you so much. A motion and do I have a second from Councilwoman Jordan? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed.
Aye. Thank you all.
Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, everyone. I know it's been a long day. I appreciate all of you and our staff. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good night.
Nice.